Hello? Okay, I think we're good. Good morning, everyone. All right. I know it's a little early. I want to thank everyone for coming out because I have a few tables that still hasn't been. Well, it may not be early for Lich. Y'all are definitely some on time people. But for the Downstate coordinator crew team, we still have a few seats coming up. But we're going to get started anyway. I am Keno Williams. I am one of your hosts today. Oh my God, forgive me, Maimonides. So you see, I told you this is a little early for the Downstate team. I told you that. All right. All right. So forgive my faux pas. And we have been doing this joint venture with Mimo since the start, since 2019. So you would have thought I would have had that down packed by now. Anyway, so I am here this morning just to welcome you all, and I'm gonna so my co-master of ceremony is Miss Chantel Litrin. She will come on a little earlier, but I want to introduce someone very special, the founder of the Residency Program Coordinator Forum here at SUNY Downstate, Miss Juliet Arthur. She will come up.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. As Kino said, yes, it is very early for some of us, especially after the week that we had, but I'm so happy that you guys are here. So not to delay any further, I'm going to get started by having our welcome remarks. So we're going to start with Dr. Lazar, who is filling in right now for Dr. Bruno Cardi. So Dr. Lazar, I'm going to turn it over to you for the welcome.
Sure. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Excellent. So good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's my great pleasure to provide some opening remarks at the third annual Residency Program Coordinators Forum Retreat. On behalf of Dean Charles Brunacardi, who, by the way, sends his regrets. He had an important conflict that he was not able to rearrange his schedule. It's a pleasure to see our friends at Maimonides and Kings County Hospital, and it's always great to see our friend and colleague Dr. Nanad Desai. This forum, established in collaboration with our GME office, provides a venue to support all residency and fellowship program coordinators in the areas of professional development, residency educational development, emotional and physical well-being, advocacy, and work-life balance. These programs contribute to the professional development of our cohort of residency coordinators at Downstate and at our affiliated hospitals. We are confident that today's retreat will achieve the objective of empowering program coordinators through skills building. And some of you are pretty powerful already, I might add. Professional development is crucial in providing our coordinators with the tools that they need to thrive. Empowering all of you through skills building not only benefits individual coordinators, but has a positive impact on your individual programs and upon our entire GME program led by Dr. Lisa Dresner. By investing in our coordinators, we invest in efficiency, productivity, and overall success. On a personal note, I have been the program director for 2 different cardiovascular training programs spanning some 18, maybe 19 years. I've experienced the critical role that program coordinators play, and therefore I've seen firsthand that you are the unsung heroes of graduate medical education training. Simply put, you're there when residents need you, when faculty needs you, during crisis intervention, and you all GTD, get things done. The efforts of our Residency Program Coordinators Forum are intended to support and uplift coordinators, not only locally, but across the country in their journey to becoming campus leaders. Your hard work continues to receive national recognition, and over the past 2 years, the ACGME has acknowledged the outstanding achievement of 2 Downstate personnel and program coordinators, Keno Williams and Juliet Arthur, with the Deborah L. Dooley GME Program Coordinator Excellence Award. We celebrate your outstanding leadership. This speaks to Downstate's passion for growing leaders at every level at Downstate. The annual retreat has experienced rapid expansion and has tapped into a growing need to further support the continuous education of residency and fellowship administrators, coordinators, and managers. My deepest gratitude goes to the entire forum for organizing a vibrant program with highly regarded speakers. This is an amazing body of work that is so important for the entire institution. Again, welcome to today's program. I hope you will learn much and enjoy the opportunity to network with your fellow coordinators and others who support our critically important GME programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lazar. Thank you very much. Now we're going to turn it over to Dr. Nitin Desai, who is the Chief Academic Officer at Kings County Hospital.
Thank you, Ms. Arthur. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, and it's Ninad Desai, not Nitin, just a minor correction.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Well, esteemed colleagues, Ms. Arthur, Keno, Dr. Lazar, and guests, thank you for inviting me. Today, we gather to celebrate and recognize the invaluable contributions of you folks, the residency program coordinators in this annual forum. You guys work tirelessly behind the scenes, ensuring that the complex machinery of medical education, especially for residents, runs smoothly. As Dr. Lazar said, you are heroes to our residents and for our training programs. And it is right that we shine a light on your dedication and commitment in this event. I thank you, Ms. Arthur, Keno, and the other organizing committee members for inviting me to address the gathering. Residency program coordinators are the backbone of our training. You juggle countless responsibilities, from managing schedules, coordinating interviews, maintaining accreditation standards, facilitating communications between residents, faculty, and everybody else within the department. Your organizational skills allow our programs to function efficiently and effectively. Without your efforts, the quality of education and training we provide would simply not be possible. Also, coordinators are the first point of contact for our residents, providing support, guidance as they navigate the challenges of residency. You serve as advocates for our trainees, ensuring their voices are heard and their needs are met. You help create an environment where residents can thrive both personally and professionally. An example of your invaluable contributions is clearly felt during the recent onboarding and offboarding, which are extremely busy times in the months of June and July every year. And as Ms. Arthur correctly pointed out, last week must have been extremely busy because early July is when the new residents start and the other ones graduate. In addition to your administrative efficiency, you all embody the spirit of collaboration. You work closely with faculty, staff, residents, and that help to enhance the learning experience for the residents. As Chief Academic Officer at Kings County, me and my team value the collaboration and cooperation with all of you as we serve the same mission of caring for our residents as they go through their trainings. Residency is a challenging and stressful time for most residents, and coordinators are often the empathetic, sympathetic ear who provide reassurance and support and important administrative support to those residents. I know you have some wonderful speakers and a busy but valuable programs planned for the day. So let me applaud you all personally. Your hard work does not go unnoticed, and we are profoundly grateful for all that you do. Thank you for being there for us, the faculty, and most importantly, for our future physicians, shaping the future of medicine, one resident at a time. Thank you all again, and I hope you have a wonderful symposium.
Thank you, Dr. Desai. We're going to move ahead with Ms. Robin Gibman from MIMO, who's the VP and also the DIO.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. It is hard to be last. Everybody has said so eloquently what I would have said. But what I would like to add is that I think what's really important about this is that it's helping bringing the borough of Brooklyn together. We are working across institutions where our residents train at multiple sites, right? We are creating consistency, compassion, and connection. And I think that that's one of the most important things that this forum has done. It has brought the work that you've done to the public eye for people who didn't see it. It's allowed us to make new friends and to really create the connections that give you the strength to keep going when those days are overwhelming, to have the extra energy to support your trainees when they need it. So for creating a space for the borough, for our residents, for each other, I'm really grateful to be part of this, and we hope to continue our partnership. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Robin. And last but not least, we will have Dr. Lisa Dresner, who is our DIO here at SUNY Downstate.
My words are going to be really brief because I really don't have a lot more to say, but I do want to say something for me. I've only been in this position for 11 months. And over this time, I have learned how much you do and the complexity of your programs. And I am in awe of you. And I want to thank you for all the help that you've given me and the professionalism, hard work, collaboration with each other, and the real impact that you have on our institution, the quality of our residents and their training, and know that you are making a difference nationally by training really extraordinary people, diverse group of residents and fellows who are going to go on and take care of Americans across the country, particularly trained to take care of the underserved and the disadvantaged. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dresner. So I am now going to turn it over to one of our Masters of Ceremony, Ms. Chantel Litrian, and we will get the program started for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Unlike Kino and Juliet, I'm new at being a Master of Ceremony, but good morning to everyone and welcome to our 5th annual retreat. I would like to say welcome, and it's been a phenomenal week for our GME coordinators, and a great kickoff to our week with our first ever coordinators week, leading up to our last yet equally phenomenal event, this event. I would first like to thank Dr. Dresner, Dr. Lazar, Dr. Desai, Robin for their opening remarks in the tremendous support that they provide to the forum and our initiatives, and for seeing us and our work, our value, all of the coordinators at Downstate. So I thank them so much. Again, I would like to take a moment and thank everyone and their contributions towards the Coordinators Week, especially the mastermind behind this event, Mr. Keno Williams and Juliet Arthur, as they prepare for their doctoral. So we thank you so much for coming up with this initiative, and it went above and beyond what we expected. And on behalf of all the coordinators, we thank you for putting together such a wonderful week. We truly appreciate it. It gave us some downtime, and it enabled us to recognize our wellness, how important it is. So we thank you, thank you, thank you. No. So this year's retreat focuses on empowering PC through skill building. And I myself, building up my skills in presenting. Many of us, every one of us could build on some skills that we need to develop. So we're focusing on skills building. We have a great lineup for you from ERAS. We have from ERAS, we have Richard Pang, we have a Thalamus, we have a great fireside chat, including coordinators and PDs and our dean. We have a session on automation. So we hope you enjoy this opportunity. And, it's been hard work. The team's been working hard. Natalie, just to let you know, Natalie, myself, Kino, Juliet, and Daryl, Maria Verna, we've been working hard. This doesn't come together easily, but we as a team, we put this together, and I just want you to know we're doing it all on behalf of you coordinators. So thank you for showing up today. Thank you for supporting us. And we hope you enjoyed this day. So our first speaker requires no introduction, no formal introduction. She's an accomplished administrator and operations professional from Emergency Med. She's an expert in strategic planning and improving processes and program compliances. Our first speaker will speak on building a sustainable program through standard operations, and that is Chelsea Cole.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the great introduction. It is a pleasure to be here. My name is Chelsea Cole. I am the Emergency Medicine Residency Coordinator, and today I'm going to be presenting on building a sustainable program through standard operating procedures. And before I start, I just want to say thank you so much to the RPCF committee, executive committee, for putting on such an amazing retreat year after year. It doesn't go unnoticed. You guys work hard, and we really appreciate it. So first, my disclosure, none of my speaking for this education activity has a relevant financial relationship to disclose with ineligible companies whose primary business is producing, marketing, selling, reselling, or distributing healthcare products used by or on patients. And so from here on out, I'm going to be calling it SOPs for sure. I won't be saying the whole standard operating procedures. So first, I want everyone to get their sustainability cap on. Because I want you guys to understand the importance of standard operating procedures, how to develop and implement them effectively, as well as how to maintain and continuously improve them. So I know during probably COVID, everybody was running around trying to figure out how do we do interview season via Zoom and using Thalamus. And I'm pretty sure you guys all went on their website, looked at the tutorials, the how-tos to figure out how to do things. And so some of you may or may not know, but you were looking at standard operating procedures. You were looking at their guides on how to do things. Now, imagine, for example, that Thalamus or Zoom, they didn't have those things written out. You had to keep calling a call center. That probably would have cut into maybe their profits and stuff like that. But because they were sustainable, they wrote it out. And if you needed to call, you had to call. So I kind of want to talk to you guys about that same mentality of building a sustainable program. So I'm going to go over some definitions. Standard operating procedures, they are detailed. They could be written, photo, or video instructions on how to achieve uniformity in performance of a specific function. Sustainability is the ability to be maintaining something of a certain rate or level. And the purpose of SOPs in our case for the residency is to ensure consistency, quality, and sustainability. So a lot of the work that we do as coordinators are routine. You know, they come year after year. However, how many of you, by raise of hands, probably is like, how do I start that process again? Who do I email? Okay, let me go back into the email, search the name of the topic. Maybe you put interview season and see, okay, that's how I started off. But there's a better way of doing that, and that is creating a SOP, a written guide on all the processes that you do so that year after year, you know exactly what needs to be done. And also, too, so to make sure that it is efficient and you produce the same quality over and over and over again. So why are they important? As I mentioned, you have consistency. So, say, interview season is coming up. You're going to have the process written out. It's going to be consistent. You're going to follow it. Quality assurance, you're making sure that you meet the certain requirements that is needed. So you know what was done last year and there's no mistakes. I'll give an example. I don't know if you guys knew that with Downstate, there's a new change to the clear out form. Instead of like Social Security's, the form now has like the New York State ID. Well, maybe some of you filled it out with the last form and then you had to redo it again. Well, this year I want you to create the SOP on offboarding residents and to make sure that you don't have to do that again because you're going to make sure the quality is good. And of course, all of what we do is to make sure that we are staying accredited year after year. So when you have the SOP, you're in compliance with what you're doing as a coordinator. And of course, efficiency. We always want to save time with anything that we do. So we want to be efficient, we want to streamline it, and having that SOP is going to make sure that it's done over and over again. Also, too, some of our programs like mine have a coordinator, then we have an assistant coordinator, Melissa. So a lot of the tasks when she came in, I had to train her on it. So I created a lot of SOPs on how she can do things. Or there may be times when you and maybe your PD or chief residents may be working on things. But now it's going to be streamlined. Say you go away on vacation, it reduces errors because you wrote this SOP. It's going to be of quality because you've done this step over and over again. So developing effective SOPs. So this essentially is how a SOP can look. So I just want to go over some definitions. So the purpose of the SOP, you are talking about, what it's essentially for. You want to have the title. So say it's on interview season. The purpose is, what you're going to accomplish with it. The scope is a summary of what you're going to be doing throughout this SOP. Resources or any tools or softwares that you may need. There's prereqs. So say, maybe you need to have a meeting or maybe you have to send a certain email to someone first or you need a password to share drive or something like that. So that's considered a prerequisition. And then the procedure, those are the steps that you write out on everything that you're going to do step by step. And I know it may sound overwhelming, but I'm going to go through the process of how to do it easily. And then, of course, sometimes there's checklists associated with things and then any references. So that could be internal or external things that you can attach to it that you may need to develop the effective SOP. Okay, so this is how we're going to implement it. So a lot of the things you already know because you've been doing it year after year. So you just need to brainstorm and think about, okay, what SOP am I going to do first? And I guess you can work on the next big thing that's probably coming up. Then you want to map it out. So this is a brain dump. You're literally going to get pen and paper. You may be an iPad person. You may be the type of person who likes to type it out, but you're just going to brain dump on how you do any process or any step. And that's mapping it out. You can draw maps, shapes, anything. And then you're going to create it. So you're going to put it together now. You're going to fill it into that template that you saw on the last slide. And then you're going to review and revise it. Give it to somebody else to look at it, see if they can go through those steps. And that's how you know it's efficient. Because sometimes you're writing things out, but you have the step in your mind, but you think you wrote it down, but you didn't. And then you go over it and you're like, oh, I missed that step. So it's always good to actually go through the process to review and revise it. And you have to understand that SOPs are never final. Things are always changing, as we know. No shade to GME, payroll, but every year there's something new. So we want to be able to keep it up to date and know that it's not final. And then, of course, you want to implement it. Share it with your team, share it with your PD or your chief and let them know, like, this is the process. This is how I've been doing things. And then, of course, you want to maintain it. So you want to have a review schedule. whether it be weekly or monthly or quarterly, of how often the changes are happening. It could be when the process is coming up again, you want to say, okay, let me review everything, make sure it's updated. Or as the year goes through, you probably want to update it like that, either weekly or monthly. You want to be open to feedback. So you want to create channels. Maybe you guys have weekly meetings, and no one maybe has to know that you're creating it, but you're in weekly meetings and people are talking about things, and you're like, okay, I can update that. Yeah, that's a good idea for the change in the process. Like, for example, one of my PDs had mentioned for the web ads, that because a lot of the grads, they already graduate and they were sending out the email, they think it's not for them. So she was saying maybe we could send it out a little bit early so they're aware of it. And that's like feedback to say, okay, maybe I can change that process. You want to make sure that you're adapting to change. So you want to stay up to date. And as we know, we get lots of emails to know of what's new. So you just want to make sure you're adaptable to that. And then also continuously improving it. So you want to make changes based on the feedback and the performance data. Maybe you find out there's a more efficient way to do it. You want to update that SOP. Okay, so here's some practical tips on SOP management. Documentation, you want to make sure it's accessible, whether it be in Microsoft Drive or maybe in a Google Drive or wherever. Maybe you have a project management tool that you use. You want to keep it up to date there and accessible for anyone else. Say you go on vacation, they can easily see it and have it. You want to make sure that you're tracking changes or updating it to say, okay, who's next or who last updated it. So it's, the system is flowing and that there's any issues. And then training. So maybe you're training someone on the SOP or maybe somebody else created it and you just want to make sure it's staying up to date, because maybe this is a task that you're handing off. You're no longer doing it. So you want to make sure that it's staying up to date. And then you want to continue to engage with the SOP. Like, don't forget about it. Don't create it and put it to the side. And then the process comes around. You're like, what do I have to do? And then you're like, oh, I have an SOP for it. So, stay engaged with it and continue to improve it. So I want to do a little interactive exercise. I chose because interview season is coming up next. And we can all go through it, do it together. So the title of this SOP that we're going to kind of create, interview season is long, so we'll just start with the basics, the first part. So the title is how to have an amazing interview season. I guess the purpose of it would be to make sure that we match. Anybody want to give a summary? So the scope would be the summary of what the SOP would be about. Any thoughts? You could yell it out. It could be 2 sentences. I'm sorry, say it again. Planning, right. Okay, so the scope. Anyone want to add more to the SOP? No? Okay, so I guess we could add more to it. I'll say that this SOP is to make sure that we're planning effectively for a great interview season, adding on to what you said. Any resources you think that you need, before starting this process? Anyone want to yell it out? Give an idea. Thalamus login. Knowing how to log in. Is any other things that you may need before you start the process? Eris, make sure that you put in any information, and RMP. So that's another thing. And then the procedure. So name the first thing you do. Interview season is coming up. What's the first thing you guys do? Identify dates. And then after you identify the dates, what's the next thing? Review team. Okay. Next thing, I heard something else. No? Anything else? Say it again. Wait for the applications. Okay, yeah. So that's the process that you go through. And you just want to make sure that you're mapping out and writing it down, it can flow year after year and you're not confused as to what I need to do, or if there's a change. It's going to save you a lot of time. And also I just want to, and then, okay, procedure, if you have a checklist, so you can add that on, and then any references as well. And so just to recap on it, you guys just created a SOP. And of course, it wasn't written, but we talked about it. And a SOP, creating it, this is a 6-figure skill to have. So, it is really important to building your residency and keeping it sustainable. You may not be here for the time of the residency, you may move on to other positions and stuff like that. So you want to make sure that when you leave, that the next coordinator or manager or administrator knows exactly what they need to do to make sure that the program flourishes for many years to come. You want to make sure you continue to develop and implement them effectively, have that schedule, adapting to change, getting the feedback, and then also maintaining it to make sure that when it's time to hand it off, that all goes well. Any questions on standard operating procedures? No? Yes.
What do you think of the role of AI in creating them? Do you think that would help with documenting and making that step easier for people?
Absolutely. Yes, that is such a great question. So, what I'm going to recommend, because a lot of the times we have the process in our head, it's probably easy to speak it out. So, I'm going to recommend that you create a video. That you create a video of you talking through the process. Anybody familiar with ChatGPT? Okay, great. So, you're going to take the transcript. Oh, sorry.
Right.
Oh.
What's a conference with a little technical?
Right. So yeah. So if you're familiar with ChatGPT, you're gonna take the transcript, you'll put into ChatGPT, you're gonna talk to it, you'll say, I'm a residency coordinator, I'm creating an SOP on this specific process. Here's the transcript of it, create an SOP for me. You can use the template given so it can know the structure of it, and it'll do it for you in about like less than 5 minutes. So that is an even more efficient way to do it for sure. So AI rocks. Great question. Oh, Chat GPT. Yeah, and you can create an account with it through if you have like Microsoft login or Google Gmail. It's a really cool tool to use. But of course, I recommend you writing it out first, getting the process of writing things out. But for sure, Chat GPT is the quicker way to do it. So if you have any questions on standard operating procedures, you want to pick my brain, you can always email me. I'm open to that. And that is it. You're on a journey to creating a sustainable program. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Chelsea. So I saw Chelsea on a podcast, and she was amazing. And she did talk about standard operating procedures. And I then reached out to her and said, "Hey, can you come to a conference and give a presentation?" And she did a great job. So thank you so much. And basically, SOPs are just your guidelines for anything that you do within your program. Next up on the line, we have Dr. Winklet Knight. Let me get my piece of paper here. Just want to make sure. Hi, Winklet. Dr. Knight is the first coordinator here at Downstate who received their doctorate and has been an amazing resource for Juliet and myself as we continue in the vein. Before I turn the mic over to Winklet. Winklet suffered a brain aneurysm. Am I saying it correctly, Winklet?
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Yep. Many, many years ago, and has been on a steady road of recovery. Last year, she participated in our fireside chat, and we discussed careers and, all of her journeys. And she was an inspiration. That was her first time presenting at any meeting at all. Earlier this year, she submitted an session proposal to NSAMA, the National Society for Academic Medical Administrators. And I'm going to tell you something, the RPCF executive team also submitted a couple abstracts as well. Winklet's was accepted. The RPCF executive committee, well, they wasn't really accepted. All right, but it shows the growth that we have accomplished here at SUNY Downstate. That our coordinators are now going out and representing us on a national stage, and it also speaks to the depth and the knowledge that we possess here at SUNY Downstate. So I think Winklet has shown such fight, such determination. She is fearless, she is intelligent, she's amazing, and she's going to give us a presentation here entitled Building Us, I'm sorry, How Can Program Coordinators Successfully Engage in Identifying Goals and Objectives? Dr. Knight?
Thank you, Kano. Thank you for that introduction. And it's so good to see you all. I wish I was there. I saw all the emails, I saw all the pictures. It must have been an awesome week. So, we're continuing today with skill building. And one aspect of skill building is goal setting. And what I'm going to, one second, my slides are not moving. What I'm going to share is it's based mainly on some my experience, but also some other aspects of goal setting. What's the matter with my thing? One second, please. My slides don't
Winklet, if
seem
you
to be.
like, I can switch the slides for you. Let me know.
Yes, if you could, because mine don't seem to be moving. It's loaded and everything, but they don't seem. I can't even get out of it.
Not a
I'm stuck.
problem. So,
Thank you. So
Maybe try clicking into your slides first and then try advancing it.
say it again.
Click into your PowerPoint and then try to hit like the next arrow. There we go. Yep.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I have no disclosures for this activity. And here are my objectives. I want to define the process of goal setting and develop some elements of goal setting. Also discover why program coordinators need to identify their own goals and explain how goal setting can empower program coordinators. You know, goal setting, I would say, represents an opportunity to grow, to change, to evolve. I don't think it's something that's necessarily intuitive. I think it involves intentionality. It involves purpose. You have to decide, this is what I'm going to do. I think that can differentiate it from just a mere resolution where you say, you know, as of today, I'm not going to eat any more cookies. That's a resolution. You know, goal setting to me it runs deeper. It's more formal, and it's something, as I said, that is more intentional. So the context in which we're looking at this is the fact that the role of the PC continues to grow in complexity and performance. I'm sure those of us who have been in this for long enough, we remember the days when as a PC, you were basically a data gatherer, paper gatherer. You know, there wasn't a lot of depth, if you ask me, to our role. But as the ACGME has changed the way it does business with us, the way it accredits programs, you know, a lot has changed for us. It requires increased knowledge and training to be a productive member of the team. And the PC now becomes a full-fledged partner of the PD in program leadership. So to successfully meet these added responsibilities, it's imperative that PCs formulate personal professional goals. And I stress personal professional goals here because that's different from mere professional goals, which might be connected to your institution or maybe connected to your department or something. This is for us. This is what do we want for ourselves? How do we see ourselves? Where do we want to take our careers? So I thought that we could start with some theoretical foundations for goal setting because I think it's not something that operates in a vacuum, and it's not something that necessarily is intuitive. You know, there is a process. So it's the process of identifying something you want to accomplish and establishing measurable and specific objectives to accomplish that thing. I think assessing goals in this framework formally differentiates them from mere resolutions, as I said before. You want to formalize the process to make your chance is much better to accomplish what you want to accomplish. So goal setting theory, according to Locke and Latham and Ryan, Locke and Latham are very big in this space. The two of them, if you type in anything about goal setting, you're going to come up with Locke and Latham, among other people, but they are going to be prominent. So their goal setting theory is based on the premise that goals affect action. Conscious human behavior is purposeful and regulated by individual goals. And if you think about that, in our everyday lives, right now everybody's in the APE, the ADS, we're in all those A's. And every day, subconsciously, we get up, we think to ourselves, okay, I have to get to question 56 on the APE. On the ADS, I got to finish this section or whatever. Those are goals. Those are almost subconscious goals. The goals I'm thinking of are more targeted. They're more, as I said, intentional. They're about us. What do I want for myself? More specifically, Locke and Latham define goals as the objective or aim of an action. For example, to attain a specific standard of proficiency, usually within a specified time. So setting goals gives us a clear understanding of our expectations of ourselves and helps us to remain focused. The central argument suggests that goals can affect behavior, as we said before, and that as long as they're measurable, specific, and challenging, they can improve performance. So, this speaks to acting consciously, thinking about what we want to do. How can I do this? What's available to me in terms of resources? The literature also suggests that personality and motivation are major factors in goal crafting and achievement, and better outcomes are more likely for those who intentionally, as I said, set goals. So why would we need goals? Well, they frame all our professional activities, as I gave that example before, and they aid us in sharpening our focus so we become strategic and even innovative achievers. Locke and Latham posit that employee motivation increases with goal setting. Also, the intensity of our actions and emotions work in tandem with the difficulty and value of the goal. So, basically, Locke and Latham, they're saying that thinking about the difficulty as if the level of challenge that's contained in that goal will rule our we put out to achieve that goal. We also impact our emotions. McLeod, Coates, and Heatherton found that goal setting significantly improved subjective well-being because it increased positivity about the future. I think that this speaks to mental well-being. If we have goals, if we have something that we want to achieve, then it's more likely that our mental well-being will be positively impacted. So how should we assess these goals? Well, the framework that I think we could use is their relevance to healthcare trends and policies, because since we're all we're in the healthcare game, so, is it relevant to where we work, to our environment? Can they drive operational excellence and innovation? Can they motivate us to do better? Can they leverage feedback to refine them? As we will probably mention later, discussing them with a friend, a close friend, can help us to decide whether it makes sense. Having someone, speak back to us about them can, maybe reframe it in our minds or something like that. They should be reassessed at least biannually for progress. They can help to project future career paths, and we should also divide them into short or long-term goals. Dividing them into short and long-term goals, I think, is important because if it's a long-term goal, but we're thinking short-term, You can see the frustration already, if there's a lack of achievement or if there is too much time, if we think there's too much time, in terms of achieving that goal. It's important to delineate them, short or long. We need to know. So I have some, just a few examples of some vague goals. I want to return to school. I want to be better at my job. I want to save more money. These are examples right here of vague goals. They're almost close to resolutions. But some of the same goals, if you make them more specific, more measurable, that can change our frame of mind. That can change our trajectory. I want to lose 15 pounds by December 31. Because I want to be better at my job, I will write down my areas for improvement. I want to save more money. I will begin with my next paycheck. If you look at all of these, you will see that they contain some kind of a plan. They're specific. There's something more behind them than just a sentence, I want to do this. It's more than I want to do. It's intentionality. So how can it empower us as coordinators? It can empower a leadership journey. It can increase PC motivation and organizational commitment and stimulate a future thinking mindset. That's from McLeod et al. And engender positive emotions, increase confidence and belief in our own abilities. It creates a dynamic and supportive environment. These are different ways that goals can change the way we think, the way we see ourselves, where we see our careers going. So there are some elements of a successful goal setting. And, I know there are quite a few here, but you can pick and choose what you want to think about. So first of all, I would say, what are my knowledge gaps? How can I work towards closing those gaps? How is there something that I'm sort of lacking on my job as I go through my day? I think being purposeful, writing them down can help. Decide what skills are needed to reach these goals. How can I do it? Do I need to take a course? Do I need to speak to someone? Do I need to do some research on the internet? Include a timeline for accomplishing each goal. As I said, writing them down, embracing lifelong learning. What resources are available to me? What is my plan to overcome potential barriers? Of all of these, I think one of the most important is embracing lifelong learning. Lifelong learning, I think, helps us to manage change because, there's nothing constant. Everything changes. The ACGME is always changing, whatever the requirements are. And I think that when we come from a frame of mind, when we come from a perspective of embracing lifelong learning, I think that when change comes, we will, our perspective is different. We think to ourselves, this is something new. I could learn something new instead of just putting up a wall and being resistant. Change is difficult. I mean, nobody can argue with that. But I think the difficult can be mitigated if we embrace lifelong learning. So here are some principles from Locke and Latham for successful goal setting. So commitment to the goal, very important. Degree of clarity or specificity, very important. As I said, in those examples that I gave, vague and clear. A balance between challenge and attainability. If it's too difficult, then we can experience some form of frustration. We may want to give up. The complexity of the goal could negatively impact morale, productivity, and motivation, very similar to challenge. Feedback. Feedback is very important, and that speaks to what I said before about having someone close to us sort of evaluate what we're thinking of doing, someone who knows us, someone who, for want of a better word, will tell us about ourselves. Feedback allows self-reflection, encouragement, and changes to be made where needed. I think that I cannot overstate the idea of having feedback, the idea of someone who can uh, help us to frame those goals, someone who knows us, someone who, if we are resistant or something like that, they can provide some form of encouragement. And I do just, forgive the personal example, but I remember when I got sick, and I've lost 5 or 6 weeks of my life. I don't remember when I was in the hospital, but when I went to rehab, and that's when I sort of came to myself. And the physical therapists and the occupational therapists, they came and evaluated me. I don't remember that, but they came and they wanted to work with me. But I told them, go away. I don't want to talk to any of you. I'm not doing anything. Let me stay in my wheelchair, because at the time I was confined to a wheelchair. I could not walk. I told them I didn't want to do anything. And then I got PT from hell, and she yelled at me and she told me I was going to do it. In that context, I needed someone like that. She came at me, she yelled at me, and then she went and got the other one, and he came and yelled at me too. And they yelled at me. And in all of that, there was like a line in the sand. I said, once I stepped over that line, I didn't look back. And I think it was because they yelled and, they told me about myself. You're going to do this, and so on. And sometimes we need that. And in goal setting, sometimes, as I said, who can tell us about ourselves. They were telling me about myself. You're going to do it. Someone who can say to you, you're going to do it. Or someone who can say, you have a strength over here that you're neglecting. Why don't you lean into that? So the feedback it's very, very, very important. Okay, here is a very easy way to begin. And, you don't need any elaborate to begin thinking about goals, because I had my goals, but I don't even know if I didn't follow anything formal. But this is a way to begin, because everybody thinks differently, and some of us need stimulation, some of us need a framework. And here it is, the SMART method. Very easy. All you have to do, wake up one morning, be in your comfortable space, get a pad and pen, write that down, put something, start with just brainstorm, write some things down. The hardest part, as I will say later, is to begin. To begin is the hardest part, but I'm telling you, once you begin, it's doable. So they should be specific, the goals, they should be measurable. You can say, look back from A to B. Attainable, I can reach for it. Relevant to your job. Time bound. Between A and B, this is what I want to do. So, possible outcomes of goal setting: career advancement and satisfaction, ability to successfully manage change, ability to develop leadership qualities, and the ability to embrace lifelong learning. Initiating and moving towards goal accomplishment. As I said before, the most difficult part, just begin. It becomes easier with time. If you stumble, take note of the genesis of the problem, quickly keep moving forward. Quickly keep moving forward. I cannot emphasize that enough. Don't sit there in the negativity. Figure it out. What happened? Let me get up and go again. Carefully select someone to whom you can be continually accountable, and try to anticipate potential obstacles. You don't want those obstacles coming at you out of left field. You can't anticipate everything, but we can put some things on paper that, maybe, may sort of come at us, may complicate things. So we can look at that, look for that. Other thoughts on goal setting. There's a whole big body of literature out there on goal setting. So, in 30 minutes, there's no way for us to cover it. This is just, a drop in the ocean, so to speak. But I just wanted to give you some other thoughts that others have written. So Bressler et al., an optimistic approach increases the likelihood of success. Latham and Lott may say that goal setting is a more powerful motivator than monetary incentives. They did a study to come to that conclusion. And also, people with high efficacy are more likely to set challenging goals and commit to them. And I took one thing that we had in one of the previous slides, one of the outcomes of goal setting. And I sort of expanded on that because I want you to see that you just have to take one thing, and then you take that one thing on a trajectory and you see how it changes your life. So for example, if it can begin a leadership journey, maybe as a coordinator, you did not realize that you have leadership potential. But by setting some goals and by, some kind of goal accomplishment, then you may realize, wait, I can do this. I can lead others. I have something to say. I can do something to improve, my work situation. You can motivate people. Goals can also direct attention to relevant behaviors and away from detrimental behaviors. Very, very powerful. But I just want to stress this piece about it, beginning a leadership journey. It's something that you may not have thought about. Anybody could, everybody can say, I want to lead, but not everybody should lead. Some of us should sit down. But you set some goals, and then you something positive comes out of it, and you start to realize that there's something in you that can be better, that you can develop, that can influence other people, that can sort of serve others into greatness. It's, goal setting is very, 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 very powerful. So here we are as an expansion on what I just said. A PC's interest in leadership development can lead to impacts such as a personal vision change. As I just said, you can change the way you think. Your horizons can change. If you think to yourself, I can be a leader, I can do something, I can develop something, I can change something. You can create a safe environment in your workplace for those you work with, for the residents. Sometimes a resident may not want to go to the leadership with a problem because, these people have my career in their hands. I don't want to talk to them about this. But that safe space, we have that in neurology. The residents, if they don't want to talk to MDs, they can come and talk to the ladies in the office. We listen. We know what to do, and you can do that. And some of us are doing that already. You can influence the workplace culture. If you as part of leadership development, sort of the workplace, make it a more positive environment. If it's not, you can change that. Empathy for others. That's that can include not the residents, even our bosses, those around us. If we can empathize with them and what they're going through, what they're feeling, that's also a part of leadership. We can advise others if someone is struggling. We can give them some advice. We can speak with them. We can give them some resources. Someone may be new to the department. They don't know. You help them know, help them find out. When I came to Downstate, a lot of people did that for me. I didn't know anything about anything. First thing I did was wrong. And the lady was very, very patient with me. She said, let me show you. She showed me we can do that for others, instead of being hostile. Okay, so my take home message is that we all have the capacity to articulate and achieve our personal and professional goals. Anybody can do this. This is not for A and not B. No, it's for everyone. Anybody can do that. Goal setting raises the bar for potential and pushes us beyond our expectations. And the SMART method makes it easy. And I just want to talk for 1 minute about raising the bar for potential. When I came out of rehab and I went back to work, I just thought to myself, okay, this is life. Life moves along at a measured pace. Here I am. And I just said, okay, so I'll just be here and I'll just do a few things around here. I really did not have any big plans, if you will, mainly because of my walking. I didn't see myself as being able to do anything more than what I was doing at work. But one day I thought about the possibility of going back to school. And I have to tell you, even when I entered the program, I did not know that I had to travel so much. And so I ended up doing a lot of traveling to take classes. We had at CDC, NIH, all over the place. I had to go. But, I was a little afraid. I was a little concerned. My mother was concerned. But I still went. And you know what? It was good for me because it taught me to be independent. It taught me to live with my limitations. But there were people there who helped me, a lot of people. And that can happen when you start setting goals, when you start achieving them. People come out of the woodwork to help you. I had so much help physically everywhere I went. So for example, everywhere I went, there was a wheelchair because some of these places are massive. You could never, I couldn't keep up with the walking. And people took turns pushing my wheelchair, and so I got to go around and so on, and a lot changed for me mentally from going back to school. A lot changed. It wasn't just, as they say, the book learning. It was my whole trajectory changed, my whole perspective changed, and it started with me thinking I could do something different. I could think differently, and sort of just stepping over that line. The part where I said you can just begin, that's stepping over a line. That's saying I can do this. And you guys, you can do this. If you're thinking about doing something different, whatever it may be, it doesn't have to be going back to school or anything, that it may be something else. You can do it. Just take the first step. Just begin. That's my message. And then these references are, most of them are in the presentation, but I included a few extra ones if anybody is interested to acquire more information. So I want to thank you for listening to me. Any questions, any comments?
Hey, can I have a round of applause for our Dr. Winklet Knight?
Thank you. Thank you.
Now I
Thank
know
you.
that
Thank you,
I'm
Tina.
gonna take some of your break time because I like to talk. But Winklet responds very well to yelling, and she said it herself. So when we were preparing to the fireside chat last year, everybody was like, "Oh, my Zoom isn't working. Persons weren't showing up to the rehearsal meeting." So I sent a scathing email, and I was like, "Y'all are not going to embarrass me in front of all these people. We have these
Oh
online
boy.
people who have paid their money and they're expecting a quality product. There's no day on earth I am going to walk out there." And I went off. And when Clet responded, "Kino, I'm sorry." So I was like, "I really wasn't talking to you." And she was like, "I'll do better, do better." And this presentation here shows the growth that has occurred over the course of a year. This shows when you apply yourself and you have a goal in mind, because from
Yeah.
where she started, this presentation is the application of goal setting. And it's amazing to see that once you put your mind to something, how powerful that mind is.
Yeah.
I'm going to share another little thing. We did the Ensama presentation, and when I first saw it, it was all over the place. She had
Right.
four.
That's true. That's true. I
She had
remember.
like
Yeah, that's true.
four. This is what I want for you, and then she said, "Well, I think I want this for you." It was like different thing. I was like, "No, no, no! You need to condense this. You need to do a history." I didn't know about Lock and Load or Lock and Seth. I didn't know who the Lock Theory is, but now you got a whole history, and this is somebody who has taken whatever tools, resources that have been made available to her and utilize it. You know, SOPs, goal setting, all of these terminologies, we've been doing these things. We just didn't know that we were. And we do it on a daily basis. For instance,
Right.
when I came up with this well-being program for my dissertation, it was something that we had. So we had the educational retreat. We had the awards and recognition. We had certain well-being things, but nobody necessarily put all of it together. And what Chelsea and what Winklet has done is put things together for us to utilize it. And these are tools that we can use every day. Does anybody have any comments or any questions? I'll have to bring the mic to you because she is on Zoom. Winklet joins us from Georgia.
Hi, it's Robin Gitman. Thank you so much. I think the underlying themes of growth mindset and post-traumatic growth are really important for how we push ourselves through. Are those things that you think about? Is that a theme, Kino, maybe for a future, right, trauma-informed care? Because we've all been through some type of trauma, which is activated but different for all of us, and how we find that ability to get started. I'm curious if any of those thoughts were in your mind as you were putting this together for us as a guide, or if that's maybe something that we can think about for another time, Kino. As a general comment.
Well, when I was putting it together, I didn't necessarily think about attach it to my journey. It was maybe last night or the night before. I thought I don't know. I saw the connection, I think, with that and my and my journey. So, but I think it's something to be explored. I think there may be some connection that could be drawn if we look at it from the perspective as something that's very difficult to begin. It's not easy for some people to begin. Everybody's different. You know, some people embrace differences or change, faster than others. So I think it's something that we could expand on.
Winklet, I have a special someone here who wants to say something.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Gisela Burnett, and Winklet has been my mentor all these years when I came to urology. And I could honestly say urology could not be without her in her leadership role. So, Winklet, thank you for empowering empowering me in so many ways. And it is an honor and a privilege to be sitting here with you and everyone else. So, thank you. Very
Thank you
empowering.
so much. Thank you, Gisela. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
All right. Anybody has anything else? If not, thank you, Winklet, for a great presentation. We are going to break
Thank you,
quickly for
Kino.
lunch. For yeah, we're
Thank
going to break to have there's some snacks and some refreshments to the back. All right, everyone. See
Thank you
you
for
guys.
having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming through. Great presentation. All right.
Okay. Mm, mm.
All right. Y'all get come. All right. So we are gonna start back. Uh, I like the networking that's taking place here. Okay, so I am going to let Miss Chantel Litrin, my co-MC, introduce our next speakers.
All right. Great. Thank you, Kino. So now that we all had a little coffee or some breakfast, I guess we could put a little pep in our step, as they say. So, welcome back. That was a great presentation when Clet gave us, and her story resonates with a lot of us, especially with me. Sometimes we don't know what a coordinator or other members of our team goes through. And for her to have such resilience, it gives us such encouragement and, able to push forward. Like some of our issues are nothing besides what other people's issues are. So thank you, Winklet. That was a great presentation. Okay, and moving along, so I'm gonna do a survey. Um, how many of us here would like to reach out to someone over the phone um, to assure them that they're taking the right steps in meeting a task, whether it's calling ERAS, calling New Innovations? If you're anything like me, I'm at that phone. Hello, ERAS. How do I do this? Oh, did you send a coin? Where is that coin? Where do we get that coin? New Innovations, they know me by first name basis or friendly basis. So if you're like me, we like that other person at the end of the phone guiding us through, making sure that we're doing everything that we need to do correctly. The only organization I don't call is ACGME. I'm afraid they'll give me a citation, so or our program. But however, today we have an expert from AMC that will speak to you, or at least in person, on building your skills through ERAS. Richard Peng, Richard Peng works for the Association of American Medical Colleges as a program leader in ERAS. He joined the AAMC in 2015 and has extensive experience working directly with learners, medical residency and fellowship program, and medical schools and GME, and persons like me calling consistently to say, okay, so what do I do next? So please put your hands together and welcome Richard Pang from ERAS.
So we are our second technical difficulty of the morning. Um, we are looking for Richard. Richard's probably looking for us. So, is Julie on? Hey, Julie.
Yes,
How you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
I am great. Julie, we're gonna ask you to move up into. I know you cannot step in Richard's place, but we're gonna ask you to move up on our schedule. And I know that Talmus is ready, raring, and willing to go.
Yes.
All right, good. So, Chantel is going to introduce Julie. So we're gonna make a little switch between Julie and Richard while we find Richard, and hopefully Richard finds us. Chantel, you're gonna give a brief introduction, and thank you for being a great sport. And this is this. So I'm gonna tell y'all, this is a good instance of Talmus right here. All right, this looks very good on Talmus that they are willing to go above and beyond and step beyond what they do, what is needed to get the job done.
All right, great. Thank you, Julie, for accommodating us and being so flexible. I like her bio. The first thing I went down to was Julie thrives on Coca-Cola and chaos, much like the coordinators here, or at least me. Mine is not Coca-Cola, it's coffee and chaos. Um, coffee and chaos. Um, For the past 5 years, Julie's worked with MedHub as both a client success manager and most recently as a solution engineer. Um, as an account manager for Thalamus, she helps individual programs and institutions improve the recruitment process. She's worked in as a education coordinator for child neurology program at Mayo Clinic for over 10 years. Please put your hands together for me for Julie as she presents to us today.
Thank you very much. Well, I appreciate the invitation to be able to be here today. And I'm not sure why my camera is not working, but when I get to the thalamus video part, you'll be able to see me in person then. And everybody can hear me?
Please hold on 1 second for me. Yes, we can hear you. I thought this was totally cool that Julie used our pick in her presentation. All right. So shout out to Julie.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, because this is about you guys. It's not about me. It's not about Thalamus. We want you to succeed in this recruitment journey. So again, I appreciate the time here. Again, just a little bit about me. I had over a decade of experience working in GME as an education coordinator. I loved every moment of it. And yes, I thrive on Coca-Cola and chaos. I feel like every coordinator has to thrive chaos at some point because that is essentially what happens in that role. So it is, we are all built from the same cloth, I think. So a little bit about Team Thalamus. We are actually celebrating our 10-year anniversary. So this year is a great year for us. We've made a lot of changes. That team picture was taken about a year and a half ago, and our team has more than doubled since then. With the collaboration with the AAMC, we have grown our team tremendously, and I am one of the people that is not pictured there. I have been here since, well, 11 months, honestly, and it has been an exciting 11 months. Thalamus is a mission-driven organization. We are very focused on closing the gaps of access for everyone and increasing the diversity in medicine. So a little bit about the collaboration. So the AAMC and Thalamus have formed this collaboration, and as part of that collaboration, every ARIS program gets some products for free. So there are 5 total products within the Thalamus suite. Thalamus Core, and when you hear people talk about Thalamus, this is really what they're talking about. Thalamus Core is for you guys. This is the interview scheduling and management piece of this. This is how you invite applicants to interview, how you develop scorecards or evaluations of them, how you develop your rank list. That is all included in Thalamus Core, and that is free to all ARIS programs. Now, if you are a non-ARIS program and you like what you see today, you can purchase the core product to help with your program's recruitment. But we'll focus today on all of the products. Itinerary Wizard. This is a streamlined way to build your itineraries, those day-to-day events that are happening the day of your interview. And Cerebellum. Cerebellum is the data and analytics dashboard that happens behind the scene. Now I'm excited because I get to show you all of these things today. We do have two other products that are available for an additional fee. So Cortex is our tech-assisted holistic application review. And this is really the start of the journey of the recruitment and application review process for programs. And then Thalamus Video is just a video platform that was built for GME. So a couple things, ARIS and PDWS, they're not going away. That will still be where you get your applications, and I'll show you how to get your applications from there into Thalamus. Thalamus Core, though, is replacing ARIS Scheduler. So ARIS Scheduler is sunset now and will not be available to use. We did build an API integration this year. So for the past year, our engineers have been working tirelessly on this to be able to get this available. So if any of you have used Thalamus in the past, you had to export your applicants into a CSV file and import them and the pictures also. That's all done. You will never have to do that now. What you will do is go in and authorize, and all of that information is going to flow between the two systems. And if you have not already, you can opt in to use ARIS or to use Thalamus via the PDWS. So the API integration that I mentioned, I don't know, I kind of chuckle. I am a very non-technical person that works for a tech company. And so I always think of the API integration as like, picture Wreck-It Ralph and how the characters can flow between different video games. Well, that's essentially what an API does. It pulls and pushes information between systems. And so what we've done is built this so that you do not have to do any extra manual labor to be able to get your applicants into Thalamus. So if you are using Cortex, for example, this is what when you log into PDWS, you will come in here and you will select your applicants, and then you will, from the Actions tab, you will select to authorize to push them into Cortex. And that is as easy as it gets. You submit and the magic happens. Now, if you are not using Cortex, and again, that's completely okay, you will do the exact same thing, except you will push it into Thalamus Core. So very simple and easy, regardless of which system you are using, you will be able to get that data in where you need it to be. So Thalamus Holistic Review, when we think about our applications from the point of application to the rank list and match piece of it, I always refer to that as the applicant's journey. And their journey with our programs is a very special and unique thing. And so we want to encompass all of that. So when we talk about Thalamus Holistic Review, it starts with the application review. And so when we think about using Cortex to review our applications, it just starts that journey and keeps it all in one place. And so you are able to create scorecards, for example, that are part of that review process of the application in deciding who you are going to invite to interview. And then similar scorecards are used to assess their interview. And that can all roll up into a variety of ways. And we're excited because this year you can actually see all of that on the rank list. And so I'll be able to show you that. Scorecards. So one of the greatest things that we've done over this past year is redevelop our scorecards. So scorecards are essentially your evaluations. So whether you are evaluating or scoring the application or evaluating or scoring during an interview, we call those scorecards. Now, scorecards are very configurable. So we actually provide 6 scorecards, and you can create your own. And again, I'll show you all of this. But what is new this year is multiple question types. And so you are able to now have more flexibility in your scoring. And so it's very exciting. This is what a scorecard looks like for your faculty reviewers or your interviewers. Within Cortex, again, when we think about that holistic review, we've also created an assignments page. So you as the administrator or the coordinator are able to have oversight of where people are in that process of reviewing the applications. And so you can see my faculty are across the top, my applicants are across the side, and you can see who has completed those scorecards and who has not. You are also able to see some preferences given here, so recommendations, and I'll show you that in the product also, but it's a great oversight, and this is new this year. Rank list. This is my favorite part of Thalamus, I will say. You now have the ability to export your rank list and provide score comparisons. And again, I'll show you the rank list when we get in there. There are also multiple rank list viewing options. So you'll see a list view and you'll see what I call a baseball card style view. So let's jump into this because I know this is what everybody has been waiting for. So again, following the journey of our applicants, you can see that we will start with Cortex. Again, Cortex is a paid product, but I just want to be able to give you just an idea of what it does. We will spend most of our time in Thalamus Core. So Cortex is where you would review your application. And this is exactly what it looks like when your faculty log in. I don't have a photo of Barry Gibb, but you can see photos of all of my other applicants. You can put blinders in place so that faculty members, faculty reviewers are unable to see information. So for example, I can blind photos. You can blind gender. You can blind a variety of different features. You can also have keywords. So keywords are words that will be searched within the personal statements. A lot of times these are words that are important to, the success of applicants within your program, of residents within your program, or attributes of your program, or the location even. Now, of course, I came from, I still live in Minnesota. I'm sure you can hear my accent. But so I would not put snow in here, even though that would be somebody that would be successful, would be able to have snow. But it's pretty fun to be able to put different words in here. And how that all plays out then is you have the ability to sort your applicants by keyword count. So if I do keyword count high to low, I'm going to take my blinders off here. You will be able to see keyword count here. So in this applicant, if, rural health was important to my program, this person talked about rural health 7 times in that personal statement, which means to me that that is an important attribute that they're looking for within a program. This one, for example, has research mentioned 4 times. If my focus was research, this would be a great applicant. Either way, when I click into this applicant, I can come in and see the application. It's in a great way to view it. Research was important for this person. I can come in and view their publications. As a faculty member, I can come in and complete the scorecard here. This is a scorecard that has already been completed. You can see the answers there. I submitted it just this morning and I added a note. These are the actual documents of the application. So you can break it down into those different pieces. So your faculty reviewers would come in and look at those different components to it. This is the assignment page. And what this does is, again, provides that oversight of where you are, of where people are in their review process. The little teal colored number here is the recommendation that faculty reviewers have made about what to do with this applicant. And so you're able to do that. Now, if we decide we want to invite all of these, we can, multi-select, and we will then export them into Thalamus Core, where you will take over then and start scheduling and managing the interview process. That is very good. Then I will jump into Thalamus Core. So now that you have reviewed your applicants and decided who you are going to invite, we will jump into Thalamus Core. When you log in, this is what you will see. It will bring you to this Programs tab, and there's a lot of different settings here that you are able to manage and control. You might wonder why you are adding in, program logos, leadership, things like that. It's because you are building a profile. So this profile page is what applicants see when you invite them to interview. They don't see this beforehand at all, but just a quick rundown. You will see the opportunity to select social media links for them. There is this about the program info page. I've seen some very elaborate pages recently, and it was very exciting. But you can see here, I have links to things like the sample contract, benefits, anything that you need to provide to applicants, you are able to add here. You can do links, you can do attachments, you can do videos. You can actually embed one video also and have that information there. So the opportunity to really give the attributes and the great things about your program. You can choose what appears here also. You can put contact and travel information, salary information, weather. This is a great place to not put Minnesota weather in winter. So I probably would not have put that, but you can see here the ability to do that. Again, that is what your applicants see when you invite them to interview. You have a calendar here with your calendar dates. These are the days of your interviews, not the individual events, but the days of the interviews. If I come back a month, you'll see here as applicants start to sign up for your interview days, you will see these fill up. So this is a day that has every slot taken. I can come in and view the details and view each of these individuals and what is going on. I also have the ability to look at itineraries. So for this example, this is a day in the past. So of course I have itineraries built. This is what itineraries look like. Oh, let me get a different day that is full. Once you get closer to the interview, you are going to come in here and build those events that are happening the day of the interview. Again, you'll have applicants already filled in for those slots, but you can see the color coding here. I think the color is our way of keeping some of that chaos under control. These are the interviews that are happening. If you have a faculty member, for example, that is pulled away and isn't able to interview, you simply are going to come in here and select a different faculty member the day of. Now we do have that itinerary builder that builds these itineraries for you. You are able to put faculty information in, availability, and then tell the system essentially like everybody has to have an orientation information meeting and 2 interviews with faculty and 1 with the program director. And it walks you through all of this, of course, and it will develop this itinerary. As you are developing them, they remain unpublished until you are ready to share them. So nobody can see this until you mark this as published. And at that time, you can now notify people that there is an itinerary available for them to view. And so now a notification has been sent and they will come in and look at this information. How you invite people to interview is that you create email templates. So these are the emails that can be automated to go out to your applicants. And ultimately that the first one that is sent out is that interview invitation. Now we have system templates in place. These get the job done. You'll see here that we use tokens or short code as we call it. So it is pulling the information from the applicants, from the application. But you can also customize these messages. You can use HTML coding, again, using tokens, different fonts, different colors. You customize this message to what you want it to be. Now, I guarantee everybody who's gone through recruitment already has these in place, so you can copy and paste in here to get that done. Now, once you get your emails in place, then you are going to send out an invitation. So my applicant list is here. This is what I've pushed in from Cortex. These are my applicants. I have a lot of color here because I am going to reset things here. Remove match. Yeah. Okay, so this is what your applicant's application space will look like. There is information at the top here. We do have the ability to have tiers and scheduling groups. And what this does is that it provides the opportunity to give preference to groups of people. So for example, if you had medical students that rotated through to your program and you want to make sure that they are given an opportunity to interview, you can put them in a medical student group. Then when you create your interview days, you can say, we will take, 10 categorical and 1 medical student on each of those days. And then the medical students are guaranteed a spot in those days, for example. So a lot of variety in ways that you can manage that. Interview status, this is nothing that you actually do. Thalamus moves applicants through this process as they go through that journey. So by the end of your interview season, your applicants will all be over here. And tags. So tags are something customizable to you. There are no tags in the system when you log in, but you can create tags that might be important to your program or that, different attributes that you want to see. So again, kind of following this pattern, if global health is important to my program and I've tagged people that are global health, then I can filter this way. If I wanted to invite all of these folks to interview, I would multi-select, come over here, invite to interview. Now, mine have already been invited, but it's as easy as doing that. Select which message, email template I want. You can create surveys to use if you want to send a survey. And I'm going to do that also. And then I'm going to invite. And now these applicants will get an email notification that they are invited to interview. They will come in then and select their interview date. And again, then this process continues through. Now, scoring, I know I talked about this in my PowerPoint a little bit, but scoring really has overgone and overhauled this year. What we have done, and this is exactly what you get when you log in to look at the score administration, everything here is already pre-built. We beta tested this with about 50 programs last year, and they provided feedback, and we made continued changes to be able to get things where they need to be. But essentially what we've done is we've built competencies. So these are my competencies that we have created. And then within each competency, there are questions. So for example, academic performance. These are questions that refer to academic performance. And so what you end up doing is you build your competencies and your questions, and from there you build scorecards. Now, 6 scorecards are already included. These are new scorecards that I developed and haven't added questions to, but just to be able to show you that you can use what is here or you can build your own. If we come in here to this interview scorecard, these are the questions that have been created and added to this scorecard. Now, if I wanted to add additional questions, I would come in here and just select which questions I wanted to include. There are other options within your scorecard, and this is kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, but you are able to actually weigh different questions. And I know program directors get pretty excited about this. So within this question, within this scorecard, if we say good fit for our program and culture is more important than anything else, we can come in here and weigh this. Let's say that's going to be 25% of the score, and then it will auto weigh the others unless you give those weight also. So it's pretty exciting, all of the things that you can do. Again, now you can use different question types as we've described. And then you can give weight to different individuals. So if you're a program director, you want them to have more weight than your program interviewers or reviewers, you can do that. And I will say, this is my favorite tab, the math tab. A lot of program directors kind of dive into this and they want to know the ins and outs of all of it. So you don't have to explain it to them. You can give them this and they are able to see that. Now, how this all plays out. So I've just covered a information about scoring and scorecards. And what I want to just show is that there's actually 3 different scores within Thalamus. And so again, when we look at that holistic review, it starts with that Cortex application score, and then it moves into the core interview score, and then an overall score. And so there are all of these different ways to be able to view that and see this information. Now, the overall score is what drives the rank list. And so you can decide, what do you want to be included in your rank list score? I want the interview, the program director's interview evaluation, and let's say the coordinator. I think the coordinators should actually be 50% of the score. And I feel like everybody in the room would agree with me. And so you can do that. So, you can spread this out. My point in showing all of this is that there's so much flexibility in how you do that. So it would be important to put your scores in here. The reason for that is because Thalamus is developing your rank list behind the scenes. And I am going to reset my ranks here. So I said before that there are 3 different scores. There's a Cortex application score, that's the review, the core interview score, and then the overall score. The components from both of those can be included in here. Thalamus develops this rank list based on this overall score, and you can see here, this is what the rank list looks like going down. There's a lot of information here. You here and open this panel and see some details. You can see the scores. You can look at interview scores. If there were notes in there, you would be able to see notes. Let me show you that actually quick. I know I have notes in there for David. You're able to see all of that. Rockstar, this is my favorite note because nobody knows what that means. But you can see here that notes would appear. If you had applications in here, you would be able to see that document also. So all of this information is at your fingertips during your rank meeting. Now, I mentioned that baseball card style. Here it is. Regardless of what view you are in, when you get into your rank meeting, you know that David is your top candidate, even though his overall score might have been a little lower. You're just going to drag and drop. And now David is at your top. You can look and see how many places you have moved them in that rank meeting or that rank list and kind of move around here. Now, I'm old school when I was a coordinator and had to create a PowerPoint slide deck with 1 slide for every applicant with all of the information that I went and gathered. This takes the place of that. When we think about efficiency and time, this is really an essential piece, which is why this is important to me. That is the rank list. Now, the one thing I haven't shown you yet is Thalamus video. So on the day of the interviews, both your faculty members and your applicants will have a schedule. And this is what it looks like. They will come in here and they will have a schedule, and these events will be here. Now, if you do not use Thalamus video, that is okay. You are able to use Zoom links for your virtual interviews. I know we've seen a lot of programs that are starting to go back to in-person interviews, or at least offering them. When you set up your interview days, you will designate what platform you are using, and you'll have this information. But you can see here that I would go through my day. If I really wanted to, and I was using Zoom, I can come in here and complete my scorecard. Again, very easy to do for your faculty members. But if I was using Thalamus video, there, now you can see me. Hi. This is what it would look like. So Thalamus video gives you this exact same view of the scorecard, but you are in your interview space, which is very exciting. So if I'm a faculty member, I would come in here, meet with my interview my applicants, and then I would come in here and do my scoring right within this view. It makes it very easy for them. Hopefully you're not chasing scorecards also, or evaluations. That is an important piece. I'm going to end this now because I want to show you what you guys see when you use Thalamus video. You are able to see a big picture view. I know that I am virtual. You guys are in person. Imagine raising your hand if you use Zoom and you play air traffic controller and you're moving people from breakout room to breakout room. That goes away with Thalamus Video. So when you create your itineraries, Thalamus Video is actually creating a separate link for every single event that's happening, and the applicants and faculty members go through their day. You have this big picture view and you can see where everybody is, what rooms are being used, and who is in each of those rooms. You can send in a virtual knock and be able to identify that and let them know, like, hey, your time is running down. You can send in a notification so it dings to them. You can actually end the meeting. So I think we all have that one faculty member whose mission is to be late. You can end their meeting if they are running overtime. And then you can also join meetings. So you have a lot of control without moving people from breakout room to breakout room if you are using Thalamus Video. Again, if you are not using Thalamus Video, that is okay. Your applicants would just join the Zoom meeting and your faculty, and then you would move them from there. So I have covered a lot of information in a short amount of time. The last thing I do want to show, though, is Cerebellum. So this is included in the collaboration, the complementary features. Cerebellum is really the data behind the scenes. And when you think about using Thalamus, you know, from Cortex all the way through Match, you will have very accurate data in here. There is just recruitment information, you know, how many invitations you sent, how many you completed, all of that information. But this is your DEI recruitment outcomes. And so when we look at those categories that applicants can identify as, those are listed here. What Cerebellum is doing is telling you how many applicants were in the specialty that identified in these different categories, how many of them ended up applying to your program, and again, invited, scheduled, completed, ranked, and matched through that journey of recruitment within your program. Where were they? There is also a DEI matrix that breaks down even further. So what this does is for those applicants who have identified in more than one category. So in this instance, my program had 30 applicants that identified as Asian, and of those 30, 3 also identified as white. So it breaks all of this information down for you. There's a geographic map that shows you where your applicants came from. You can zoom in and zoom out. If I zoom out, you can see your international applicants. I can zoom in and see more details. I'm not going to zoom in any further because I have live data in here. But of course, as you get closer, you can also click on these numbers and that will show you the exact, those applicants that were in that area. The last piece that you get is interview, some insight. So you are able to see when your program sent out invitations in comparison to those in your specialty, and when you completed your interviews in comparison to those in your specialty. So there's a lot of information that is just being compiled for you behind the scenes. Okay. I just covered a whole lot of information, as I mentioned. I would like to pause here and see if there are any questions that people might have about Thalamus.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm well. For the Thalamus interview, do it record and keep the recording of the interview?
It does not, no.
Any other questions for Julie?
Hello. This year I'm trying Thalamus, but I'm a bit afraid. Now, is it something I can just leave by the wayside and do the usual way? Or this is something that basically will be accounted for, like accountable to the interviewing process? Like, how accountable is it?
Yes. So Thalamus is optional. It is available for people to use if they want to. And of course, we think that everybody should use it because it's an amazing product. But yes, you do not have to use it. Now, some institutions are requiring programs to use it. And part of that is because they also have a cerebellum dashboard that they have recruitment and DEI statistics across the institution, and also in comparison to population census. So there, again, it kind of depends on what your institution is doing, but you can continue to do recruitment the way that you've done it in the past.
Julie, I believe that our institution, where it's mandatory this year that we use Thalamus,
Okay,
we don't have a choice. Last year we did, but not this year.
got it.
Okay.
Well, that is the answer then.
All right. We have a few other questions. Hold on.
Perfect.
Hi, Julie. Natasha Henry here, Department of Pathology Coordinator. Thank you for presenting to us. This is very comprehensive and informative. So I used Thalamus last season for the first time, and I found all the training videos extremely helpful. So I
Good.
just wanted to share that feedback. So my question is around clarification, if you could differentiate the cortex versus core. When we're
Yes.
when we're reviewing the applications in ERIS, will the core module allow us to just do that seamlessly? Like, for example, last year I had to manually save every single photo, every single application. Do we need that for Cortex, or is that included in core? Thank you.
No, that is included in core this year. So yes, last year and in the previous years, in order to get applicant information and pictures into Thalamus Core, again, the scheduling piece of this, you had to export and import. That has gone away. So you will not have to do that anymore. You will be able to just go in and select and authorize applications that you want to send into Core or Cortex, depending on what you are using for reviewing your applications. You will be able to send that information in and it will be seamless. It will push all of the information, including the photos, over.
Okay, we have Jackie.
Hi, this is Jackie Dowling from Anesthesia. I have been with Thalamus from day one. So for 10
Yay.
years, I've been using it, and
Yes.
it is an amazing program. I think
Thank you.
Jason is the creator. He was a resident at the time.
Yes. Yes.
So
He,
last year, I did not use cerebellum or cortex. I was a little scared of it. But with your presentation, I am looking forward to it because I used to do a huge Excel spreadsheet for our rank meeting. I don't have to do that anymore.
correct. Yes.
So if anybody here has questions, I'm the expert.
You will be called.
I love it. Yes, Jackie. So Jason Remnick, our founder, is just an amazing. Started here and what is the story? He gives this like really nonchalant, like, oh, I was a medical student. Hurricane Sandy had some interviews and we made Thalamus. And I'm like, it's actually a bigger deal than that. So the story is that, yes, he was a medical student, interviews in Hurricane Sandy in Long Island. And he had to cancel like 5 or 6 interviews and they would not reschedule. So when you think about how your life and your career trajectory changes because of something like that, like he missed out on 5 or 6 opportunities that could have changed his life. And he will tell this story. He also had a colleague who ended up paying $600 for a cab ride to go 1 mile because his colleague's car had floated away and their homes were destroyed. And so every good business should start with, there has to be a better way. And that's really the foundation of where Thalamus started. It was pretty amazing. He did end up going on to residency. He was in pediatric anesthesiology, but he took a break to build Thalamus and he's still with us. Very exciting.
Nice. Hi, Julie. Chelsea here from Emergency Medicine. I love Thalamus, Thalamus Advocate. I have a question in regards to the scorecard. Can we still customize it to how, like, our questions and how we want it?
Absolutely. Yeah, yes. So what you see is what comes out of the box. But if you wanted to build something of your own, what I see a lot of programs doing are building a new competency and just putting program questions, for example, and then you can build all of your questions within here. So I can come in here and add that question and build it in here. And then when you go to your scorecard, you're just going to pull up this competency and push all those questions in.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Now, scorecards, this program profile, scorecards, emails, surveys, those all carry over year to year. So I always explain it as you have a program that's built and you know, build all of those details. That stays the same every year, but we put a new season there for you. So your seasons are broken out. And that's where you're going to put your applicants and your interview days and itineraries.
Okay, great. And thank you, Julie. I have the same question as Chelsea. So that was answered. I had another question regarding the cerebellum and the cortex. So there's a lot of discussion around what is the bare minimum that the programs need in order to have them functioning comes ERAS. There's like an additional course, but you could use cerebellum or maybe cortex just to initiate starting up thalamus and the
Yeah.
interview season.
Yeah, so thalamus core is really the component that you guys will need. And that, again, is one of the free products. And so this is where you will live during recruitment season, you know, sending out those invitations, having those scorecards, scheduling, making itineraries, your rank list, that is all in the core product. And that is what you need really to run your season.
Sounds great. Free, right?
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
We like that.
Yes.
All right.
So
So any other questions?
Hi, this is Jackie again.
Yeah.
I always had difficulty in, oh, I forgot what I was going to say now. I'm sorry. I forgot.
No
You'll
worries.
provide your contact information, right?
I
Jackie
will.
could come back and
Yeah.
if you remember, you could send her an email, or if you remember now, you could. So
Yeah.
that was great. That was
Good. Well, that's actually a good transition for me because I have just a little bit more information. So, as you know, someone mentioned, there are incredible number of training opportunities. We developed just this year the Thalamus Online Academy. This is module-based learning. If you have program directors who are very focused on scoring and get very elaborate with their scoring, there's actually a module for holistic review in there that breaks down all of those scoring things that I talked about. We have an advanced certification seminar. That is the only paid training that we have. It's either one full day or 2 half days, but it is very detailed and it dives in. We have 24/7 support. We also do weekly live training sessions. I did hear recently that they're almost all full, but then we do have other free resources. So we have training videos that have been recorded. We have snippet videos. We have the user guides. And my new favorite, we have weekly office hours where our trainers will staff. So like 2 days a week, we have an hour where up to 20 people can register and join and just ask questions. So I got to help staff one of those last week and it was amazing. It was so fun to listen to other people ask questions and see what their needs were versus just talking about the product. So I encourage you to check those out. I know there were a couple people that are just joining them to learn from there. So next steps, what's happening now, make sure that you opt in to use Thalamus via the PDWS. And if you are interested in Thalamus Video or Cortex, you can always scan that QR code or reach out to me. And I really appreciate being here. Coordinators, like I always say, you guys are my people. And it's very easy to talk about Thalamus to coordinators, to anybody in GME, but especially to coordinators. My email is there. You can reach out with any questions. The support team is always available. There's a little help button. So I always say for like day-to-day needs of what you need, reach out to the support team. They have a response time typically within 30 minutes. And so they're a great team of people also.
Julie, one other question from me, and then I'll put
Yes.
Jackie on. For those coordinators who've missed the deadline last Friday to participate in Thalamus, are they still able to register for Thalamus?
Yes, they sure can.
They
Yeah.
can. Okay.
Yep.
So for all those who missed last Friday's deadline, we were supposed to go in and choose participate in Thalamus. Do we reach out to you or do we just go into the application itself?
No, you can just go into the application itself. Yeah.
Oh, great,
And
great.
opt in.
Thank you. And I have Jackie who remembered her question.
Perfect.
Okay, so I was hesitant last year to use Cortex. So the way Cortex works is it takes all of the applications you received and puts it into Cortex.
So you guys can decide at the program level. Some programs will still use some of the filters in ERAS to be able to, say these are applicants that we know we are not going to. And then they will push in to Cortex only those that they truly want to review, or you can push all of your applicants in there. Every program does it differently, so it's kind of up to you.
Okay, and my next question is, so say I put all the applicants in there and it's a month later. Does ERAS and Cortex talk to each other so that the new applicants will be put in?
They do not. You would have to come back in and reauthorize those new applicants. It will only push applicants that you authorize to go in.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, such great information, and that we could bring back to our programs, skills that I'm sure that we'll be calling perhaps you or inquire about additional skills. But we thank you so much, Julie. That was a wealth of information, especially that our institution will be using Thalamus. So thank you again. Everyone give Julie a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, as we move on, I think we have Richard on the lineup now.
Yep.
Okay.
I am here. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. I gave you a great introduction before.
Thank you
Only
so much.
to know that you were not around, that you were in Cyberland. So I'll attempt again, but I'll probably give you a shorter one. Okay? All right. So again, we'd like to welcome Richard Pang. He works for the Association of American Medical College as a program leader in ERAS. He joined AMC in 2015 and has extensive experience working directly with learners, medical residency, fellowship programs, and coordinators such as myself. We thank you for being here today and for answering questions that I'm sure everyone has with ERAS. So without any further ado, Richard Pang.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate y'all's patience. It's just one of those Wi-Fi issues, unfortunately. But I really appreciate the time to join you all and share some updates on IRIS, It's always a pleasure to hear from our partners at Thalamus. They do an incredible job of representing y'all's voices in this space and really providing you with effective tools. And I'll touch on that a little bit later on in the presentation itself. So for the agenda, I want to cover a quick update just to give you guys a bird's eye view of what's going on in the environment. Secondly, I want to talk about just season activity in terms of learned lessons from program signals. Thirdly, I want to talk about some upcoming changes for the IRIS application itself, which will allow me to segue into the Thalamus collaboration itself. I know some of you, of course, have years of experience in Thalamus, but we just want to reinforce this collaboration on what kind of value it brings to you all as a community. So starting with this slide, I know it's a lot on here. You don't need to go too deep into it, but what I do want to highlight here and want to convey here is sometimes when we go on the road and we talk to users like yourselves, program directors, students, they might not realize that we're actually a part of the Association of American Medical Colleges. And so the work that we do, while it's viewed as transactional and just kind of a one-year piece in terms of the application process, it actually impacts much larger space in terms of the initiatives to support the academic medicine community. And so with that, the past couple of years, we've also tried to really focus on these three buckets to really identify where we can bring the most value to users like yourself, to program directors who are looking for their right applicants, looking for the students who are trying to get into positions, and of course the medical schools who are supporting them throughout that process. And so with selection tools, this involved, of course, updating the application itself, updating the PDWS, as you may have seen in the past couple of years, and of course, collaborating with Thalamus. And so working with Thalamus has allowed us to introduce this innovative and new interview management platform. It's also allowed us to really dive into data analytics. Julie shared earlier kind of a little sneak peek into Cerebellum. We've also been building out data platforms for both advisors and students so that they can be better at applying to programs. And then last but not least, we want to make sure we're partnering with leadership within each of your specialties, with your community, so that we can increase engagement and learn from you all as well as we improve. And so over the course of the past 2 years, we've seen quite a bit of improvement. And these are just 4 bullet points we want to highlight. The first is an improved system performance. Secondly, we've, of course, increased the adoption of new innovative tools. We have around 24 specialties now using program signals that's customized for them. And of course, Julie did a fantastic job of representing Thalamus and its value. The last 2 pieces is we've seen overall, at least the first time in over a decade, fewer average number of applications and the applications submitted by applicants. And overall, we want to acknowledge kind of the 2 pain points from the community. One, of course, is just a high volume of applications and how you are trying to navigate through that process and manage your workload. And secondly, to reduce costs on applicants to make sure that they're able to, again, address that issue when they go through an already stressful cycle. So just moving on from the overall environment there and just overall improvements, I do want to talk about a couple of updates that we've learned from this coming season. The first is just an update for the 2025 season for signal participation. I know many of you are residency coordinators. If you are within any of these specialties listed on here, you may have heard about program signals. Remember, signals are a tool for applicants to indicate their interest in the program at the time of application. And so each applicant will have allotted signals that they can send to programs within each of the specialties. So just kind of pay attention to that, as that may be one of the many reviewing tools that IRIS is able to provide programs to review applicants. I do have a little note on the left side there. Generally, our national guidance is for applicants to signal any program that they're interested in, which may include their home program or away rotation sites. But as you may have heard from your program directors or within your community, this guidance might change from program to program, or maybe even from specialty to specialty. Just as an example, I know that emergency medicine specifically recommends that their applicants not signal their home program and away rotations. So just keep that in mind. Some feedback that we heard or learned lessons from last year. These are some geographic or important factors that applicants looked at when they applied. Geographic location of the program, close ties to the location like family and friends, and a general alignment and perceived good fit as well. Within experiences, as you may know, we revamped that this past season. Nearly 80% of the applicants agreed that those new experience types allowed them to showcase activities that were important to them. This even increased from last season when it was first introduced in the supplemental applications. And then 63% of applicants agreed that the focus areas, kind of a description of that experience, allowed them to showcase what's really important to them. 85% of applicants agreed that they reflected their true preferences at the time of application. This was a 5% increase over last year's survey. And 67% of applicants agreed that signals helped them be noticed by programs where they had the most interest. The other kind of data that field that we also added last year was geographic preferences. This allowed for the first time students and applicants to kind of share and express 3 divisions in the US on where they would prefer to be in, or maybe they just have no preference and they're willing to work anywhere in the US. And nearly 85% of those applicants agreed that the geographic preferences reflected their true preferences at the time of application. Now, again, going back to signals a little bit here, I know there's different models and numbers of signals, and it can get kind of complicated in terms of, learning how to use them or how to interpret them. But at the end of the day, when we kind of boiled it down for the past 3 seasons, we saw 3 different kind of models. There's specialties with a low number of signals. These are, at least in prior seasons, general surgery or IM. But those models have changed since then, as you saw in the prior slides. But generally, the kind of way to interpret these signals is really to show the applicant's true interest in their top programs. It's a smaller number of signals, so they have to be even more strategic on where they spend those signals. But the kind of con that we saw here was that it may not necessarily represent all the applicants' preferences, and it also made the signals distribute a little bit more skewed. Then the other 2 models that we saw was large number of signals and 2-tier model signals. These 2 are generally kind of similar in that they both distributed signals across programs a little bit more easily. But the con here was that a lot of times, and depending on your program, this may be a pro actually, it was sometimes used as a threshold for interviews. Now, this is to say a lot of programs potentially in these specialties may have used program signals as a way to screen in those applicants, as a way to whittle down that initial high volume of applications. So again, there's a lot of kind of model changes and number changes this year. I would definitely check out our website just to track the different specialties if you're in them, if you don't know already. But again, we're releasing a lot of research around the program signals, around geographic preferences, so that programs like yourself can take a look at that data and then learn how you can potentially interpret the applicant's information. Now, moving on to the 2025 season, just kind of an update here for this prior season. You may have seen in our communications, we've restructured the pricing for fees for applicants. It's just 2 tiers now. It's going to be significantly cheaper for those applying up to 30 applications. We're potentially seeing, we're anticipating at least a 36% discount for that for some applicants. And we've also expanded the fee assistance program so that applicants who qualify for this will receive a 60% discount off their first 50 applications. Both of these changes are driven by feedback from the community. It's from research working with experts in the fee building space. And we're going to continue to keep our ears on the ground and collect feedback on this. Now, here's probably the most important part for you all with regards to the changes to the MyIris application itself. What does this mean? This means when you download that application in the PDWS, when you look at those fields in either the PDWS or a Thalamus Cortex, these are the kind of changes that you're going to see in the application. And we've done changes to continue to align with present day needs, expand mission-driven information, streamline and standardize the information, and also continue to promote fairness and equity. And so in the application itself, we've standardized the higher education institution and field of study so that It's more standard fields. You're going to see more streamlined information there. There's also still going to be an option for free text entry if they have other options that's not listed there. The honors, awards, and memberships have also been replaced with open free text entries and moved to a part that actually makes more sense. The medical education interruption has been moved to the education, and the language has been updated to really focus on professionalism and academic issues specifically. And then the board and healthcare related certifications were also updated. The ACLS, PALS, and BLS were removed from personal information, and we added a section or open section in certs for certifications and the later part of the application. A lot of these things were really to give more clarity on what kind of information programs are looking for within these fields, and in turn, hopefully on your end for programs, more easily you're able to find and tease out the information that you need for your program directors. Lastly, of course, there's last three things there. We've buffed up the language proficiency, we reduced the hometowns from 5 to 3, and we've also separated hobbies and interests back out based on popular demand. Now, with regards to the program director's workstation, these are the PDWS changes that I wanted to highlight today. That third bullet, Julie already talked about, third and fourth, excuse me. The interview scheduler and DI analytics is sunsetting in June, or already has sunset, to be honest, for residency space. And so just kind of a reminder there that Thalamus is a great resource. We've built all those things below in terms of the integration to really streamline that process. So let me return to the first two bullet points there, because these two I think are really important for you all. You used to be able to, in the past, go into the PDWS and screen 13 different data fields just right out of the box. For this year, based on legal review, we had to adhere to some changes to this. The institution super users or ISUs at the DIO level will continue to be able to configure these 13 fields freely throughout the season. But at the program level, you'll only be able to configure 6 of those fields right out of the box. Unless if you reach out to your ISU and have them configure those data fields for you, those fields won't be available in your system to configure. So again, this is a call to action here. If there are particular screen data that you would like to make available or kind of hide throughout the season as a part of your review process for your program director, you may need to reach out to your ISU or your DIO user to have them configure that for you. One thing that we do have is, it's coming as an enhancement in early August, I believe, is that when your ISU sets those fields to viewable, then in turn on your end, you'll be able to kind of toggle that on and off throughout the season. So it's one step at the beginning of the season, but again, this was just to adhere to legal review. The second piece here is the EPM. This is the ERS program management. We've added new questions in here to really buff this up. You'll see that it has new research questions. You're able to include document requirements. It has your interview timeline, what you adhere to. If your specialty has a centralized interview timeline, do you adhere to that as a program, or do you have your own range? And last but not least, for those of you who accept a lot of visa sponsorship, IMGs, excuse me, or maybe your program doesn't actually have a visa sponsorship, we added a question in so that you can be transparent with the applicants on whether or not you have visa sponsorship. And this will help you in the long run because it allows the applicants to quickly see what's required of them at the time of application when they're researching, and potentially even avoiding spending the extra application fee and then cluttering your list of applications on your end. And then last but not least, I do want to cover the Thalamus collaboration. This is kind of the part where my job is very easily done here. Julie does a fantastic with Thalamus and all do a fantastic job of representing Thalamus. And it's lovely to have advocates in the crowd who already know the value of Thalamus. So this is just saying stuff that you already know. Thalamus is a leader in the industry. We heard from you all, from feedback in the community directly, that really drove us to this collaboration to make those pieces complementary, as mentioned before. We want to continue to improve the user experience. This includes having more centralized data flow and having a single interview management tool that both programs and applicants can use. We want to reduce the fragmentation. One of the major pain points that we had in the past was because everybody was using different tools and not having the same kind of alignment, it's really hard to do those end of season reports and data analytics to do process improvement. So we see a lot of opportunities there for joint research and innovation. And then last but not least, this positions ARIS and Thalamus to meet evolving needs. Some of you have been using PDWS for over a decade. Some of you have been using Thalamus for many years. At the end of the day, this is a longitudinal experience. We want to make sure that we don't just stop changing and stagnate. We want to continue to meet the needs of the community. And this partnership and collaboration will most certainly support that. Okay. Julie already shared this slide earlier, so I'm not going to spend too much time here. This is just to say that the PDWS is not going away, that the DIO analytics, I believe earlier Julie mentioned the institutional data that DIOs might use has moved into Cerebellum. And so again, those are just kind of key and important points that you want to make sure your ISU your GME office may need to know. In terms of the recruitment flow, this is kind of a general, I know some of you coming into the system might not have a good big picture view of like where to start and where you end. And generally, of course, there's 3 steps. There's receiving the applications, there's the application review after screening those applications, and then there's the interview portion that leads to the ranking portion at the end of the year. So again, PDWS is where you will first start. It's where you go to register and opt in. It's where you receive those applications. Those filters that you may use to screen your applicants are still there. The ones that you carried over from the prior season is still there, and you can use those to filter down your application pool. Once you get through that point, that's where that API between PDWS and Core will really kick in. On the right-hand side, this is that bridge that Julie already talked about, but that will allow you to basically decide if you want to use the existing PDWS reviewing tools or screening tools or applications. Those are still available in the PDWS. If you want to use Cortex instead and use those advanced tools that are available there, you can potentially also use that API to send your applications to Cortex. And then last but not least, once you get to the interviews portion, remember that PDWS interview scheduler is no longer available for this season. And so the main scheduling tool that we have available will be Thalamus Core. And of course, as mentioned earlier, that's just determined by your institution or maybe even at the program level yourselves. Julie already talked about the API and how you can send it. This is just to add that you can either send one at a time, multiple. There was a question about whether or not it will automatically update throughout the season. The documents and the application data will automatically update as soon as you authorize it. But if there are new applications, then you'll have to come back and authorize it. It's just basically letting the system know, yeah, this is where I want to send this data to, and I give permission for you to send this data to Thalamus. And in terms of call to actions, remember, as mentioned before, make sure you opt in through EPM, go back and update those registration questions in this month or all the way upcoming until the season start in September. And then, of course, if your specialty for your program is participating in program signaling, you have until August 9th. We actually extended this deadline. Just go back to the EPM. It's right under where you registered your participating status to opt in either to Thalamus or to program signals. One timeline here on the top right-hand side, you'll see the December cycle rollover, November 1st to November 4th. I know you all are super busy around that time, scheduling interviews, executing on interviews. That is going to be during the weekend. This is a necessary kind of rollover or kind of maintenance period for the December cycle programs. And so this is just something that you can circle on your calendar to make sure that you don't necessarily need to do the IRIS side of things in terms of maintenance for that period of the time and during that weekend. And then last but not least, of course, our support center is available. Somebody mentioned earlier whether or not you can go back and update your Thalamus provisioning. You can most certainly do so if you haven't already done so. If you accidentally said no to that and you'd like to change that, very simple, just contact our support center here on this slide and they can fix that for you, get you in the jiffy. one thing to take into consideration is I believe there's a 72-hour turnaround time for the process of the opt-in process. So just keep that in mind as you opt in for Thalamus. And then, of course, we have some recorded webinars. We were talking about Jason earlier. If you take a look at the recorded webinar for the joint AMC Thalamus webinars, Jason is one of the presenters there. Definitely a great place for that kind of information. And then last but not least, here are some QR codes for resources that may be helpful for you as you come into the season, whether it's data, signaling, or even just general information. And then with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over for any sort of questions.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions with Iraz or for Richard?
Hi, Richard. Natasha Henry here, pathology coordinator. Nice to see you again. You also presented at my annual conference last month. Question around the updates and the data fields. So I understand that there are 13, but only 6, I guess, at a program level were able to change or modify. Will the data then appear in Thalamus when we export the applications? Thank you.
Yeah, let me go ahead and hopefully, can you all see my screen so that I can showcase it directly?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and oops. Yeah, yes, to just to answer that latter question about whether or not it will reflect in Thalamus. Whatever you whatever you screen in the PDWS will directly reflect in Thalamus. So let's say you do have some screened items in Thalamus or you want to toggle that on and off, you would actually go back into the PDWS to do that. Nifty little thing here, again, the process, you should be able to easily go back and forth between the two systems given the links that we provided on here. But what I was referring to in terms of the screen data is actually in the setup tab here in the PDWS. I'll zoom in so that you can actually see it. But right here on the left-hand side here, you can see this is screen data. And so whether it's the basis for work authorization, birth date, hometowns, limiting factors, visa sponsorship, self-identification, so on and so forth, these are the 13 data fields that as your program is reviewing these applications, sometimes you want to toggle them at the beginning of the season, like so that they're screened so that you don't introduce bias into it. You know that sometimes seeing a person's picture or maybe seeing their date of birth or maybe even their gender or other kinds of information, you might introduce bias as part of the review process. And so either in Thalamus or in the PDWS, you're able to kind of screen that information, toggle it on or off, so to speak here, as you go through that review process. Some things you really do need for administrative processes, right? Like sometimes you need to have that photo so that you can make sure that the right person ended up in the right room. And so this is a place to toggle that information on and off. So when you sign in, if you're a program level user, or program super user, you'll only be able to screen or view right out of the box the ones that you can see here that are in dark green, not in like the shaded green. So basis for work authorization, geographic preference, hometowns, and visa sponsorship. Things that are a little bit more sensitive, like the photograph, their self-identification, basically their demographic information. Those are the fields that you'll have to go to your ISU to ask them to make that viewable so that you can see that information. Does that help to clarify that?
Yes.
And
yes, very much so.
Yeah.
Most programs or those that choose to view those items, I had that instance last year in which I had to call. I was looking for where do I put their picture? Where are their pictures? Where are their addresses, birth dates? I had to call and ask them to make it viewable. So this year as well, correct?
Correct. So it's role based. So at the program level, it's going to be a program super user role. If you're a coordinator, typically you might have a program coordinator role, and that's why you may have had to ask your whomever in your institution or program has that role. They will be able to toggle the 6 screen items. And then again, the ISU or the institution super user, that's typically your DIO or your GME office. They're the ones who would be able to toggle all of them. And again, there's an enhancement coming out, I believe early August. I don't want to make a promise on that because that's like something we're targeting right now, but that should allow programs to toggle this on and off throughout the season after the ISU makes that first initial go green light, essentially.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Richard? Okay, there's no other questions. Thank you so much. Again, that's a wealth of information for our program coordinators to build up their skills or relearn the skills that are already there. I'm sure you have my name on file as being one of the ones that contact ERAS many times. They're there to help you with filters, any questions. So your team has been very supportive, at least to me. And I hope we have another successful year with ERAS. So thank you very much for all your help.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'll give it to Kino.
All right. Thank you, Richard. And you probably will be hearing from me because I'm not very tech savvy. And I normally have to reach out to somebody to help me with like ERAS and new innovations and stuff like that. Like, I have to, every year I have to go to Lisa. Well, then when Lisa was here, I'd be like, Lisa, how you doing? And I'm like, I forget how to start a new academic year. And that is truth. All right. And then she's like, Kino, I saved something specifically for you. So probably the same thing, Richard. All right. So I am we're going to switch up a little bit, and thank you for finishing up early. This morning session has been pretty good. All right. I think we are achieving what we said we would in terms of the skill building. Because I'm going to tell you, I knew nothing about thalamus. I am not sure that I know much more than what I did before. Okay. I know how to spell it. And I'm pretty good with ERAS, so I'm good with that. So we're gonna jump out of order a little bit because I want to bring up to the stage someone who was instrumental in this forum. I am speaking about none other than incomparable Robin Gitman, the VP and DIO at Maimonides. But for those who may not know, she was also the DIO here at SUNY Downstate. And it was under her leadership that this forum began. So I think you have to give another round of applause for the leadership and the foresight that she had in allowing us to have this voice right now. Because without her, and we've been trying to get that voice for many, many years, and without her, that would not have occurred. So I'm going to bring Robin up to give her Residency Coordinator of the Year at Maimonides.
Thank you, Kino. It is one of my greatest accomplishments to see this group grow and see everybody grow with it. And you are an inspiration to my coordinators at Maimonides who want to create a space, create opportunity, to create growth, create camaraderie. So you are motivating to them. And for those of my coordinators that work in both spaces, it's great to be able to take those skills with them. So each year I have the privilege of highlighting one of my coordinators who exemplifies the skills and qualities that make a great leader. And so this year we will be recognizing Lynette Benella. So Lynette, so I didn't realize you had put it in the program. And so as she was flipping through the pages, I said, oh no, I didn't tell her. So I ran and I told her. So she's not surprised. But I was like, oh no. So she said, why? And I said, well, it was really pretty easy. I know. I was like, oh no. So why? So Lynette has leaned in to every opportunity put in front of her. We had a fellowship and we said, okay, we're going to do a residency. She's like, okay, I'll do both. Said, we want speakers. And she said, okay, I'll do it. And she very graciously shared what it was like to have to build a residency from nothing and a program that kind of went along in its way, the form and the structure. And she said, I'll do more, right? So Lynette has leaned into every opportunity given to her. She said, I want to start a forum. I'm going to do a newsletter, right? So for the chance to grow, to be organized, to be forward thinking. One of the other skills Lynette has is that she knows how hard to push and in which directions when. She knows when to step back and when to kind of say, hey, I really need this. So it's a great skill to learn how to manage other people. And Lynette has figured out kind of that push-pull balance of like, hey, Robin, I really need this. And then she's like, okay, I'm not getting my response. I'm going to go this way, right? So Lynette has learned to thread the needle and figure out a way to get what she needs in a super complicated space. So for her leadership and program management and development, for her ability to manage other people, for her willingness to put herself in front of you, to learn a new skill, to take a risk. You can't succeed if you're not willing to fail. And I think most of us do not succeed because we're not willing to risk it, because it might not work out. We might have a technological glitch. We may forget our words. We may mess up a name, so we're not willing to speak. Lynette has never failed to give it a try. And then that's where the growth comes from. So Lynette, would you come on up? You're welcome. Get a picture? You don't have to say something if you don't want to. Okay, photo. You can just say thank you. I don't want to say anything.
I really don't, because I'm totally surprised. I had no idea. And if you didn't point it out to me, I still wouldn't have seen it.
But you could have seen it, and then it would have been like...
I'm totally surprised, especially after the year I've had. I presented last year here for the first time. And I was all set to go ahead with newsletter work and all of that. And then I had an extreme medical emergency, and I had open heart surgery in January. Surprise, just totally out of the blue. So it's been quite the year for me. So I'm really, really honored by this. I really am. I don't want to say anything else because I don't want to cry. But thank you. Thank you very much.
Certificate. Let me get a picture with the both of them. Be a little flexible because the food didn't come. All right. So I'm going to also go out of order. Give me 1 second. You'll see in your awards book, in your brochure, that on the awards page, we have a special recognition. And in there, you should see Barbara Singh, Marjorie Maxwell, and the recipient of this award that we're going to give out now, Miss Jacqueline Dowling. Please come up, Jackie. And so Jackie is one of our stalwarts here at SUNY Downstate. She has given to GME over 33 years of experience. Huge round of applause. And we would like to honor her while she, we went to Marjorie's, I'm cutting off, we went to Marjorie's retirement party, and everyone said all these wonderful words about Marjorie, but they said it on her last day of work. And we did not want that to be a repeat celebration again. So Jackie mentioned sometime in the week that she has 5 more years. So even though, and I'll be 38, that's probably my age. No, I'm lying. We want that from this point forward, that you are giving your flowers now when you can smell them and enjoy them. All right? And Jackie, this is on behalf of the GME office and the RPCF executive team. All right, it says a special recognition award in recognition of over 30 years of wonderful experience in GME. Thank you for all that you do. All right, this is yours.
I want to thank everybody. I love my job. I could not see myself doing anything else. And this forum and the GME office has really changed me, especially this year with the Wellness Week. You know, I came in depressed, anxiety on Monday, and now I have put in place my self-care and I'm doing great. So thank you so much.
Calvin, can you run the loop that I want you to run for me? All right. So we are almost done, and I still see the food people ain't reached yet. But the good thing is we order breakfast from Ernie, so there's ample breakfast. Solution for breakfast, breakfast for lunch, and breakfast for break. All right. So I'm gonna ask Chantel Litron to come up here. And can I get all of the members of the well-being team to come forward? I'm not sure. I saw Daryl a little while earlier. Is he still here? Right here. Come on. Maria, come on. Where is Natalie? Natalie went upstairs? Yeah, Natalie trying to get the food. All right. So you see how we always working for your well-being? I'm gonna bring these fine folks up here. So when we started this whole well-being thing, and we came up with the idea of well-being, and I want to go back to my research, my schooling. So when I decided to go back to school and do my doctorate, the only thing that I had focused on was coordinator well-being. I felt that we as a group were not recognized for the work that we do, the stress that we are consistently under, and the burden that we bear by carrying our programs. So from the first day one, I knew that my thesis, my dissertation will be on coordinator well-being. And Juliet Arthur, my partner in success, and that's what I call her because we are partners in success, joined me on that journey, and we started down that road. And then she too joined in terms of coordinator well-being because I think she realized the importance of it. And I want to thank these fine folks, Chantel, Maria Verna, Daryl Banks, and Natalie Arundel, who's not with us right now, who jumped on the bandwagon with us to create this. We are sort of the well-being team, well-being ambassadors, and to create this toolkit to the back there and the well-being program that we had. So this week we launched 5 days of activities that are meant to improve your well-being, improve coordinators' professional development, improve their knowledge, improve their in the knowledge of health and nutrition, and just relaxation. Yesterday we did a sip and paint, and let me tell you, it was excellent. We may not be Picassos, okay? Okay? We may be Picasso, but we did some fine work, and there's some artwork in the back just to show you. We have it on display. And the feedback from this has been phenomenal, that everyone enjoyed it. We got a chance to actually come together, just like today, how we're coming together right now. And we are networking and camaraderie, etc. And this team here did an awesome, amazing job. So please give a huge round of applause for them. So it takes leadership to do something like this. And they've created a toolkit of over 50 pages that addresses things such as spiritual well-being, self-care, some time management, assessment, and things of that. And I'm going to bring Chantel Litrin, who's going to go over the toolkit because she literally spearheaded the initiative. Like, I'm like, okay, we want to do this. And Chantel just took over, ran with it. And I want to get a special round of applause for Chantel, who has stepped up tremendously over the last few months.
Thank you, Kino. Thank you, guys. So when it came to the toolkit, it initially started out with, okay, we have to get a few wellness programs for the coordinators. I want to stress again that this team, as many people may not know, the hard work that goes behind everything that we do. I want to put it out there, full disclosure. We spend nights, we spend days, 12:30 a.m. Kino's texting. How are we on this? I'm on vacation. I'm looking at paperwork. My husband is like, are you coming to the pool? But we really put a lot of effort into giving or providing this toolkit so that the coordinators have a wellness program that they could practice, they could use, they could look to, just as any other member of the training program, right? How many of you like to read things online or over paper, over a manual? Like, who likes to read manuals and who likes to read it online? Online? Okay, so we have both. We have both online and the manual that'll be this. What is our release date, Kino?
So we're not sure as yet. The reason being that we have to get approval from both GME as well as EAP and human resources as they oversee that type of thing. We want to make sure that we are all within all legal requirements or institutional requirements, etc. But we will probably have it released for you all within the next couple of weeks. All right. And I wanted to be done by the time. I also want to include parts of it for my dissertation stuff. So it has to be done within this month.
Okay. So a lot of it has valuable information. And to give you just a paragraph of how important this issue was to us, we value and prioritize the well-being of program coordinators because it's essential to addressing burnout in the healthcare and medical community and embracing what we can do to help ourselves. As a GME program coordinator, it's imperative we understand and prioritize our wellness. The toolkit goes into different sections and different contents. It's a 50-page toolkit with information, more than enough information that you could use on your emotional wellness, their social wellness, their spiritual wellness. So all facets of wellness are included in the toolkit. We have a bunch of assessments and resources that we have provided in this toolkit. It's been my pleasure, like, to spearhead and with the help of the team, Maria Verna, Daryl, Natalie, Kino, and Juliet. We each had sections in which we had to fulfill and bring it all together. So again, we work hard because we want you to be fulfilled in your wellness, and we care about program coordinators, right? We know the stresses that we go through. We know the work that we do, and we know what we need to calm ourselves, to bring peace to ourselves, and not to burn out ourselves. So this is a labor of love from all of us to all of you. All right, from coordinators to coordinators. So
Um, the whole key of all of this, and yeah, I'm talking to make up time. Um, we just got word the food will be here by 12:20. All right. So don't worry, we'll get your break. We're gonna ask your break. And if anything, I can always do a little show. You know what I'm saying? This toolkit and the well-being program. So we did 1 week, but that 1 week in itself will probably become a distant memory when interview season kicks in. And you know those faculty members who love to tell you they're coming and then they don't show up. And you're now scrambling to find a replacement. All right? And I'll tell you, I worked in psych, and psych had interviews 4 days of the week. So it was 4 days of that torture from October through February. Okay? Let me tell you, that was probably one of the worst part of psych. It was terrible. So I don't envy the psych programs, all right, and programs that do that many interviews. But this toolkit should come in hell handy for those days that you're feeling that you're about to lose it all right. And so in our meetings going forward, what will be taking place is that we'll be discussing elements of the toolkit and participating in activities within the toolkit because we want our well-being to be consistently improving throughout and not necessarily decreasing. And then we can safely say that we implemented a well-being program that is effective. In terms of, so we did tons of stuff this week, and I think everybody enjoyed all the activities. I'm going to use this time now to plug myself and Juliet's survey. Juliet needs a few more coordinators to be interviewed. She's doing qualitative research, and she needs a few more coordinators to meet the minimum. I think is 16 to 18 coordinators. I am here. Anyone who hasn't done the well-being survey that I sent out, please complete it. But don't give me no high scores now, after the week done, and then you give me the same scores when you do it again. So you have to give me, not just that I'm telling you what you have to give me. All right? But my thing is my project is based on the effectiveness of the well-being program that you all have been, and I will have to release the toolkit, and once I release the toolkit you'll be asked to complete the well-being survey a second time, because then it would encompass all of the assets, all of the facets of my program. So we had the week-long events, and then we have today's retreat, and now we're going to have the toolkit, and then I'll send out the well-being index again, and we're hopefully you will have improved well-being, and we can reflect that this program was successful. I will be sharing data completed. It will be aggregate data, not individual data, with leadership here as part of the work that we've done, and to show that whether or not this thing was successful. And the other thing that we'll be sending out is an evaluation of the entire week, as opposed to just an evaluation of today's events. All right? So I'm going to turn over to Juliet. And by that time,
I'm just going to say, in regards to my dissertation and the interviews that I need, I am looking, thank you for everyone who, yes, I do need that is women or the females that are signing up. So I don't know what's going on with the guys. Kinos, me to interview. We'll send you an email. Are you replying to me? Okay, great. Thank you. So, well, yes. I'm putting my head down. I'm sorry. So I appreciate you all for signing up. And we, like Kino said, we will be sharing this information with leadership here. And hopefully this will be something that will not just be for this year, but will be something moving forward, because we all need it. So we have a little bit of a surprise for you guys. While we are waiting patiently for the food to come. We have someone here who is coming straight from another country, and she is here to provide some entertainment for you all. So she will be singing a song. Um, and this song, I think, is definitely something that resonates with us. So I will welcome you all to, I will introduce you all to Miss Alison Delicia.
Hi, thank you very much. It feels so good to be here. For the second time, I was here last year, right? Can I get some more volume, please? That we look upon should crumble and fall. All the mountains should crumble to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry. Oh, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. When the sky that we look upon should crumble and fall, all the mountains should crumble to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry, I won't shed a tear. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. I know it's a favorite song, and I felt like it was so applicable to what we're doing here today, which is skill building. And this is something that people tend to think that we don't need togetherness and sticking together, but that is a main skill that we need in anything that we do, right? So if you know it, you can sing it, you can join in, all right? By me, oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now, stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. That we look upon, oh, to crumble and fall. All the mountains should crumble to the sea. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to tell you all that this is my cousin in real life. So thank you very much for that, Allison. And you guys have a few more minutes for break until the food will be here very shortly. So thank you all.
All right. All right. Good afternoon. Welcome back. All right. I know it was pretty much a short lunch. All right. We call this a working lunch. And we're back. So we've gone through a lot of education today from Thalamus, from ERAS, and from our coordinators here at Downstate. Now it's one of the fun times. We're going to do a couple raffles. All right. And I'm going to turn it over to Juliet and Natalie for the raffles.
All right. We are back with the raffles. You know, we always have some good gifts to give away. So we're going to start. Hopefully you guys are all here to get whatever it is that we're giving away. So the first ticket number is 290328. 328 is the last three numbers. No? 290328. Ah, okay. Well, she gonna take it for Sharon. Oh, nice. Sharon is very smart. Yes. Thank you. All right. Dig way deep, Nat. Deep. Dig way deep. All right. All right. 290351. 351. Anyone? Ah, we have another winner. Yay! All right. Wonderful. So we're going to turn it over. I'm going to turn it back over to Kino.
All right. So I'm going to do two things in terms of make the acknowledgements. So every year we hold the RPCF awards. And I'd like to bring Mr. Darrell Banks up to collect his certificate of acknowledgement. Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right. I'll take a minute to shout out Darrell. So Darrell was the first person. So when we opened up the nominations, what we did, one of the criteria was we made it that you could self-nominate, you know, and Darrell was like the first person who did that. So shout out to Darrell. Darrell has done amazing work within the Department of Peds, a lot of humanitarian stuff, and kids toy. I think the longest running toy drive at SUNY Downstate. So give a huge round of applause to this man right here. And I love his initiative, all right, for taking charge and like being bold enough to say, yes, I deserve this award. So thank you.
First off, I would like to thank the executive staff committee of the residency program coordinators forum. You, Kino, specifically have encouraged me in many different facets of this position. But you encouraged me to nominate myself. Who better an advocate for me than me? So I thank you and the executive committee. I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I asked, yeah, we can give him a clap again. We can give him a clap. So I asked to bestow this award to the next recipient, and Chantel will do the remaining awards, I think, around 2:00, because we have Mr. Greg Duncan, who's going to speak to us shortly. But let me tell you, it takes great pleasure and honor to recognize Miss Natalie Mendez as our Distinguished Service Award recipient. So Natalie, I met Natalie in 2011, I think, when I became the administrator for orthopedic surgery. And Natalie was the executive assistant to Dr. Urban, the chair. And I think within the first meeting, she said, Kino, I only have an associate's degree. I want to go back to school and finish my degrees. And I said, but she's like, I don't have time. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a hairdresser, I'm a therapist, I'm a this or the other. And I said, no problem. I said, so during the week, 1 through 3, you could use that time to do your work. I said, we're going to close the door, forward all the calls to me. I will handle the calls and I'll help. Right? Don't worry about that. They can't do you nothing. Time done pass. Can't do you nothing at all. And that's what she did. And she didn't finish. She didn't stop at the bachelor's. She got a master's degree. And she didn't stop at the master's degree. She went and she got 3 or 4 certifications. And ever since, she has she's taken charge of not just her career, but all of us. She is one of the go-to members I can ask. She manages the website. She manages our policy committee. She also is the... So we used to do dumpster diving in orthopedic surgery. So when people throw out stuff? So Natalie would climb in and I would stand guard. And I'd be like, if somebody comes, go down, go down, go down, go down. And she's like, freeness is my name. And because of that freeness, Natalie herself has brought in probably almost 20K in donations for the health fair that we've held and we've successfully managed for the past 2 years. And these are some of the accomplishments that I think have won her this award. She just recently took up the administrator position in the Department of Geriatric Psychiatry. So huge. This is one of those success stories in terms of growth. All right. And Natalie was the second person who nominated themselves and won. Who better to advocate for you but yourself? And I will say this in terms of the letter writers. Oftentimes when I see a letter, I know that letter has award-winning potential. Often I'll see letters coming that says, Daryl was the best employee and best coordinator that I've ever had, that I've ever worked with. It tells me absolutely nothing about Daryl. I don't know Daryl's knowledge. I don't know his experience. I don't know his qualifications. I don't know his capabilities. So sending me a letter like that defeats the whole purpose. Yes, they will be acknowledged, but it doesn't put that person in an award-winning category. And when we do things, we must do things at goal setting in mind. I saw Natalie's self-nominated letter. I was like, is a good. And shout out to our awards committee, Miss Nancy Mingoya, Yvonne Henry, who is to the back, and Bel Enriquez. All right? And Dr. McFarland, who is the emergency medicine PD. Can we get a huge round of applause supporting us? And I'll allow him, but I'm going to turn it over.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this award. I am truly, truly humbled. And, Kino and I go so far back, and he's always been someone who has supported me in all my endeavors. I have met so many of you because of Kino and because of this RPC committee, and I am very, very happy to be a part of it. I do like to participate in many things. One of the things that I like is because I've met so many great people. I have valuable resources here. I hope that I have been a valuable resource to you all in anything that you need. And I always tell people my door is open. Please ask me for any questions. And if I can help you, I will. And if I can't help you, I will find somebody who will be able to help you. So that's kind of my thing. I enjoy being here at Downstate. It's been 21 years. I have been in a few different departments, and as we're supposed to nominate ourselves and we're supposed to advocate for ourselves. So I would like to tell everybody here, nominate yourself next year and advocate for yourself next year. I want to shout out my girl right there, though. I want to talk about my girl right there. So, Nicole, when I was here in orthopedic surgery, she sat a little bit up the hall from us there, you know. So when I had in the conversation with Kino about going back to school, it was like, oh my God, what school do you go to? So again, knowing all the coordinators and knowing the value that you all bring, I went up to her office. I said, Nicole, you know, I'm gonna go back to school, but again, I don't have any time. And then she actually told me about Empire State College. And I tell her all the time, she's the reason why now I have master's degrees and too many certifications to mention right here. These certifications has allowed me to present to the RFPC committee on developing yourself and developing your career. I've met other people in this institution that the valuable information that Nicole was shared with me, I have been able to share it with them for them to go to school and to you know, continue their career and develop themselves and value themselves. So thank you, Nicole. I thank you. And not only did I take the information that you gave me and kept it, I gave it to other people, and other people are now using your resources. And I would tell everybody here, if you hear something, share it, because you never know who in the room is looking for that information to share with somebody else. So let us be that river that starts on the top and just flow down and engulf everyone. And again, thank you. I am truly humbled.
At one point, I thought you was the MC. It's like you didn't want to give up. I just see she going by river and this and the other. I was like, my goodness. You had to force she to put on the t-shirt, and then after she put it on, she wouldn't give up the mic. All right. So, yes, bye. You can take off the t-shirt now. I want to bring Dr. McFarlane, who's the internal program director up front. Doc, can we have a clap for my... Now, quick story. Dr. McFarlane wears $3,000 and $5,000 shoes. How I know this? He shared it with us at ACGME. So we had to ask him to move the chair back so we could see what it looked like. I'm not sure if he have it on. Well, he doesn't have on that one today, but I'm sure I'm gonna leave it to him.
I thought you're not going to disclose this information. No, what happened is that there was a pair of shoes that I wanted to buy. So I told my wife, okay, I'm going to do 2 shifts in the emergency room, $1,500 a piece overnight. So, and you pay tax, so it will be left with $2,300 so I can buy my pair of shoes. I didn't see, until now, I don't really see anything wrong with that logic. I don't see anything wrong, man. I don't really see anything wrong with this. So my wife was unfazed, underwhelmed, and largely unimpressed. So I went and I bought the shoes, and I'm hiding in my office. Kino happened to know about this, and he's using this. Every time I go, I see. So I was doing research with the NYU group on sleep medicine, and then we went for a dinner. They asked me to bring my wife. Since they don't know her, they say, hi, how you doing, la, la, la. I like those pair of shoes, man, your husband. Then she came to me. She said, what is that about? I told her rule number 1 in marriage, you don't listen to other people. So I'm trying to make it, guys. It's not that easy. So today here I was called to celebrate all of you, really, because you are the one who is actually running all the programs. I know we have 44 programs that cannot be run without our esteemed coordinators and associate coordinators and administrators regardless of the title. But you are the one who's running the show, period. And I speak for myself, but I think the other program directors, we hide behind you, basically. So you get that angry email with violence then you hide behind Chantel or Carlete, or you give them a phone call on a Sunday. What happened with this? Say no, it was already done. They just need to, the other party, they need to review their emails. I was very fortunate in my journey here at Downstate to work with very stellar program coordinators and administrators all the time. One of them is Carleta Hannaford. And you see, there is a career and there is a job. The job, nobody is here after 5 p.m. and no one want to hear you. Even before 5 p.m., but they just don't want to hear you, man. That's someone doing a job. For Carleta, this is a career. She counsels people. The residents come to her when they are desperate. The last transaction with Carleta, which was yesterday, is a guy from another country who joined our program. Our program is huge. I have like 183 residents. So one of the incoming overseas, he was expecting to get a paycheck. I never got a paycheck. And now he wants to eat. Very simple. And pay the rent. So whom does that person go to? Carleta. Then Carleta comes to me and say, that guy, he needs to pay the rent. You don't want your residents to be homeless. I said, no, we have to do something. And then Carleta with all the acrobatic stuff around the system of Downstate. Because it's a state system, and we all know very well it's very complicated to navigate, very complex and resilient. So Carleta gets the job done, and the guy is happy. He actually didn't come early to pick up the check that was waiting in Carleta's office until he finished the clinic. He's also committed to a career. Carleta, throughout the years, have shown over and over and over that she is having a career and a joy and a mission into her work. It's not a matter of a job you just do and get a paycheck and leave. So now she is honest, sincere, caring, loving, trustworthy, and warm. And when you deal with her, you just can't help it but fall in love with this downstate star in our department and in our program and at downstate at large. So it's my pleasure. I'm going to present it? Yes. To present this award, RPCF Humanitarian. Look at this. I didn't select that award, but look what it says, humanitarian. And that's really what I was just talking about. So someone else actually is smart. Humanitarian award. So when they decided to give her an award for being a human, and is actually, that's not my opinion, that's what's written here. In recognition of outstanding humanitarian, again, it's written twice. Contributions to your fellow coordinators and downstate community, the Residency Program Coordinators Forum honors Carleta Hannaford, August 2nd, 2024.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you. Um, I'm not a talker. I like to be behind the scene. I don't like to be in front. I just want to say thank you. And for Dr. McFarland for always being there for me, correcting me when I make my mistakes, because we all are not perfect on our job, but the deal is to try to be as best as you can. So I do the best that I can, and I tell everyone, I just do the best that I can each and every day. And I just want to thank everyone here for the backbone. I came here not knowing anything about residency, and it's good that I'm able to speak to each and everyone when I have questions. Velda, thank you. I run to Velda most of the time. Last year I was by myself for a couple hours, for a couple months, and Velda was there. I ran to her when things were new. But I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've reached the moment where our keynote speaker is going to address us, Mr. Greg Duncan. And Greg is on Zoom. Can we pull him up? There is Greg. Greg, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. So Greg is in a different time zone than us. And Greg had us a little later on his schedule than we had him on the itinerary. But Greg, being the consummate professional, logged on in no time. So I'm not going to read Greg's bio. You guys can read that, and Greg can probably do the better job of himself. But Greg was the plenary speaker at INSAMA, and he spoke on executive presence. And it was probably the best presentation of the day. And after we saw, Juliet and I saw his presentation, we were like, okay, we have to get Greg for this retreat. Because he spoke about moving your career forward and what you need, what tools you need to move beyond just a secretarial role or executive or a secretarial role or a support role, but to move towards that leadership role. And I'm going to turn it over to Greg now because I thought that was just an amazing, amazing presentation. Mr. Duncan.
All right, thanks. That's a great intro. No pressure there. Yeah, I appreciate the flexibility jumping in here. Plus, you can see me in my that. How's your week? That's the question. I know some of you are in person, some of you are online. You've spent a week. It's Friday. You've done a portion of each day relating to this work, and then today's a full day. I know, but I also know, being away from work, it's a breeze. You don't have to check email. You don't have to answer anybody's questions. There's no fires to douse. It's just relaxing to be away from work for a whole day and just focus on yourself, right?
We think so.
Yeah, that is not my experience. My experience is it's a major commitment, what each of you has done to spend time in this week and particularly in today. So I want to say right up front, I commend you for being a part of this really important process. It's a commitment. And it says a lot about you, which actually we're going to come back to as we work through some of this content today. But hey, there's also prizes. I saw that on the agenda. But what I really want to make sure is that as you think about your week, and particularly today, that you think about if that's an investment, there should be a return on my investment. And specifically, what I mean by that is I hope at the end of the week, and certainly at the end of this hour at least, that you know something you're going to do differently, something you're going to be different about tomorrow and next week and next month. Because if nothing changes, it wasn't worth your time. So something has to change. And that's why it's a full week, because that takes a lot of work. So here you are, close to the end of the week, and I just have to give a confession. If you showed up for a big motivational moment here in this part, I will let you down. I promise. Because motivation is great. It feels good for a little bit. but it rarely has any lasting impact. And I want to honor the time you're giving to this by doing more than just sort of pumping you up. I'm very conscious of the value of your time. So we're going to spend this hour or so on some very practical skills and some action items for you, some things for you to do differently after today. So I hope your brain and your toolbox both have a little more room in them, because we're going to pack them a little bit tighter. And I would suggest that you have a place to take notes. So if you're online, just open a document and type away. If you're there in person, maybe a piece of paper, or if you have a device with you, you'll get more from these next few minutes if you'll take some notes. And I will also make sure there's a handout for each of you that's a summary of what we're going to work on that'll come after the session. But your note taking is going to be way more valuable than that. So I will tell you, I do know that your work is important. And I know that from a little bit of a unique perspective. I want to show you a couple of pictures here. So I have actually been on the other side of your work. And here's what I mean by that. My son-in-law, John, went to the University of Kansas Medical School and then had match day. So I've been a part of match day. And these were the cookies that we had made for his match day. We made a big deal out of it because his match day was April of 2021. So think way back to April 2021, a little thing going on called a global pandemic. So he had match day in the midst of COVID. So this is what match day looked like for him. So there he is with my daughter, his wife, and they're in his parents' dining room, and they turned it into a big thing. And so this is what match day looked like for John and Emily. And so because it happened that way, everything happened on the laptop. So they were experiencing all of the emotions and everything that goes into match day right there in their dining room on the laptop with parents just looking over their shoulders. And so here's how that went. When it came up and they found out they'd be moving from the Kansas City area to Salt Lake City, this was the initial response. And you can see my daughter's a rather expressive person. And her face just keeps changing. And John, being the medical person, is a little more, resolute. And Emily's face just keeps changing as they find out. So this is like the other side of match day. This is the close-up of what match day looks like. And her expression continues to change. They finally had that moment. And then later on, after match day, it turns out in May, that was in April, in May, pudding also had to take place at his parents' house. So here's John and Emily, and he's getting ready to take his Hippocratic oath in his parents' kitchen. And then there's the pudding that his father had to do for him, all because of COVID. Now, I'm happy to tell you that he has completed his residency at Salt Lake City just last month. He's now a senior resident there, staying in Salt Lake City and in that system. And then he's now in the process of applying for fellowships for infectious disease specialty. So that's what's happening next, and all of that will go over all over again. He's just now in that process of collecting those interview offers. So I share all of that with you, in part because it's fun, and in part to say I have a little bit of a unique window into how incredibly important the work that you do is. So speaking of your work, I want you to think for a moment. Let's pretend that you're getting ready to go into an intense meeting with your directors or executives or chiefs or higher ups or whoever it is that for you. So you're going into a meeting with those individuals or that person, and in this meeting, you're expecting some degree of confrontation. You know it's coming. So do you have that in mind? Get the people in mind who'll be around the table, and you're getting ready to walk in. You know there'll be some confrontation. And here's my question to you. Which Ron Weasley are you in that moment? You're going into that tense meeting with your executive or director or chiefs or whoever. Which Ron Weasley are you? Now, we can't actually talk back and forth, so I want you to just kind of pick a letter and think about which one that's you. And I will tell you right up front, there's not a correct Ron. Like, there's not a right answer. When I've used this in different things, almost everyone gets picked by somebody, because that's the range of ways that we feel when we go into a situation like that. So keep your Ron Weasley in mind. You might be a K, where you're just sort of like, what's going on here? Maybe you're an L, where it's just all good, I don't know. Or maybe you're a C and you're just
So
about to
I'm an
lose it.
A. I'm an A.
You're an A.
Yeah.
Just kind of a contemplative, thinking about it, serious kind of
Yeah,
approach.
planning.
Yeah, there
Planning
you
my
go.
responses. If they ask me this, I'm going to say this, and
That's
I'm going
right.
to take this course, etc.
So you're resolute. You got it figured out. So keeping in mind, there's not a correct Ron, but you are hopefully one of those. We're here to tell you to work on executive presence. And that's because you're all executives wanting to grow your executive presence, right? No, that's not why we're here. That's not who you are. You're here because your goal is to be an executive, right? Probably not. Maybe some of you, but probably not. That's probably not the goal that you're after right now. So then why would we spend this hour or so of your incredibly valuable day on professional development focused on executive presence? Here's why. Because that's a label for a way of being. I don't want you to think of it as a title. Think of it as a way of being, a sort of default setting. It's how you're observed and how you're considered. So if that's the goal, executive presence as a way of being, then that's for all of us. That's for any of us. That's for you. So I want you to think for a moment. This is another sort of get something in your mind moment. Think about an executive or a director who you know, or that maybe you've worked for, that you admire. Somebody that you've worked for or with as an executive director that you admire. And then think of one word that would describe that director, that executive that you think highly of, that you maybe enjoyed or enjoy working for or with. One word. Typically, words that come to mind in a question like this are things like a listener, or thoughtful or caring, that whole side of things, or smart, or credible, or respected. Those are some of the words. So maybe you wrote down a word like that or something similar, but I want you to get that in mind. Now, let's contrast it. I want you to think of a lousy executive, or maybe an average, let's say average, but we could mean lousy, executive or director that you know, maybe you worked with or for, maybe it's just somebody you know of or you've heard about. And think of one word to describe that person. So now we're looking at the other side of that same coin, an executive or a director where it's not your favorite person or somebody you enjoyed working with. One word for that. Words that often get used in this moment are things like authoritative, because that's not necessarily bad, but it might be something you didn't care for, or micromanager, or inaccessible. Words like that kind of come up. So you've got two words there. It's pretty easy to come up with those. And if we had them all listed on a big whiteboard, we'd have a really nice list of what we want and what we don't want. So executive presence, that label, it's a bit of a misnomer because we're not here to learn how to be executives. For most of you, that's not even a desire or a goal. And let's make this note an important note. Not all executive presence is wise to emulate. This second word that you came up with, that second person you were thinking of, that's not the executive presence we want. So just trying to copy somebody else or a group of someone else's, that is not a recipe for success. That's why we're not going to focus on either of those lists, because copying isn't the way to do it. Here's the fact of the matter, and it's worth writing down. Your best version of you is way better than your best impression of somebody else. I don't care how awesome that person might be. The goal here is not copy somebody who's good at something. The goal is do your best version of you instead of trying to do an impression of somebody else. And I want to clarify that up front so that as we go through some of this, you're not saying, well, so-and-so does it this way, I can do that too. We're not trying to copy anybody. So let's establish a starting point that we're going to work from. I'm going to ask you to take a quick assessment. So however you're taking notes, get ready to put a couple of things in your notes for this assessment. And I want you to assess your working relationship right now with your board or executives or directors or chief or whatever that relationship is for you. So I want you to assess that relationship. And there's 3 ways I want you to do that. And for each of these ways, I want you to give it a score of 1 to 10. 1 meaning that statement is never true in my situation with my board or my executives. 10 being actually that is always true in my situation. So probably you're somewhere in between. So I'm going to give you 3 statements, and I want you to give it a never or an always or something in between, but give it a number. So here's the first statement. My perspective is valued. Always, never, somewhere in between, and try not to give it a 5. That's an easy out. That's not really picking one way or the other. So my perspective is valued, meaning I'm not overlooked, I'm not taken for granted. My perspective is valued. That's the first one. Write down a number. The second statement is I am seen as important. Always, give it a 10. Never, give it a 1. Probably somewhere in between. And then the third statement is my ideas are given consideration. Always true, never true, somewhere in the middle. That's the opposite of my ideas are overlooked or no one asks me for my ideas. Okay, so you've got 3 numbers written down. You're going to need those in a moment. So this isn't one of those multitask, do something else. There's like really write down 3 numbers. So to be clear, you've just rated how you feel about that relationship. In other words, it's kind of based on what you think other people think. So let's agree that regardless of how your working relationship with your executive or your directors feels, regardless of how it feels, let's agree your ideas are good because they are. Let's agree that you are valuable to that process one way or another. Let's agree that your perspective, what you bring to it, is unique and it's needed in the process. Let's just agree to that. And let's agree that your input that you have to give is important. And then ultimately, I think we could sum all that up and say, let's agree that the process of what goes on in your work area and the outcomes are better when you contribute. So can we agree to those things? Your ideas are good, you're valuable to the process, your perspective is unique, it's needed, your input is important, and the process and the outcomes and all of that is better because you contributed. So let's agree to that. In fact, I said there wasn't a motivational thing. There's your motivational moment. If that's what you came for, there you go. There's your motivational moment. But that's not enough. If all of that's true, and I hope it is, and I expect that it is, it's still not enough, which is why we're here. It's why we're working on this, because you have to have all that stuff, and then you have to get it across. So here's what you actually assessed in this assessment when you gave yourself 3 numbers. The first thing you assessed was your credibility. The second thing you assessed was the respect that you have. And the third thing that you assessed was the influence that you have. I didn't want to start with those words because they have baggage attached to them. I wanted to start with the statements so you could then say, here are the scores I give myself on these 3 things. These are the outcomes, not the feelings. These are the outcomes. You have credibility, or you have respect, or you have influence to some degree, or you don't. So the best executives have an abundance of these things. It's just kind of foundational to their presence that they have credibility and respect and influence. So let's talk about us. How do we translate all that good stuff, whatever that good stuff is that you bring, how do you translate that into these 3 components of executive presence? Because here's the bad news. You don't just go out and get these. You don't go to the store and pick one up. They are not yours for the taking. You can't go get any of these 3 things: credibility, respect, or influence. Well, that's a downer. So what's the alternative? The alternative is you have to be given those things. You receive those. You don't go get them, you receive them. Now, you're going to argue with me, and that's okay, because there is an argument to be made that sometimes people's titles attach themselves to these things. But let's be actually really honest about it. Even if someone's title carries the things like credibility and respect and influence, the reality is it's not genuine unless they also have earned them. I don't care what their title is. So how does this work? What does it mean to you, and what are you going to do about it? The bottom line is this: there has to be some sort of exchange, because if you're going to get these things, because you can't go, or you're going to receive these things because you can't go out and just pick them, then there has to be an exchange. So what do you have to give? You have to have something to give in exchange for those things. That's what executive presence is. Here's what you have to give to get credibility, respect, and influence. You have value. Now that's nebulous, it's kind of floating, and we're going to nail it down. How can you translate whatever that value is into credibility and respect and influence? There's a ton of ways. I'm going to give you 3 that I want you to focus on, because if you're going to make changes, you can't change it all. You eat an elephant a bite at a time. I'm going to give you 3 bites, 3 things to focus on. The first is, to get that exchange to happen, you're going to convey your value through your brand. In other words, you've got to have a brand, and that's how you convey the value. That's the starting point. The second thing you're going to do is then strengthen that value that you've already conveyed through some communication skills we're going to look at. And then third and finally, you're going to grow your value through some strategic thinking skills. So how do you translate all of the value you bring into credibility, respect, and influence? You do it through your brand, through your communication, through your strategic thinking. Okay, that's a lot of sort of formulaic stuff. I want to make sure you're with me, because we're going to fill in all the gaps. So you've got some specific things you're going to do this afternoon, tomorrow, next week, next month. So let's look at them one at a time. The first thing you're going to do is convey your value. Get your value out through your brand. So I'm talking about a personal brand, but let's unpack that a little bit. So Gmail, Google Mail, that's what I mostly use in my work. Some of you may use that as well. Gmail is actually now 20 years old. But the Google story began in 1995 at Stanford University. And there was a prospective student named Larry Page considering Stanford for grad school. And then Sergey Brin, who was a student there, was assigned to show him around. Ultimately, they both ended up there, and working from their dorm rooms, they built a search engine, the first ever of that sort. And it used links to determine the importance of individual pages on what was then often called the World Wide Web. And they called this search engine Backrub. And there's the logo. It's because they were searching through backlinks, so it made sense. Soon after, thankfully for the world, Backrub was renamed as Google. Phew, that is way better. So a brand tells you what to expect based on what you know about that brand. So a brand, the job of a brand is to convey value. That's why we're talking about it. So here's 2 brands on the screen right now. I want you to think about which of these brands conveys value. Dollar General or Saks Fifth Avenue. And if you think about it, you can really argue it either way. And that's typically what we do. Dollar General brings a certain kind of value if what you're after is the most for your dollar and the most you can buy, and the quality is not a big thing, but you need to get a lot of things accomplished. That may be where you see value. Others may see value in the longevity of something, or the design of something, or the materials of something, in which case they probably wouldn't go to Dollar General, they'd go to Saks, and that's where they'd see value. So both of those brands convey value. We're not defining value, we're defining the role of the brand. How about these 2 brands? Here's 2 more for you to look at. And if you don't know those, they're Pandora, that's the P, and Spotify. Now, if I ask my kids this question, hands down it's Spotify. And they are forever annoyed with me, because for me, Pandora is the one that brings value. I'm an old guy, and I got onto Pandora earlier, and it does everything I needed to do, and it brings value, and it's not complicated. I'm a Pandora guy. But to them, for the same thing, streaming music, Spotify brings value. But it's because we know what those brands do. So let's make that about you. How would your director or executive that you work with, how would that person describe you? And if, let's say, they're talking to somebody else, they're not talking to you, so they're not gonna spin it. It's really how they feel about you. Can you think of 3 words that your director would use to describe you to someone else? They're worth writing down. So if you think, I go to my director, my executive, and say, so-and-so's coming in the door, and when they get here, I want you to describe me in 3 words. What 3 words would that director or that person use to describe you? I mean, like real words, not because they're trying to compliment you. Whatever those words are, that's a glimpse into what you're known for. Because the answer to that question is not nothing. There's something. And then the question is, does your director know you well enough to even describe you? That's sort of a second question, but there's always something. So for your director, it might be words like punctual or accurate or reliable or goofy, or I don't know what it is, but there's something. And then you can do the same thing with your best friend. And so what 3 words would your friend use to describe you to somebody else? And they would choose different words. Why would they choose different words? You're the same person. They would choose different words because they value different things. And so they're attaching value to different things. But at the end of the day, here's what matters the most. How do you want to be described? What do you want to be known for? Because you get to decide. You don't have to. You can leave it up to chance. A lot of people do. Most people do. But you get to decide. So let's look at that in the context of the elements of personal brand. We're going to pick apart personal brand. And for each of these, what I want you to think about is, what do you want the description to be? Because your brand is about knowing your strengths and what they mean for others, and also making them known. There's 3 parts to that statement. I want to make sure you jot down 3 different parts. Knowing your brand is knowing your strengths, knowing what your strengths mean for others, and then making those strengths known. There's 3 parts to it. It's not a single thing. So good or bad, right or wrong, here's what makes up your brand. I'm going to give you 5 things. We're going to go through them quickly. And then I want you to spend time later on, for each of these 5 things, what do I want it to be? What do I want my brand to be? So the first one is priorities. I'm talking about the priorities that people know, and perhaps the ones they may not know, or the ones you may not know they know, like when you light up and when you don't. I was in an early job. I'd been there a number of years, and I had pretty much decided I needed to do something else. I was just kind of burned out. You may have been that way in a job at some point. And I was sitting in a meeting with the CEO. It was just a one-on-one meeting. And he used this statement to right to my face. And it was these words exactly. I remember it like it was yesterday. You don't have a fire in your belly for this project. Like, it wasn't an accusation. It was an observation. Belly for this project. And you know what? I didn't. But I hadn't told him that. I hadn't told anybody that. But he could tell it wasn't a priority for me. So the question to you, when you think about your brand, what are your true priorities? And how do people know? The second one, not a fun one necessarily, but a very real one, part of your brand, part of how you convey your value, like it or not, is style. I mean, we have to say it. Appearance matters. Appearance is what they see. There was an article published a little bit ago in the Harvard Business Review, and it was about what conveys executive presence. And it was a study, it was a survey. And the most current list did not include attractiveness. It did not include the word youthful. There was nothing in the description of executive presence about next job dress or weight or height. Interestingly, those things have been on the list in the past in this same study. But when this updated research was, as recently as 2012 even, those things were on the list. But when this updated research was done, here's what was listed in terms of what conveys executive presence, in terms of outward appearance. Polish, authenticity, I love that one. Fitness or vigor, that was a dual, like a slash. And a new normal style of dress. I don't know what a new normal style of dress is, but it's probably whatever it is in your work area. But polish, authenticity, fitness and vigor, new normal, all that matters. I had an employee, an executive, or a mid-level executive, a manager that I had a completely distributed team. And he was just fond of t-shirts and ball caps. That's just what he wore because he's working at home and whatever. And we had to talk about it because that didn't convey the kind of presence he needed to have with his people. He didn't need to dress up. He didn't need to have a coat. He didn't need to have a tie, but he needed to pull off the ball cap and get out of a t-shirt and into a collared shirt of some sort. So the question to you, what is your desired style? That's the second element of your personal brand, which is about conveying value. The third one, it's a biggie, and we're not going to spend much time on it at all. It's your reputation. What others actually saying about you? Because they are. They are talking about you, just like you're talking about them. It's just a fact, not good or bad. But you need to know what they're saying, and you need to be thinking about, what do I want them to be saying about me? Because that's part of my brand, and that's part of conveying my value. The fourth one is ownership. I want to give this just a little bit more time to unpack. How many of you have ever rented a car, gone on vacation or whatever, and rented a car? And if you have, and I assume the majority of you have, how many of you have ever actually washed a rental car? I've rented a lot of cars in my life, and I like cars. I like renting cars to try different ones. Never once have I washed a rental car, because it's not an ownership mindset. It's not my car. Owners have a different mindset. They think differently about things than people who don't own those things. So ownership is part of what you want. Here are three different descriptions or quotes on the screen about taking ownership. And I hope they're big enough for you to read. I'm going to be quiet for 5 seconds and ask you to read those. And what I'm looking for is key words. So what words do you see that are key to describing ownership? I'll be quiet so you can read. Okay. Here are the words that I pull from that when I look at it, and we had a live conversation going. Initiative, it's in there a couple of times. Responsibility is in there. Being accountable is in there. Those are words that are how we think about someone who has ownership. So how do you do that? Let me give you some actual things to do. Identify yourself more as we and us versus they and them. When you're talking they and them, you're extracting ownership, yourself out of the ownership equation. Talk about us. Talk about we are doing things. Expressing pride in what's happening is taking ownership. Going after even just the little stuff, before somebody's made a big deal about it or asked for somebody to take care of it, going after those small issues, that's taking ownership. Here's a big one: leaning into the facts instead of getting caught up in opinions and assumptions. That's ownership. Ownership bases on facts, not opinions. And then here's my favorite one and it's going to sound like I'm your mom talking, but giving your best even when nobody's watching is taking ownership. And here's why I love that one. Two reasons. One is because if you do that, if you give your best, even when nobody's watching, then you never have to debate the circumstances. You're always consistent. You won't have regrets. But here's the other reason. Just because no one's watching right now doesn't mean no one will ever see. And they probably will. And you will have been glad that you gave your best. So those are just a few quickies on how to take ownership, which was the fourth part of this. Let's go back and look at our list and add a number 5 to the list for putting together and polishing your personal brand so that you can convey your value. The fifth one is about results. I don't mean all the results. I mean the ones that they know about. That's what makes up your brand. And you can influence. In fact, I'm going to say you should influence what people know about your results. If you're managing your brand, then you're not leaving it up to somebody else to know what you're doing and what you're accomplishing. It's kind of hard. You got to figure out when and where is appropriate. And if all you do is ever talk about yourself, that's not what I'm talking about. But if you go back to the we and the us and things that are proud, just this morning, we have a Slack channel at my current work called Team Love. And typically you go in there to brag on somebody. But today, Rachel went into that channel and said, I'm going to do a little Rachel Love about herself. And she had been in a meeting where she'd gotten written feedback on a project, and she just put some quotes from the client in there about that project and how happy they were. It's a great opportunity for all of us to celebrate. And you know what? We know about Rachel's results. So let's pause. I've been going fast here. Here's the thing. An intentional brand, that's what we're working on, where it's solid, it's authentic, it's really you, also is the basis for confidence. And confidence is part of executive presence that I want to make sure you have. But keep this in mind, it's one of my favorite quotes. Chances are that if you're trying to make an impression, that's exactly the impression you'll make. So there's a fine line here. It's an art, not a science. The bottom line is this, because for each of these, I want to give you a bottom line. So bottom line, number 1, be known for bringing value. And that's what your brand should do. It should exude the value that you bring. Because if you're not doing it that way, then your brand is doing something else. Because it's doing something, you want to be in control of it. So convey your value through your brand. That's the first one. But remember, there were three things that you're going to give so that you can get those other things. Three things that put together value. So you convey your value through your brand. The second one is strengthen your value through impactful communication. I want to share the results of a study with you and see what you think. So this was actually a study of CEOs, and they were asked about effective internal communication, like not public, but inside the organization. And how critical is that as a success factor? So that was the first question. So look at the options on the board there, or on the screen, and see if you can guess what their answer was, saying effective internal communication. How important is that? What percent of the CEOs cited that as being a critical success factor? 65, 75, 85, 95. The answer is D, 95%. So pretty much agreement, I think we could say. In that same survey, the same CEOs were asked how they thought how effectively they thought communication was being delivered internally. So it's 95% of them said it's a critical success factor. What percent of them said, and it's being done correctly? 22, 32, 42, 52%. Guess which one? The answer is A, 22%, the opposite of the first question. And if you still think it's simple, here's one more statistic. 69%, more than 2/3 of members of management, people in management positions, don't feel comfortable communicating with their staff. They admit they don't feel comfortable communicating with their staff. So executives say it's important and it's not happening, and managers in general say I'm not comfortable with it. And all we're talking about is communication. Now let's bring it back to you. How can you strengthen your value that you're bringing through more impactful communication? So it's basic, but it's worth saying out loud. These statistics prove it. So the most effective, impactful communication is 6 things. And I'm going to walk through them quickly, so jot them down so you'll have a list you can refer back to later. The first thing is impactful communication is succinct. There was a study done by Microsoft that showed the average attention span of humans fell from 12 seconds in the year 2000 to 8 seconds in 2021. 8-second attention span. Goldfish have a 9-second attention span. Don't ask me how they measured that. I have no idea. But that's what the research says. Goldfish have a 9-second attention span, longer than we do. Now, fortunately, humans, we're good at refocusing. And that's how we can actually function. So what do you do about that? How can you be more succinct? So journalists, let's look at journalists, because they communicate for a living. Journalists know that readers do best with pieces that they write that are 4 minutes or less time to read. 4 minutes or less reading time. And on average, we'll read about 2 minutes and 45, 46 seconds, and then we go on to the next article. So even if they write a 4-minute article, most people are not going to see the second half of that. So how do you be succinct? Do what journalists do. Think like journalists. Have a headline. When you communicate, if you don't know your headline, then you shouldn't be talking yet, because you don't know what you're on about. You don't know your most important thing. So the first thing is have a headline, 5 to 7 words, not a paragraph. Have a headline. And then headlines, typically, especially now when we're looking at digital news feeds and those things, also are followed by a snippet. That's maybe a sentence, maybe 2 sentences. If you can think about communication as a headline and a snippet, I don't mean that's the only way you talk, but if you think about it that way, you will be succinct. You'll get rid of all the extra stuff. Here's some other ways to do that. The second thing that's true of the most impactful communication is that it's straightforward. There's a couple of things I mean by that. Number one, kill the fillers, the verbal fillers. Think for a moment, what fillers do you hear in your environment? Because they are everywhere. Fillers are things like or like. I have an employee right now who uses like at the beginning of every single sentence. We're working on it. The phrase "you know" is often a filler. We have a newscaster or a weatherman here in where I live in Kansas City. whose favorite filler is "that being said." So he'll say a thing about the forecast. That being said, he'll say another thing about the forecast. That being said, he'll say another thing about the forecast. We don't need that. That's not straightforward. The worst one that I can tell you right now, and I hope it's not one that any of you do on a regular basis, is ending sentences with the word right, like I state a fact, right? And then I say something else, right? And then I kind of explain it, right? It's completely unnecessary and it weakens the message. So what do? If you're on Zoom calls or video calls or things like that, watch the recordings. Ask somebody else, when I talk, what fillers do I use? Or if you're really bold or you have a good relationship, say, well, when I use a filler, will you just stop me and point it out? Because that's the best way you can get rid of them. So kill the fillers, that's one. Second, trim the hedges. That's another way to be more straightforward. Hedges are those words or phrases that introduce ambiguity or indecisiveness, and we do them all the time. So for example, if I said, maybe we should consider change, that sounds okay, but there's a whole lot of ambiguity in there and indecisiveness. There's a lot of hedging. I think maybe we should consider making this change. Why don't I just say, let's change this? Or I think we should change this because, or here's what we could do now, or here's a good idea for a next step. All of that is more effective executive style communication. Here's one more example. I'm just not sure about moving ahead. And maybe you're not sure, but let's be more specific. Let's get out the hedges. So instead of that, you could say, before we move ahead, let's do this. Or as I think about moving ahead, here's what occurs to me. Or in order to feel confident moving ahead, I want to do whatever. Or I'd rather we not move ahead at this time. There's just much more straightforward ways to say it. Okay, there's two. Here's the third one. The most effective communication is targeted. Or in other words, you could put there is tailored. That means kind of the same thing. Here's the deal. It's not about you. Your communication is not about you. You're paying attention to your audience. And the most effective communication is targeted to your audience. So when you say to a group or a person, hey, you want to go get lunch? There's a lot of ways that audience could perceive that. Maybe it's a quick lunch out of a vending machine, or maybe it's a grand buffet. It's all lunch, but it's not all the right choice. So we target our communication to our audience. There's an old training adage, you've probably heard it before, that we're all tuned into the same radio station, WIIFM, what's in it for me? It's an old adage, but it makes sense. If I speak to what's in it for you, you will pay attention far more than if I'm talking about me or my needs. I need to be talking about your needs and what's going on for you, what your perspectives are. There's always more than one perspective. If I were just right now to ask you this question, what is old age? You'd have a variety of answers. Generally, old age, it seems that people tend to describe old age as about 15 years older than where they are. So many of you would describe old age younger than I would describe old age. It's a matter of perspective. All right, so we've got three. Let's go to the fourth one. The fourth thing that most impactful communication is optimistic. That's kind of a weird one. Why is that? It's simple, because we are attracted to optimism and we're repelled by pessimism in general, especially in professional places. I don't mean you don't get sucked into scuttlebutts and things like that and all of that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about professional communication. We are attracted to and like to follow leaders who are optimistic. So it's not about the glass being half full or half empty. That is not optimism and pessimism. That's a misnomer. Here's when a pessimist looks at that glass, whether it's half empty or half full, that's not the point. Here's what the pessimist says. That amount of water won't last long enough. There's not enough there. And it isn't anymore because it would have been fuller if there were. So that's all there is. And I should have asked for more in the first place. I don't know what's wrong with me. And how do I know that's even healthy? I mean, that water may have lead in it for all I know. That's how a pessimist looks at it. It's not about the amount. Whereas the optimist is going to look at it and not so much say it's half full. The optimist is going to say there's plenty of water there, or I'm confident there's more coming. We'll just need to ask for it. Or I know where some more water is. I can go get that. Or I'm glad it's water and not hot chocolate because it's a hot day outside. I'm glad I thought to ask for water. That's how the optimist looks at that glass. Now note this. The answers would be the same for the optimist and pessimist, regardless of the level of water, because it's not about the amount of water. It's not about the facts. It's about what we think about what we see. That's the difference between optimism and pessimism. I'm not asking you to be Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farms. Here's how to think about it. If there's a negative thing going on, emphasize it as a shorter time frame. Emphasize it as a smaller impact. It's a minor setback. There's ways to overcome it. That's how an optimist looks at a negative thing. If it's a positive thing, emphasize that as long lasting and pervasive. And there's more of it. There's more good things to come. That's how an optimist looks at a good thing. So optimistic communication is far more attractive than pessimistic communication. Okay, let's look at the fifth one. The fifth one is that the most effective communication is engaging. Here's some quick ways to engage the other person. That's what I mean, engage the person or the audience. Tagging commonalities, things we have in common. I know all my employees' pets. And I know which ones have pets like mine and which ones don't, and where I bring up pets or where I bring up kids. Ask questions, use people's names. Every time you use a name, the person re-engages with you. Use words like you and we instead of I, because you and we are a sense of camaraderie. I is not you, me. We want to draw people in. There was research done by a woman named Susan Gelman. I don't know how she did it, and it's a little disconcerting, but it's still research. She tracked passages that people highlighted in novels in their e-readers. So hopefully they opted in to this study. So she looked at what they highlighted in their e-readers, and the highlighted passages were 5 times more likely to contain the word we than the word I. And they were 10 times more likely to contain the word you, because readers were highlighting and engaging with things that were about them. Same thing happens whether we're in written communication or oral communication. All right, the last one, I know we're going through them fast. The most impactful communication is reinforced. And what I mean by that is reinforced with nonverbals. And that's simple, but it's really worth repeating because we mess it up so much. Good posture exudes confidence and says, I'm here and I'm in, I'm all in. Eye contact conveys interest and confidence, and it keeps the other person's attention. When I teach sales training, the basic tenet of sales training is no one buys from lidded eyes. If you're not making eye contact, you're not making sales because you're not engaging the other person. Smiles, nods, those kinds of things that are so easy to forget when we're self-conscious, when the room is tense and when we're worried. Those kinds of things are hard to do, but they're memorable, and they say, I'm comfortable right now, I'm comfortable around you. The other thing I'd suggest to you to think about related to reinforcing your nonverbals, check your meeting face. You have it on right now. Your meeting face. There's a phrase, resting face. You've probably heard that phrase. It's a big enough deal. It has its own Wikipedia page. Don't look it up right now, just trust me. But the question to you is, what's your meeting face? What's your nonverbal saying when you're not saying any words? That's the other piece of it. Here's a quote I love from Charles Kettering. A problem well stated is half solved. That's what you want to be. You want to be that person. So the most impactful communication is these 6 things. You've got a lot there you can choose from what to work on. Here's the bottom. You can value communicate. And if you want it, then their value, but you're for that. Okay, let's the your value, your strategic. So you've conveyed brand, you've through your communication, your value through your strategic thinking is like a quote about your grasp. So you're a lot of your are a lot about tactics, and that's important and it's part of. But your contribution, what grows your value, can in fact a place of strategic thinking. Talk about become a strategic thinker and how you look at things. I'm going to very quickly look at it in terms of ingredients, because the ingredients are always the same. The first ingredient is hindsight, the experience that's behind you, the data. Data is always hindsight. That's where we're making recordings of things going on. I served for 16 years as a city council member in my city, my local municipality. And a few years ago, we knew that the fire protection in our city the coverage needed to expand for fire protection. We had data, increasing calls. We had experience. We knew what was happening with the current apparatus and how often it was used. Staff was telling us stories. All of that was hindsight that was saying there's probably something that needs to be done. That's the first ingredient. The second ingredient is insight. Insight is looking all around and understanding what you see around you, drawing conclusions from that data that you gathered from hindsight. Insight is where decisions are made. So in that example I was giving you, in our city, we have 3 fire stations. And we looked at the 3 of them, and one of them was in a pretty growing area and had land around it. Here it is, and you can see it on the screen. It's this part in the black square. And so ultimately what we said when we looked at it, we considered the hindsight and we considered the insight, it made sense to say, let's not build a 4th one, let's expand this one because there's land around it that we can acquire. And 5 acres would probably be a good way to do that. So this was, with insight, kind of how we arrived at what we would do. Now, let's go back to the ingredients. The third ingredient is foresight. That's what will happen if the data continues, if the decision made during insight is implemented or it's not implemented. One of my favorite authors is James Clear, and he says, prime your environment, always prime your environment so that your next action is easy. That's foresight, priming your environment. That's where plans are made. Strategic thinking is all about having the plans. So when you go back to this example I was showing you, so we had that idea that was going to be the solution, but in thinking ahead, like what will that look like and how will that play out and how will that work? We actually came up with a different configuration for 5 acres, and you can see it in that second photo. It's still 5 acres, it's still the same fire station, but here's the difference, several differences. A fire station doesn't need frontage. It's not like it's a retail environment. We just need in and out from the street. But this configuration did several things. It didn't leave that weird gap where the land was chopped up in a funny way. But here's the most important thing. Do you see that the upper left? That's a hospital. So we're talking about a fire station close to a hospital. And if we just reconfigured those 5 acres differently, we could actually create direct access between the fire station and the hospital without having to follow a long street, get out on a highway, and come back. That's what the foresight part, when we thought about how it was going to play out. So if it's a recipe and those are the ingredients, or if those are the ingredients, then let's look at the recipe for strategic thinking. It's first about proportion. How much of each of those things do we want? It's not always the same. Sometimes you rely on one more than the other. It's also not all about the order. It doesn't have to be linear. You may start with some insights and then go backwards to get data and then go forward, or you may think ahead. It can do it in any order, but they all need to be there. So how do you know if you're thinking strategically? There's a 2-part test. So jot these questions down because they're really easy and it's a way for you to say, am I thinking strategically? So the first question on the 2-part test, it's very simple. Are you even thinking? Now, I don't mean that you're staring at a wall. Here's what I mean. Are you reacting? Are you on autopilot? Are you trusting a hunch that you have? Are you repeating what you've done before? Are you repeating what someone else did? None of those things is strategic thinking. And they're not even thinking. You're just doing it for some outside reason that you haven't really thought about. So first question, are you even thinking? The second question, if you are, what is it you're thinking about? And here's some examples. Are you thinking about problems or are you thinking about opportunities? Fixes? Are you thinking about what's happening today or are you thinking about what's going on tomorrow? And here's one that's really important. Are you thinking about how this should be done or what generally needs to be done? Because if you look at each of these 4 pairs, one of those in each pair is strategic thinking. And it's the second word in each one. I've underlined them in orange for you. That's what strategic thinkers, when you think about executive presence, that's what strategic thinkers are focusing on. I don't mean exclusively. I don't mean they're leaving other parts of their job behind. What I mean is they're remembering to consider opportunities, solutions, tomorrow, what needs to be done. That's where the strategic thinking happens. Here's another way to think about it. And I think this sometimes helps just to take it completely out of context. Imagine that the helicopter that you see on the screen there has a glass bottom where you can see through. So if those guys were to look down while they're sitting on the grass, they can see a certain shape of what's going on right there. Strategic thinking requires altitude, because that helicopter, as it goes up in the air, they can look down through that same hole and they can see more. The size of the floor doesn't change. The size of the glass doesn't change. But the altitude allows them to use what they already have to see more. So strategic thinking, if you can think about it for yourself, it's about gaining altitude in how you think. So here is bottom line number 3 to add to your list. It's just a fact. Strategic thinkers, bottom line, are just simply more valuable. They bring more value to the equation. Now, it doesn't mean to the exclusion of getting other things done. It's getting things done and bringing strategic thinking to the table. So, where does that take us? Let's work backwards from where we are to where we started. So there are many ways that you can be more valuable than you already are. I'm not saying you're not valuable, but there's a lot of ways you can be more valuable. We've only worked on 3. You can convey that value through your personal brand, your priorities, style, reputation, the ownership you take, the results that you communicate. That's your brand. You can strengthen your value through more impactful communication by being succinct and straightforward and targeted and thinking and speaking optimistically, engaging the other party and reinforcing it through the kind of nonverbals that will help. And then the third one is you can grow more valuable simply by strategic thinking, using hindsight, insight, and foresight to raise your glass bottom helicopter. So that's what we've worked on. That's what's giving you some action items. But here's the why. Value, that's what we're talking about here, is what you're contributing. It's what you're giving. So what do you get in return? We started here. What you get in return when you provide value and do it in all the different ways, including these 3, is credibility and respect and influence, which were the 3 major components of executive presence that we talked about at the very beginning. Remember, executive presence is just the label for today, but these are the components that matter at every single level in the organization. But there were 2 downers. Remember, there are components that we all have to earn. You don't get to go get them. That's why you have to bring value. And here's the other thing. Just let's be flat out realistic. You have to earn them and you have to re-earn them. They're not perpetual. So you have to keep doing the things that we're working on. It's not check a list and get on to other things. So what do we do? What's the now what to all of this? Because I told you, I want you to do something different tomorrow. I want you to have different things to do. So I want you to go back to your 3-question assessment. Remember, I said we'd come back to it. So you have 3 numbers that you've written down. Somewhere in your notes, this might be harder to do on your screen, so maybe on a piece of paper if you have one nearby. I want you to draw this shape, 3 spokes. So 1 at the top, then 2 coming out the bottom. So you've got 3 spokes. And then on those spokes, at the middle, put the number 1, and at the end of each, put the number 10. And then take each spoke and label it according to what we just worked on. So credibility is 1, respect is 1, influence is 1. Now, when you go back to your 3-question assessment that corresponds with this thing you've just drawn, all you need to do is plot each number that you gave yourself on the particular line. So for credibility, you gave yourself, it's an always or a never. It's probably somewhere in between. Maybe you gave yourself a 7. Respect, maybe you gave yourself a 4. Whatever it is, plot that generally on that line. So you've got 3 dots plotted. You've already got the numbers. And then connect the dots with some sort of curve. Connect the dots. And what you have is a picture of how you currently feel about these elements of executive presence in your work. So maybe yours looks like this. Maybe it's a little bit on the small side because your numbers were on the lower end. Some of you, what you've just drawn looks more like this, where maybe there's a small one, but it's kind of got a flat side. and then some strengths in the other 2. Here are the 2 most important questions of this day. When you look at your diagram, the most important questions are, how can I make my circle larger, meaning expand all the skills? And how can I make my circle rounder? How can I be more well-rounded? You may have the most credibility possible, but have no respect because people don't like you or like the way you got that credibility. So it's not that you just want to excel in one and let the others make up for themselves. It's that you want your circle to be rounder, larger and rounder. How do you do that? You look at where you can bring value, how your brand can help, how impactful communication can help, how strategic thinking can help. You have to plan it. You have to have time because we all have different circles. So I can't tell you what to do with your circle. We have different starting points. The key is to pick your next steps based on where you are. I mean, pick them. Like that is the next thing. Because here's the reality. You and I can both know what it means to be physically fit for ourselves. But what you need to do and what I need to do to be more physically fit is different. And we can think about it and strategize it, and it doesn't mean a thing. We can study it. We can put a plan. We can have a goal poster. Yours would be different than mine. Neither one of us matters until we do something about it. So after this session, they're going to send you a summary document of what we've talked about. It's 4 pages. It's kind of a copy of some of the slides. So you've got all the details there, and you can sync that up with your notes. So why do we care? Why would we be talking about this at this moment on Friday that you've spent this week in professional development, and particularly this day? Why are we so focused on executive presence? Because, as the American novelist Walker Percy noted, you can get all A's and still flunk life. That's brutal, and it's honest. You can get all A's and still flunk life. You can be the hardest working person in your office, the hardest working person at the table, the person who works the longest hours and turns on the lights in the morning and turns them off at night. You can do all of that and still be the least fulfilled person in the room. So here's the deal. No matter which Ron Weasley you were when you were thinking about going into that meeting, as you use the things that you've learned in all the sessions this week and today, and hopefully within this hour, and as you intentionally convert your value, when you bring that value and you convert it into credibility and respect and influence, everything else starts to fall into place. Meaning the smart, important work you're already doing has even more impact, has even more fulfillment for you, brings you even more joy because you're more valuable. You are more valuable. Now make sure they know it. That's your next step. Thanks for spending time on this today.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome.
I'm going to open it up so Greg, great presentation. And there are a few things that resonated with me, but probably at the top of the list was your brand. I think that is key to all of us. So I worked in a department where I did not control my brand. So the chair was much more vocal and well known throughout the campus. And I did not necessarily have the best working relationship with the chair. And as such, his voice and his opinion of me went forth before anyone even met me. And I realized years after that was a mistake on my behalf. So you'll see no one speaks for Keno James Williams here in SUNY Downstate at all. I took control of that brand immediately. Yeah. Because if you don't take control of your brand, someone will take control of it for you.
That's exactly right, because your brand is doing its thing, whether you're controlling it or not. It exists, it's communicating, whether you're controlling it or not. So why not control it? Correct. So I'm going to open up the floor to any questions, comments. Please feel free. And y'all was talking when Chantel was with the mic, so I expect y'all to talk now. Any questions? Huh? You're right. That's right. So I want you all to speak. D, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on the spot. So I like D. D is a go-getter. She's not afraid. What, in terms of this presentation, did you think resonated, connected with you?
Well, Brandon definitely connect with me. One of the questions I was pondering in my head, um, what would be your advice in so now that I've listened to you and I feel so strongly about going forward to actually developing my brand in the way I want it to be seen and what I want it to be moving forward. But I'm also thinking I'm being mindful that there's a right way to do it. I have a very strong personality in terms of when I go ahead for something I do. Would it be perceived negatively if you are loud in the terms of you go at it with, is there anything wrong with going at it with too much intensity?
That is a great question, and the answer generally is yeah. There could be, because every circumstance is different, every audience is different, every room is different, every discussion is different, and so the key to it's, and you're talking about more than just a brand. You're talking a lot about communication and interpersonal skills. And that always hinges on an ability to read the room. There's a whole field of study and a lot of training out there on emotional intelligence. And I would highly recommend that you Google it at a minimum and get some more working knowledge of emotional intelligence, because it goes back to reading the room, understanding the other person. So sometimes that intensity is really important because it's authentically you, and the person you're talking to, the circumstance you're in, it's totally appropriate. There's other cases where that's going to be read negatively. It's going to hurt your credibility, and so that emotional intelligence says, I understand the other person, I understand what they're bringing to this and their perspectives, and here's the level of intensity I should use in this circumstance. Because we don't give ourselves permission to say, I am a high intense person, so there I am, love me or leave me. It's not that. I'm a high intense person and I know how to dial it up and dial it down. And I'm glad I've got stuff on the high end of the range to tap into, but I'm not always going to use that because I'm going to read the room and I'm going to do what I do in order to meet the other person's needs, not my own preferences.
All right, thank you, Greg. Is there any other questions or comments that anyone wants to make? No. So, Greg, I want to thank you for a great presentation. All right, and we'll be chatting.
That sounds good. Thank you so much.
All right, so I see the panelists are here. We are slightly behind time. I'm gonna do, Chantal, can you do the next award? And then we could, I don't know if you guys are okay with going through or you all want a break. You can go through? Yeah, good. All right. So while Chantal comes, this is our final award of the afternoon.
Okay, our final recipient. From the moment this recipient joined our team, she has demonstrated an outstanding work ethic and a proactive attitude. She took the initiative to create a comprehensive OneNote document that meticulously detailed all the tasks involved in our operations. She has continuously sought opportunities for learning and developing through YouTube, university, and engaging in professional development activities. Her commitment to personal and professional growth is evident in the innovative ideas she brings to our team and the improvements she implements in our processes. Her ability to think ahead and plan effectively has been instrumental in maintaining the smooth residency program despite many changes. And the recipient of the Professional Development Award goes to Melissa Ramsa Roop.
I wasn't expecting to speak. I didn't even know I was getting an award. I came in today and Chelsea was like, "Did you see your name?" I was like, "Where? What?" But I do want to say it's an honor to actually be recognized and feel appreciated. And all of us as coordinators, we work really hard. And I want to say thank you for all that you do because I know what it's like. Thanks.
All right, congratulations, Melissa. And emergency medicine, I think has taken home 2 awards in the last year. We have Chelsea, who won a Rising Star, I believe. Chelsea, yeah, and then Melissa winning PD. All right, so we are going to start our fireside chat, and I'm going to welcome the panelists up front to the front. I'm not sure if you guys want to sit up front, or if you don't want to sit, you can walk around. It's fine with me. So, of our panelists, we have our DIO, Dr. Lisa Dresner. All right, yeah. We have Dr. Scott McAfee, who is the program director for psychiatry. We have program manager, Miss Jackie Dowling. And we have a surgery residency coordinator, Miss Theodora Minpunt. Am I pronouncing it correctly, Theodora? All right. So this is our Q&A time. We have a DIO, we have a PD, we have a veteran program coordinator, and we have a newbie coordinator. And this is your time to ask any questions that you have. So we pose a few questions to them, and we give them some few questions so that they can answer. So I don't know if you guys want to if you want to introduce yourselves at any point in time. It's on now. You can. All right, you can introduce yourselves and then we'll get started.
Thanks, everybody. It's a privilege to be invited. As I was thinking about being here today, it occurred to me that I'm in my 20th year as a program director, and I felt like I should know something. I still come to work every week feeling like I don't know anything. In that time, I've worked with 5 different residency coordinators, and I consider it one of the cornerstones of just great things from the I've also been the pallbearer at one of their funerals. And so I think this work is really, really important to me in my career. I'm someone who thinks a lot about why I do things. Like I said, before I do this, and so that was some of the questions here, so I'll leave that to the question and answers. But I just want to say how much I respect the work that all of you do. I think that Juliet and Pino have done such an amazing job of bringing unsung heroes into the songs we all hear. So I just want to say thanks for having me and congratulations on all the hard work you do.
You guys have met me, Lisa Dresner. So as you know, I'm a native New Yorker, and some people would say I'm a downstate lifer. I did leave for a year. I mean, I went to college with it. I did a fellowship in Miami, Jackson Memorial, which is like downstate kind of place, only warmer weather, and really, really beneficial. Anyway, I became a program director with 0 administrative GME knowledge or experience 14 years ago, 14 years ago, 2 months. And I learned everything I needed to know in the first months from Ms. Segal. I realized that there is an entire complex world of GME with rules that are weird and sometimes unexplainable, and that there's resources here. If you just ask, people will help you answer the questions. And I'm very proud of this group because you are creating a community of people who do a job but help each other out and support each other in this really weird, hard job where and your jobs are half parent to the resident, supervisor to the resident. You're representing human resources, benefits, parents, um, psychologists. I think there's a lot of psychology that you guys do, counseling. So I truly appreciate your position and thank you for all the things that you've taught me.
Hi.
One of my teachers.
Hi, I'm Jackie Dowling, Program Manager for Anesthesia. I started here at Downstate in 1991. I worked in the chair's office, and I had nothing to do. So the executive assistant to the chair would have me doing Xeroxing. So I took it upon myself. I said, well, and I was a very different person back then, very introverted and all. But I started creating attending files, and then I went to the resident education office, got to know them. I took over, I was the coordinator for the CCC. I made sure all the faculty evaluations were done. In fact, I would go through the OR schedule and connect the attending to the resident and then make sure they did the evaluation. Eventually, I was moved to Long Island College Hospital and was the program coordinator there. And then in 2008 came here and became the coordinator, and eventually I gave myself the title program manager. And then the chairman said, okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Theodora. I'm new to the position as a residency coordinator for surgery. I'm new to the position as a residency coordinator in surgery, but I'm not new to Downstate. I've been here since 2016 as a medical coder in medical records. About 2 years ago, I got bored with the position and I started searching online, trying to see what's the best fit. And I felt like this would be a great fit, which 6 months in, I love it. A lot to learn, but I love it, and I'm very honored to be amongst all you guys. When I got into the position, I seen what was required, and that motivated me to go back to school. So to hear all you guys talk about starting school now and being able to, again, very motivatable. I'm nervous, but yeah.
Okay, good job. Good job. All right, so I'm going to start off. What skills are needed to be a successful program coordinator? I'm going to put that to all four panelists. Just give me a brief 1-2 minute assessment in terms of what you think are skills that are needed to be a successful program coordinator.
You have to point to us.
So I'm going to throw it out to all four of you.
I know that,
All right.
but we can't
So
all
okay,
talk at
okay.
the same-
Doctor, seems that you're talking, Dr. McAfee.
All right, I have a bunch, so I'll choose maybe some of the things that might not be so obvious. I think that thinking about how to manage residents who use you is important, because there will be residents who think that they can get over on you and get away with things with you, and they think that you won't be in communication with the program director. And to think about that, because I think residents have a need. I don't think they're naturally malevolent people, but they may be in a pinch point in what they're trying to learn. They may have missed a deadline because they have a family issue going on and they're embarrassed to tell one of the program directors. I think that's a soft skill, but it's a really important one, because as Dr. Dresner said, you are the community builders. For years, I've had my coordinators say, oh, I'm friends with so-and-so on Facebook and this-y, that-y, ticky-tacky, and I don't have friends with anybody. And so they know things about the residents' lives that I have no idea and I don't want to know. Although Juliet and I did go to a resident's home to wake their dead butt up because they had a sleep disorder, and we were so worried about them. I said, wait a minute, I've been doing this too long. Before we call their parents in Massachusetts, we're going to their apartment. And she looked at me like, you got to be out of your mind. I go, let's go. So that's one thing. I would say, don't assume the program director knows something. and just try to feel confident in that. We are busy in our own ways, you're busy in your own ways, and sometimes as human beings we don't want to know something, because if we think you can handle it, I want you to handle it, and just let me know what you did. I don't mean to speak for everybody. So and then clarify what you're going to do and what the program director is going to do. When there's some things like letters of recommendation, I write all my own letters. I feel it's silly for me to write a letter and ask the coordinator to edit it and move things around, and then I read it again. It's just silliness. But that I know that that's not typical. So defining what you're going to do and what the PD is going to do in very clear terms, I think can be really, really helpful for moving that relationship along. So thank you.
Great points. Great points. Great points.
I wanted to talk about two things. One is bring up one of the ideas that I want to encourage people to think about. So there was a period of time where it was very hot, this idea of team steps, and it's done. It was training to people. It's actually Army training. The idea that really the focus of the office is to get keep the program accredited and get the residents trained. The boss, they're really the boss. That's the goal, right? So we're all, even though someone has the title, like in the operating room, someone has the title of the surgeon, that person really isn't in charge. Everybody's in charge, and everybody's responsible to make sure everything is going right. So that means that you are empowered to speak up. That means if you see a regulation or a requirement in the board, which you should be reading, the board requirements for your specialty and the program requirements for your specialty, if you see you're not meeting that, you raise the issue. And if the program director doesn't want to deal with it, you have to pull on your pants and go, your big girl pants, and go to the chair and say, I'm really worried about this, or come to me as a DIO and say, I'm really worried about this. We need to fix this. And my chair is not able to fix it or doesn't recognize it's a problem, because the goal is to say it's not to please the PD. The goal is to have an intact program that's doing well. So I really want, the best thing is to be empowered to have a big mouth. You don't have to be a boss, but you have to speak up for yourself and what you know is right. That's the one thing. And the other thing is about being organized. You don't have to have a checklist if you don't want to, but the idea is that you need to keep abreast so that things don't get beyond you, because I'm really good at letting things get beyond me, and then I don't sleep and just.
But you always get it done.
I always get it done. Just in time. I was trying to explain. I'm a just in time girl, not a last minute person. Just in time. Just in time is fine. Last minute, not so good.
Jackie?
So we are managers, whether or not we have that title. That's what we are. And when I came into my role, that scared the hell out of me. And I was not a good manager. I had staff, and I actually, when I had to counsel someone, they actually tried to beat me up. Thank God HR was there. So it was a really good learning experience. But being a good manager is doing what I have to do and allowing others to do what they need to do, and not trying to control them. And I think I'm getting better at it, right, Nicole? But also
good.
Communication skills.
Good.
Okay? You have to have good communication skills. So I am close to every one of my residents, and they will call me, text me 7 days a week. And unless I'm sleeping, I won't answer them. But a couple of years ago, we were under special review, and my residents told the DIO that they were scared of me, that my emails were scary. They were businesslike. I'm. So my DIO at the time, sat me down and said, well, you need to be more flowery. That's the way this generation is. And I'm like, I fought so hard against that. Because I said, you know what? I've been doing this too many years. It's tough. Well, I put smiley faces in. I say, hi, how has your day been? I don't know if you noticed that this hasn't been done yet. Really, and I read every email before I send it. Because if I'm angry, it will show in my email. And I think that's what was happening. So, an interaction with your residents. When I go through the interview process, and for 15 years, I ran the interview process. I selected the applicants. I was there the day of the interview. I welcomed them. At the end, I gave a words of wisdom talk about what's they're going to experience for the rest of the year. And that was so appreciated. So my residents know I have a pillow on my window seat, and they know they can come and talk to me. It's changed a little bit since COVID. I don't get as many takers, but they know that I am there for them, that I have their back, that I am their advocate. So, and that is a really good skill. Like when I sit on the clinical competence committee, in the beginning, I just sat there. And then when they would want to give a letter of non-renewal to somebody that had no documentation, I told them, you can't do that. And they listened. And when they didn't listen, and the person went on an appeal, I said, told you so. So that is really good. And really, I think all coordinators should be part of the interview process.
Great.
Granted, I don't think I should have been the one selecting applicants, but I got really good at it. Well, now with my new program director, I don't have to do it anymore. And it is a big relief because I used to take a vacation week to do it. But I think it's really important. There are so many times I hear from the applicants, you're the only coordinator that gave us any advice. And that's really sad. Because a lot of times they won't get this advice from their medical schools. So those are.
Coordinators have a different perspective. Theodora?
I don't feel like I have much experience to answer on this, but from
6 months.
6 months,
You've been able to onboard a huge group for surgery. All right. You've been able to graduate them. What skills have you used during those 6 months?
as Natasha told me, I have to prioritize because everyone feels important. Everyone's problem feels like it's bigger than the others. And they feel like once they walk into my office or send me an email or call me, I have to stop what I'm doing to solve their problem. And I had to learn to prioritize because due dates were.
So you see?
Yes.
Then you are good enough to answer that question. Let me get a round of applause.
Kino, can I add one more?
Yes.
And I'm saying this on reflection after working with someone like Juliet, who you all know, and her accolades. When Audra came into the program, she looked at things with fresh eyes, and she did a great job of not assuming that the way it's always been is the best way to do it. And that is critical. And if I'm part of the way it's always been, I'm not going to know or think it needs to change. And it's part of some of the questions here, but it was really incredible to have a fresh set of eyes just to say, why do we do it this way? And for me to say, you know what, you're right. Thank you for creating change here. So don't make that assumption. And there's a difference between the good parts of a tradition and the things that should be looked at every once in a while to say, can we do this better? So I think that you coming in so new, that's amazing because you'll bring a fresh set of eyes. You're most likely closer in age to the residents. You'll have a sense of how people communicate with one another. I mean, if WhatsApp didn't exist, the whole thing would shut down. It's like nobody reads emails anymore, all the headaches that we all have. So Thanks for letting me
Good
jump
job.
in.
So we're going to talk a little bit about the role. So I interviewed for a position, an administrative position, and the only hospital representative on the interview panel asked two questions. How many direct reports do you have? And how many employees have you taken to labor relations? Those were the only two questions from our hospital leader here. College of Medicine panelists asked much more, in depth, questioning in line of that. And it ties into that role of the coordinator because we don't necessarily have direct reports in that the MDs, but we are managing large groups of individuals. All right. How has the role evolved over time, and where do you all see it going forward?
Yeah, I think that I've observed much more ownership and involvement by the coordinators, that they have individual skills and responsibilities. And that's been reflected, at least in my specialty in the ACGME, adding more full-time equivalents to residencies of the size I've always been running. It's now 1.5. That's a lot of person power. So I think that's real. It's very broad, but I think it's important to know that.
So, I mean, I'm pretty old. When I was a resident, actually, Miss Bowman, Pamela Bowman, was the program coordinator for surgery. But I don't know that she came to the job with any experience in being that. I think that she was much more of an executive secretary and was handed by the program director. These are the rules. These are the things that we have to do. And if you look in the files, you see it was a very secretarial based job. There were a lot of letters had to be typed. Things, people were send people for interviews by sending them a letter. You send, here's the interview days, choose one and send it back, kind of thing. So I think that the whole scope of the job, from being like a specialized secretarial clerical thing to a manager, has happened during my tenure as a physician, from residency to now. And I see it becoming, and I see that it requires huge amount of data management and being able to manipulate large data sets, databases, all different software. So you don't need to be a programmer, but you need to have advanced computer skills. And before, I think you had to have typing skills. And I think that they're completely different skills. So I see this as a much higher level management, administrative, organizational, jack of all trades kind of position that you should be proud that you have the skills to do. I mean, how many different software databases do you use? And right, and people ask you to generate support, and you really need to be Excel competent, at least competent. Anyway.
And thanks for
And
attacking.
Google Forms.
Yes, Google Forms.
Thank God for Google Forms.
And thanks for attacking my lack of computer skills. But Jackie?
So, in the beginning, the program director was the face of the program. Okay? And there was tremendous oversight of my role. And some of it was because even though I did a lot of resident education over the years, I was still new at it, and we had a site visit in 6 months. And we did pass that site visit. But as program directors changed, I changed with them. So my next program director was very laid back, had several titles, and so I was put in the position of taking on more roles. So I don't just do administrative stuff. Now I assign the rotations. Now I put in the daily assignments. Now I overview the assignment schedule for the OR to make sure residents are not, or no, Nicole does that. I used to do that. Making sure there were no errors. So I became more of a manager. Now with the next program director, he's a little laid back for me and I'm pushing now. So I'm making him do the APE. I'm making him do the web ads. I'm going through them too after him, but he now reviews the assignment schedule to make sure the residents are assigned to the right cases. And he did the annual schedule this year, but I think I'm going to keep that responsibility.
So the emails are nice with smiley faces, right?
Oh yeah, I love them.
They better
I
be.
send them Christmas cards. I send them to Blue Mountain. You know.
All right. So we touched on, I'm not sure if Theodora, okay. All right. So we touched on systems and what software or systems do you or your PC rely on for managing a residency program, and how proficient does that person need to be in using them? And this goes up to anyone, or we can go in the same order that we were going before.
I think Dr. Dresner said it perfectly. I think you have to be comfortable, especially as the residents bring in different ways of doing things. So I actually saw a post from a colleague at Columbia of a residency dashboard that has all of these things, all the QI projects that are going on, all the storage of where resident materials might be, goals and objectives. And it occurred to me that we have stuff in 4 different places, like you said, Google Form, Teams, OneDrive, and everybody likes what they like because their phone likes it better. And we can't do that. It's just too crazy. So I think all of those plus Excel are the things that people have to be at least facile in. But then I think the program should choose a communication method that works best for that program. So then people can get really good at optimizing it. Because there's some stuff you shouldn't have on Google Drive because it might have PHI in it. There's some stuff you shouldn't have here, you shouldn't have there. So I think it takes and our chief resident is very involved this year in bringing that together for all of us. And she's a computer whiz, so she's working on a dashboard for our program. I would just add that to what Lisa said, yeah.
Rule number 1, please have everything on your desktop. Please be doing it in OneDrive. Okay? You have a free resource built into your PC. If you have a PC, it's really easy. If you're a Mac, it's a little bit more complicated. Built into your PC because of OneDrive. You don't need a hard drive, and you shouldn't have anything except maybe your personal, shopping lists on your desktop, because your computer crashes, it'll all be lost. If you have everything backed up on the cloud, all you have to do when you get a new computer is turn it on and log into those cloud places, and you have everything back. So please, please, please. The other thing is either write down your passwords or use a password, some software, so that because I know how many passwords that I keep track of. It's part of the reason I use a Mac, because I don't have to think. It's the same password here as there, as there, as there, as there. And and for programs, use WhatsApp or something like WhatsApp. I know PEDS uses Slack. I think WhatsApp is really good. Residents do not read email. They don't. So they might read their email once a week. They're not likely to put their Outlook on their personal phone and read it all day, but they will look at the WhatsApp. They might turn it off when they're sleeping and when they're off, but they will look at it, and you can drop into the WhatsApp links, forms, documents. So send them an email, but also drop the document in the WhatsApp, and you'll get responses. You can even put QR codes there. Although I don't know why you'd need a QR code on your phone.
So I agree with a lot of what I've heard. Knowing Excel is really important, and knowing Word is really important, and knowing WhatsApp is really important. But you also need to know new innovations.
Yep.
You need to have a scheduling program. So I'm still trying to learn Amion because I know a lot of programs use that. We use Qgender. So I had to learn that inside and out. Although I think it's just a big Excel spreadsheet.
So is Emily.
But yeah, so there are a lot, as much software as you can take. Now my program, we used to have binders that we would hand out on July 1st. And then the residents would take that home and put it in their closet and never look at it again. So now there is a phone app called Doc Launcher. It costs, for 70 users, $965 a year. Has not changed. I have all my curriculum in there, all of our policies and procedures, everything about ACGME, everything about our board. I do a weekly educational sheet that goes there, the morning round schedule, everything goes up there. And I can also see when they're going in. And I tell them that. I'll be looking.
So you're the man.
If you can use a link of links. I've done that, where you create a page, a Word document or a Google document, and all your documents are links to other documents. And so you make a page, link of links, and title them, and say goals and objectives, and you have a link. Best restaurants in Central Brooklyn, a link. I'm just, the idea you can do that. You won't know who's logging in, but you could do it for without a lot of expense, without a lot too much effort.
Eudora?
So far, I think all the softwares are important and we use them daily. My favorite thing is contacting the reps from each department. Like, hey, how do I do this? Because, everyone's busy. I am by myself right now, and I don't want to bother Dr. Dresden too much, or even you. So I call them and I get accustomed with everyone. And it's been a good ride so far.
When she said reps, she's meaning like departments. So, like for instance, there was a P card issue, and she contacted. She's going to the big wigs, so she contacted Bernadette Selby. The rest of us will contact the staff, but just go to the AVP. Yes. And how you've been able to manage New Innovations? How has New Innovations been for you?
Innovations is great. Initially, I was like, this is weird. What is this? But there is also a rep for New Innovations, Daniel. He's great. I was like, Daniel, are you free? Let's go on a phone call. Because I'm not really understanding your emails. Let's get straight to the point. Let's get on a phone call, and he'll sit and talk to me for about an hour, and my issue is resolved.
The information right from the horse's mouth, and I think that's key.
Yes, and I've been in contact with ACGME, getting things done. Because there's some things that we can't do manually because it expired or whatever. And they're like, okay, no problem, I'll fix it for you.
I know the quick story. So when I started in surgery, and started under Pamela Bowman. And Pam wasn't necessarily one who willingly shared information. So we got somebody come in. I'm not sure exactly. I can't remember exactly what it was, but you had to enter this person into the database. And I don't know if the name was entered incorrectly when it first went in. And I went and I put this thing in put this person's name in ACGME, blah, blah, blah. And then when you ran report, I saw similar names. So I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? And Pam wasn't at work. I think she was on vacation or something like that. And I pulled it up and I printed it out and I was like, yes, we have the same person here, but the name was misspelled, but like the social or something tied together. And I started to freak out. And I'm like, because all that time they said, don't call ACGME. When you call ACGME, that's like lighting fires. And Dawn Torres Brown, who was the administrator for surgery, she said, no, call them. Call them. And we called them, and they went in, and they were like, okay, we could do it. Because you could not delete that person once you put them in the system. And you went in, and they went in with me there. And let me tell you, I was panicking, hyperventilating. We was close to code 99. And they went in to take it out. And to this day, Pam didn't know that we made that mistake, just me and the administrator. So go to the ACGME. They're okay. All right, so moving on. I want to ask a personal question. What's the favorite part of working with a PC or as with the program director, program coordinators, with your PD and your program?
What's my favorite part?
Yeah.
I think we build relationships, and that means a lot. That means that you can trust people and when you're down, you have someone to help build you up. And when you're up, when they're down, you can build them up. I think that this is not, when you work with someone, it's really easy to do it like they say, you watch on TV where everybody's business-like, but I think it's about building relationships and becoming a team. And you check each other. Because of that, you check each other. If you make a mistake, someone will catch you. And I appreciate that relationship.
Yeah. I appreciate your calmness. I come with you with so much worry. I'm like, Dr. Chesney, what are we going to do? Relax. Yeah. So
I think that we really do revel in our residents' successes. I think we feel that together, and that's one of my favorite parts, is really seeing a resident who took it upon themselves to go above and beyond and get recognized. This may sound very sick, but meeting deadlines together, I think, is actually really fun because we all have them and we're so busy. And just to know that we got there a day before Lisa Dresner says you're late feels good to us. It's like a little bit of a game because it is like, why does it have to be August, whatever it is? I don't know. The other thing that I find to be a favorite part, and this sort of borders on professionalism and people may have feelings about this, but some of our residents are really difficult. And to have a person that you can just vent a little bit to in the spirit of finding a way to work with this person or finding a way to understand what they're going through to make it a little bit easier is really helpful, because the face of the program, we have to be professional in front of all the other residents. And I'm a big fan of saying the residents you don't hear from are the ones who are suffering. They're the ones in the background going, why aren't they upholding the rules for everybody the way that they do for me? And so having a partner in that and just saying, okay, I'm having a really hard time with so-and-so. Can I just sit? I literally will just sit next to Audra and I'll just go like this. And she's like, are you okay? And I'll go, I'll be fine. One more meeting with them. I'm really going to, and some of these residents will drive you to what you can handle and partner there. And not to be unprofessional, salacious or mean or nasty, but just to vent a little bit, I think is one of my favorite parts of hard work that we're all doing. So.
My favorite part of my job is being the work mom. My brand. I get a list of the fourth year students that are going into anesthesia, and I will email them and tell them, okay, I'm your mom now. So if you need any advice, please come see me. It is important that you see me. And this year I had a Zoom call with them, and we went over everything about the interview process. So at least with the downstate students, I should put the interviews all in one day. I won't have to go through that again. So when I do my interview day, I said, I'm your mom for today. I will take care of you. I will be there for you. And I think it really means a lot to them. And You know, it means a lot to me. And yes, I have those residents, and I just kill them with kindness. There's no other way to do that. And the only thing I could say, so when I ran the interview process, I always, and we ranked them, I always knew the ones we shouldn't take. But this past year, the program director pretty much did the ranking. And we got some doozies.
Yes, you did. If I know about a resident, I don't know them all, but I've heard about at least two.
Okay. All right, so I'm winding down in terms of my questions, and I hope that you all here are winding up with some questions for the panelists. All right, I'm going to ask you all, and this one is probably not on there, but it's pretty much similar to what we're discussing. What advice would you give to the coordinators here moving forward in terms of the skills that they would need for the future management of programs and for the advancement of the career, this profession, etc.? What advice would you all give?
I would say familiarize yourself with understanding what AI means. Think about with your program leadership how you want to go about spotting it. It's going to be everywhere very soon. It's going to write all of our applicants' essays. Even if they say they're not using it, they're going to use it. It's going to write everybody's emails very soon. So I just think that to be on the cusp of what's coming, and then on the other side of it, how to use it, because there are computer comfort people and computer uncomfortable people. And so, I'm a little freaked out about it. And there was a TV commercial on during the Olympics last night, and there was a piece of AI that seemed like it could do everything and cook your dinner for you. And my partner said, "Oh, we use that in my company." I'm like, "You're kidding me already?" And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh God, I feel like a dinosaur. But I think that's absolutely critical for where we are right now and for moving forward, if I could add that. Yeah.
Integrating that idea, remember that computer systems and AI are not actually they're really they have flaws, and just like working with someone else who could get lost and make mistakes, they make mistakes. Just like I drive my Tesla and I have to be fully and put it on automatic, and I'm driving 50, 60 miles an hour and it misses the exit. That's because I wasn't paying attention to it making the mistake. So computers will make those AI and computer software and all that makes our lives easier in some ways, but that doesn't mean we can take our eye off the ball, because you're being held responsible for the mistakes. Certainly when I'm driving my Tesla, I not just, you don't want to crash into the car in front of you, because it will make mistakes. It will make mistakes. And the mistakes are one in a million mistakes, but you don't want to be the one who gets caught with that dead with 1 in a million. It does watch your eyes, though. If you close your eyes, it turns off.
That's cool.
No. So when you're doing something, when you're driving, when you're on the autopilot, if you look at the screen too much or pick up your phone, it sees that your eyes are not looking ahead and turns off the autopilot. And you can't turn it back on until you stop the car and start again. And you have 5 mistakes like that a week, and then you lose it for a week. They've actually keep shorting that. Right. No, but my point is that these systems are really sophisticated and they seem like they do everything, but they still make mistakes. And as humans, we can find the mistakes.
And I like that. That statement there. That's going to be a question to start thinking. All right.
So I think looking over my career as a coordinator, I think it's really important that we engage in attending conferences. I didn't attend the ACGME for years. We have an anesthesia conference, and I don't always go to that because I'm always thinking, well, there's no money. Well, you have to go to it. You have to make your department see that it is important, because you make connections and you learn. Same thing. I should have gotten Tag Me certified when I was younger, and I didn't because I didn't know about it. You know, so this forum is so important because it brings to the forefront everything we should be doing. You know.
And get on listservs. You know, if there's a listserv in your specialty for the administrators and coordinators,
Yep.
it's so critical. I mean, we live in, I would just say for me, I live and die by our listserv, because why do the work that someone else has already done and done it well, and we'll give it to you for free? I mean, I think it's so critical. And most likely there's someone out there that has faced the issue that you have in front of you, and so they can help you to figure it out from what they've learned. So,
Theodora?
I believe it's critical to get to know everyone that plays a role in coordinating. So I've built a relationship with Natasha, Miss Natalie, Michelle, Dr. Dresner, and all the attendants in my department, because I don't have all the answers. So I think that's very important. And when I see you guys in the hallway, I will stop you guys and say, hi, remember me? And find myself to your office to ask you questions. So I think you guys should not be shy about just getting to know each other and everyone.
Like that. Any questions? Any questions around the room? Oh, you have a question.
Hi, Natasha Henry here, Pathology. So our last speaker touched on emotional intelligence towards the end of his talk, because someone brought up a very intelligent question, and it's been resonating with me. What advice would you have for us as coordinators? Because we're intermediaries, we're liaisons, we're managers, we have fellows, residents, faculty, medical students. What advice do you have on how we can exercise emotional intelligence?
I think it's important to know what you're talking about. And I mean that deeply respectfully, because I actually literally 2 days ago presented an article that I've been using for 20 years with my chief residents. And it's how to understand a climate and use our emotional intelligence to understand our leadership skills. And everybody's different, right? And so one of my chief residents, the computer guru, she sort of rolled her eyes. And I was like, what did you just do? And she said, oh, emotional intelligence, it's so like the 2000s. And I'm like, and what she meant was that it's already been rolled into a lot of these things that are helping us to answer those questions that you're asking. So I think you have to understand it. Like if that means there are tests that kind of hint at what our leadership styles are, what kind of a person we work well with, and which kind of people we don't work well with, even though everybody's got good intentions. So if that's helpful to learn about yourself and ask yourself some questions, I would recommend that. I'm happy to send you this article just to get a sense of how the words are used, because I love the article. I'm never going to stop. I don't care how many eyes get rolled at me, because we all really learned from it. And I think also being in the moment and being able to slow the world down, even in a crisis, is so critical. It's so critical. And we really have crises, but not that often. So knowing how to slow things down and just step back for a second is using your emotional intelligence. It is using how you know other people around you, how to pull those skills that people have and leave people that don't have them away for a second. All that stuff. So Kino can connect us, or Juliet, I'm happy, or I can just send you guys the article.
Send it to me and I'll send it out.
Thank you.
So the one thing I wanted to add is that use your emotional intelligence. So among the learners and faculty, there's wide range of emotional intelligence, and the spectrum, and I mean that in both, in many ways. People who become physicians range from autistic to I don't know the opposite, but whatever
Highly socially intelligent.
highly socially intelligent. And we have an obligation as educators to meet them where they are, push them to be more, of course, but they can be successful, maybe not as a psychiatrist, I'm not sure, but they can be successful. They can be the best person that they can be in the field that they've chosen, but you have to meet them. You can't expect them to be much more. I mean, you could push them a little bit, but you can't expect people who don't have emotional intelligence to just pick up on every clues. And sometimes you just have to be very, very explicit. I need you to do this. So, sort of meet them halfway so that you can, you have to be emotionally intelligent even if they aren't.
I have a question, Dr. Dresner. What do you feel as from all of our coordinators or as a GME program, what do you feel we need to improve in submission to GME, whether do you want us to meet more deadlines faster, or what is that one thing that you feel that we're lacking that we could improve on to GME?
I'm not sure. I think that we need to make sure that our collective knowledge of the regulations and what we do, that we all are up to following the regulations. We're academic institutions like ours are very horizontal. So each of you are responsible for your little niche, and there's no way for me to watch you make sure that you're doing all the things you're supposed to be doing every day. We can do audits and look at your paperwork. One of the things that I noticed this year is that as we've moved away from folders or paper, we don't have a uniform way of keeping records. And that's one of my, I'm making a list. Part of my job this time of year is to make a list of goals. One of my list of goals is going to be how we can do better. And actually, I was going to ask this group to think about it at your next meeting, how we can do it. Can we do it in new innovations? What should be minimum in new innovations if we're going to use new innovations as a depository of documents? I mean, I have my own ideas, but I want more than in my head to run everything. And I don't think I know everything, and what's feasible and what's not feasible. So that's one thing. I'm not completely convinced about everybody's documents because we hadn't had document audits since before COVID. And now we're all in some amorphous electronic mess on people's desktops. And I think we need to move beyond that as a collectively, so that I'm going to propose this to be my goal for this year for you. Let's come up with a standard way that we all choose and we stick to it, and then we can check each other on it. And it doesn't have to be like crazy. I think we just need to work on, I don't know. I only remind people of deadlines because that's my job. Part of my job is to get us all to do things in deadlines. I keep finding new reports in the ACGME web ads. So yesterday I found a report that told me, I realized that not everybody has updated their roster, and nobody is off cycle. People should be off cycle. All of you have off cycle residents. So things like that, I'm like, oh. So we'll work on that. We'll work on it.
Thank you.
I wonder if there's a way to have each one of you pick the most annoying part of getting something done in the work that you do, and if there's a way to share it with each other, because I bet you somebody else has figured it out. And instead of just banging your head against the wall, could we share certain things? Like the thing that's on my mind now is our 360 evaluations of residents. Like my residents used to walk up to a nurse or a medical student and say, here, fill this out for me about me and give it back to me. And I got here and I said, this is an insanity. It hasn't, and the medical students are going to be graded by these residents. So of course they're going to say, you're the greatest resident of all time. And I just stopped doing it. Don't tell Dr. Dresner. I just stopped doing it. And it wasn't until Audra came in and she just developed this QR code where we have somebody go on the unit and they scan the QR code and they fill it out and it automatically goes to the training office, completely anonymous. All we know is the discipline of the person that filled it out. We don't know their name. We know when, where, and the discipline. And now we have a whole report for 360s. It was freaking genius. And I'm too stupid to think of it, but that kind of stuff, I would want to spare anybody else who's going, oh, we're kind of doing it, but we're just getting it done so I can sign it off and somebody can see it and say it's done. I think we could all share,
Right.
you know.
Like New Innovation, everybody knows New Innovations has a conference module with QR codes so that you could take attendance. But when I didn't know, when there was a period of time no one was using it. I'm like, what is this? Oh my God. So I knew emergency medicine was using it. I'm like, oh my God. You mean we don't have to have pieces of paper to sign on sheets? Oh my God. And it collates it.
Yep.
So you actually have the data. It's time stamped. You just have to teach some attendings how to use the app because you have to be logged into the app on your phone.
Yeah, so as you were talking, sorry, let me stand.
No, you have to have the QR code, you bring it down on a piece of paper, put it on the wall. Or if we were fancy, we'd have iPads at each thing, but you could have an iPad, but you have a thing, and only if you use that code.
I think New Innovation is one of the greatest resources that we have in the programs because there's so much that we can do. And sometimes when I work for programs and I see that they're not utilizing it to the full capacity that we could, it's a waste of money because we pay so much for the software. You can actually store the residents' records in there. Everything can be there. The last program I worked for, I've never seen so many Excel spreadsheets, and I wanted to pull every piece of my hair out. Because I said, this is a nightmare because you have to go into SharePoint to get to this file and this file. I said, you have a software that you pay thousands of dollars for. Why can't you use that? Because it'll be accessible to the program director, the program coordinator, and even the 360 evaluation, not for the faculty, for the nurses and medical students, but the QR code, as she did, this is something that we also have in New Innovation that we can use for didactics or any program that the residents have to attend. And I can suggest a great book to you because I had to learn that because my kids used to call me the warden. So I learned about this amazing book, The 4 Types of Personalities. And I went and told my son, you are blue, because blue people tend to talk a lot. So he goes around and telling everyone that he's a blue personality. So reading that book, it helped me because I'm able to pick up on person when they're talking to me. So I know how to better address them based on their personality. The book could be a little off, but it gives you a little something to go forward on. And thank you, everyone. I'm very happy to be here.
This young lady is one of our newest coordinators. She took over the position in rehab. So, kindred spirit here.
And I came from psych too.
All right, so I am going to give the panelists each a minute to wrap up. We are a little over time, and I know that Laura is on, ready, raring to go. And she's going to talk about automation, which kind of ties into a lot of the stuff that we spoke about here today, making your job easier. So everyone, a minute or so to wrap up. What's your parting thoughts?
Well, I just want to congratulate everybody on doing this and finding it so important. And if you practice communication and adaptability, you're going to be so far down the road to doing that. And you make our jobs so much easier. And please, if people don't say that to you enough, know that we feel it. I feel very confident speaking for all the program directors, how much you help us help the residents and work together. So thank you all.
I don't have a lot to say, though. One thing that came into my mind is asking questions and clarifying your thoughts about something never makes you look stupid. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to ask someone else. I really am not sure I understand this, or how can I do this better? It's normal to ask questions, and it's actually a sign of intelligence if you know what you don't know.
So I really think we need our monthly meetings again.
Yeah,
Because
we're gonna start
I
this
didn't
back.
know anything about this stuff with new innovations. So we can have a meeting and then one of us can teach us.
We're actually New Innovations is offering a refresher. It's really going to be for new coordinators, but I think it might be worth everyone to participate, so they can be. So they offered it to us. We'll get it to you for September in September.
Theodora?
Prior to coming into this position, I didn't even know this world exists. And I'm very happy to have found you guys. It's like, wow, I feel at home. And I'm very excited for the next meetings to come. I will be looking out for y'all emails because prior to, I was kind of like, why do people keep on emailing me? Like, what is this about?
Yeah, well, you weren't supposed to say that out loud.
But
We're right here. All right. So, can we have a round of applause for our panelists? Woo! Thank you. All right. Great job, y'all. So, I have Laura Robinson, who is the project and program coordinator at Washington University School of Medicine. Laura is, thank you so much, guys. Gloria, her background's in public service, libraries, and college admissions. She started as the gastroenterology program coordinator in 2022. All right, she's currently in GME office at Washington University. And I met Laura in the walking down the halls of ACGME. She was a hot commodity. She had like 2 sessions, like on one day, 2 on another, 1 on this. And I was like, Laura, you got to tell me what's the secret. And now Laura has come here to bring a secret sauce on automation. Laura, it's all yours.
Thank you for that. Made me blush. Made me blush. I hope you like the book. I'm a book person. So, thank you for that introduction. I am so thrilled to be able to speak to you all because automation is at kind of the heart of what I love to do, which is education and making everything not necessarily, I won't say easier, but really easier for us because we have so many demands and so little time and we want it done and we want it done well, but nothing that we are doing is novel. Aria, who is over the program coordinator group that's kind of on Facebook, what she said at ACGME was, we are not reinventing the wheel, we are realigning it. And I have latched onto that because that's what I believe in. So I have lots of experience with taking in information and I gather all of the info because I have a 4-year-old in my head running around going, why? So once I understand what is going on, I can usually look at a process like it's a puzzle and try and figure out how to pick it apart or make it better. So that's kind of where I get into automation. So it's not nearly as scary as it sounds, I promise. It's just very useful. And I promise you will actually know most of the things that I'm talking about. And I know that you all, primarily you all use Microsoft and New Innovation. So this will sound very familiar. You'll probably see some things that are there. You're like, ooh, I know about that. So my talk is going to be on converting skills into automation because automation can't happen without our skills. We are the humans that have to give the data to the systems to make them work. So it doesn't work without us. So I want you to think, if these tasks listed below were handled, you didn't have to really manage them anymore, what would you do with all the time you freed up? So think about all those routine tasks that you do. Think about your onboarding, your offboarding, your checklist for rotations, for away rotations, for trainees coming in on a PLA to come visit your program. The bane of everyone's existence, scholarly activity reporting, which if you were fortunate enough to be in my division at the time, I had to report on both an annual cycle, calendar cycle, and an academic year cycle. So every 6 months, I had to readjust my parameters on the report I was giving because they wanted it for both, because they needed it for meta ed and then they also needed it for business purposes. So, trying to collect the exact same information again a couple of months later. Not my favorite thing, but I found a better way to do it. Stop having all those issues. Catering. I don't know how many of you have to order lunches routinely or even just for large scale events. Just thinking about all of the dietary needs that come with hosting events and making sure that people are taken care of in a respectful manner rather than, oh, well, we're gonna, put all of the types of food that can't touch way over here, way away. Just finding better ways to connect all that information and then having it delivered appropriately. So like when we had lunch delivered, we made sure that we broke out our meat from our vegetarian options just so that they weren't even near each other. Little things. And then 10 million in reports all day, every day. So if you think about all of those things and all of the time that all of that takes, and you could make it all just kind of flow a little easier, what would you do with that time? So I want you now to think about the skills that you already possess, because whether you know it consciously or not, like I just heard talking about, if you know yourself well enough, take some of those fun quizzes, find out your Enneagram. I'm a 5, which if you go and look up what a 5 is after this presentation, you will be like, yes, she is a 5. But go find those things about yourself and then find those things in your work, because just because it manifests in your personal life doesn't necessarily mean it works in your professional. My professional life is very clean and orderly. My house, not so much. So I blame that on a child, though. So I have a little bit of a scapegoat. But think of the skills you already possess. So I fall into that second category. I love a fillable form. Please do not give me an Excel spreadsheet and tell me that I'm supposed to put words in it, because that is just so icky to me. It's like, no, Excel is not meant for that. So I loved somebody would send me a Word document, I'd convert it to a PDF because I was going to do that for myself anyway. And then I'd send it back to the person who sent it to me and was like, here, you could have a fillable PDF so that you don't annoy the next people that you asked to do this for. It also helped keep people from, mucking up your form and being like, I feel like there's a question that has been taken out of this that's a really important question that shouldn't be deleted. So I kind of fell into that category. I have 2 really lovely coworkers. I have several lovely coworkers in my GME office at WashU, but the 2 that I spend the most time with, one of them is very much a people person, and like Susie Sunshine, she is our social butterfly. And she's the one who, if there is something that needs to be handled, she's the one I'm going to. And so she is able to use that skill to listen to people because they open up to her, they talk to her, they tell her what's going on. And so she has a lot of information. And she's willing to just listen and then bring that information to someone else who might do something with it and like really try and make an impact that way. My other work friend who is fantastic, is really great at social media. Lord help me, they're trying to get us on TikTok. And I was like, opt out. I'll hold the camera. I don't, no, don't do TikTok dances, not me. But when I showed them Canva, they were like, wait, what? So we now are making templates for things like graduation photos. So it has the photo holder, so you can just drag and drop a photo in it. You don't have to worry about resizing it and playing all those games. Yes, we are doing that. And it's going to be kind of uniform and polished, and it'll be social media ready. Also doing like social media calendars and scheduling those posts with software that already exists in those systems. So you're not sitting there going, I need to remember to post at 2:00 on match day. No, you don't have to remember that because it should be done for you. So just kind of think of those skills. And so I kind of want to, that's your framework for where you're starting, right? So it's all the things that you have to do and what's the skills you already have. And my biggest starting point is always determine your pain point. And I know several people really like that I use that phrase because that is exactly what it is. It's like you are willing to do a lot of things. Yes, I will get you that report, even though I swear I just did. And determining where you've reached a limit that it's like, okay, there's got to be a better way to do it. That's your pain point. But what's important about that is it's typically a routine task, something that happens frequently. There's usually either it already works, it just needs a little more oil, a little more grease to get it going better, or it doesn't really work, and so you're just trying to find a way to make it work. But the other part is, does it impact others? Because if it is your pain point, but you don't have control of it, then it makes it very difficult for you to come up with a system to enact when you have to then get the buy-in from the people who are controlling it. So a lot of times things that I started were things that were under my control, like my trainees' PTO requests. Those went through me. So I was like, we're not doing this paper form that you got to chase down somebody to go and get signatures, and then you're going to drop it in my office and be like, oh, but I put it in there. No, you did not. Nope, I was in my office. You did not drop it off then. Sorry. So really finding where who it impacts and who's really the driving force behind what you're going for. If you have more say in the situation, then this is, and it's your pain point, prime example of what you're going to get to do. So I call this scaffolding because it's a concept in education where you build on what you already have, right? We kind of all know that when you build a building, Legos, things like that. So 99% of us are doing stuff with paper forms at some point in some way, shape, or form. The easiest starting point for those types of things and the concept of automation is built on that scaffolding where you have a paper form. So now you are going to evolve it into a digital form. So whatever that digital form looks like, if it's literally just a Microsoft form, you can get really fancy and get the QR codes with a Microsoft form. You can do all of those things, right? From a digital form, if you're already there, then you can evolve it into an existing system. You can explore expansions or other concepts. So that's really where you're going to be like, okay, so PTO requests, we have a paper form. I can turn that into a digital form. And then after a digital form, if that's still, okay, this is working, but like, is there a better way to get it into the system that we need it in? New Innovations has a PTO request component built into assignment scheduling. And so that's where I ended up pushing mine. Just be like, nope, I need better documentation of when you guys switch and who's doing what and how many, because the number of times I got, well, I've covered for them 8 times. And then I'm having to like look at a calendar to figure out if that's actually true or not. And it usually wasn't. So finding a way to eventually migrate. These are not necessarily fast processes because you have to remember you have to be able to do it, but then you have to be able to teach it and explain it to others. There's a way to do that a little better that I will get to, that I promise. But the scaffolding is where you're going to continue to reassess and address updates to your process. So once you've gone long enough with a digital form and it's kind of like, this is old hat, everybody's got it, and you want to do more with it, you can do more with it. If at some point, your institution updates their systems and it no longer works, or like what we just had happen where you start to use the single sign-on approach to pretty much every website that is connected to your institution, and that impacts how you log in that means it's going to impact how you do other things in those systems. So you may have to be willing to look at things that you've built and make adjustments as those type of expansions happen. So you've determined your pain point. Now, my best suggestion for, especially if you need either time or like dedicated time, like give me a half a day to try and carve out time to figure out how to do this. The best way I ever got my supervisor, business manager to be on board with me having some dedicated time to, like, as they said, play around in my systems, was by tracking my turnaround times. So I had verifications that on average would take us about 36 hours, depending on how far back I had to go. If they're recent, not bad, but if they were the ones where I had to go into the paper files, that was a different story. So I took that from about 36 hours to 1 hour. Our monthly schedule went from about 4 days to 3 hours. And then we had a monthly CMS report that we turned in, where we detailed where every single trainee was every single day, every single month. And that was so that the CMS report for efforts at the VA and all of our participating sites were accurately being reported with the supporting data. And that went from 2 hours to 30 minutes because I literally made an Excel spreadsheet that did the math for me. So, you know, when I could show these things, that I was able to little by little figure out how to do these while I was still getting my work done, these became my supporting argument for why I needed dedicated time to flesh it out and make it bigger, ways to have a greater impact, not only on my program, but also on my department, because I was not doing this alone. We all had verifications. We all had the CMS monthly report. Nobody has time for that. So finding a way to do it. Another starting point, if you don't already have one, which, by the way, at the end of this presentation, you will have one, because it's actually one of the templates that I give out at all of my events, is a OneNote. So your standard operating procedure, like your reference document for how you do things. I jokingly used to call it my hit by a bus binder, because if I get hit by a bus and my job can't be done because nobody else can do my job, I'm not getting paid enough. So I need somebody else to be able to pick up the pieces until I can, come back. So what I started doing years ago was documenting steps of a task as I complete it. So as I'm learning, or as I'm going through something that you only have to do once a year, like, hello, Eris, how are you doing? How many updates have we had at this point? I would take screenshots. I would include my logins if they were either generic logins or if this was a secured document. I had the ability to lock some of my documents, which was nice. Screenshots, supporting documents, if there's a specific form you have to fill out for a social activity, I put that form in with my, recruitment lunches, so that I knew that I'd have to fill out that form. So just starting something like that as a bare bones basic is really, really great, because it's going to help you see where all these tasks fall and where you're having to spend more time. And that might be one of your pain points. I am a big believer in notifications. My phone may have been on silent since 2009, but I believe in my notifications for work. So I have reminders of expirations, due dates. We do, my supervisor is very big on, like, a week before the thing is due, we put that it's due, so that we actually have time built in. We have a buffer built in where, in case something happens, or, we need somebody else's input, we have a little bit more working time. So we do that, we put it in advance, and then we also put it when it's actually due, so that we remember to go in and, did you actually click the submit button? You did all the work, but did you hit submit? Because I have failed to hit submit, and it's okay, it happens. But also just automatic notifications, especially when somebody fills out one of my forms. I like to get an automatic notification depending on what the form is, but especially for things that are time sensitive, like when we're approaching a GMEC meeting, something like that. And again, we're not reinventing the wheel. So there's lots of things that already exist. So finding ways to use what already exists. I really believe in, you know, being very nice to your IT people so that they will be willing to work with you when, you know, you go to add something on Outlook on your calendar and it says you need administrator permission. And I'm like, I know, and I'm going to go be nice. And hopefully they'll say yes, or they'll tell me how to do this. And that's what, how I've done things like I got create a task added specifically from my email, because I use the web browser version, not the desktop app version of Outlook. Creating templates, embedding Zoom or Teams in your calendar invites. So when I do calendar invites for a meeting that I'm having, I automatically have Zoom embedded in the meeting. I don't have to go to the Zoom website, create the meeting, copy all the stuff and put it in there. It literally will generate it for me in the calendar invite as I hit send. So that's really wonderful. But also, I am not the best person at this, but I do try and be very intentional to dictate my notes. So if I go to a meeting and I had to take minutes, I am capable of scribbling down enough that my brain will remember. But right after the meeting, I will literally go back to my office, close my door, and dictate what I need captured with Word, because Microsoft Word literally has a dictate button. So does OneNote in Microsoft. I actually think most of the Microsoft suite now has a dictate button. It's a little microphone. You just hit it and then you talk. And as long as you speak fairly slowly and clearly, it can actually type everything that you're saying, and it'll even put in the punctuations. If you say things like da 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 period, next paragraph, and it will actually do that for you. So there's even less editing now, which is so much more fun.
1 second, I have a question because you touched on a pain point, which is minutes. I hate them. Yeah.
Yep.
So that Microsoft, you said you can Microsoft. That's not like, so if you're having like that's not like virtual. What is it exactly? You go in afterwards and you speak to the computer.
Yeah, I literally just pull up Microsoft Word on my computer and talk to it like I'm talking to you now, like I'm on a Zoom, and it will type it out in Word as I'm talking.
Y'all do that? Oh wow.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Well, don't worry, because I've got a few other little tidbits for how to make your meeting minutes even better a little later in my presentation. So I got you.
You.
I heard earlier where you know, one of the things that seems to be a recurring theme for your institution is where things are located and how they are accessible, and then kind of like how they're labeled. And I present to you my beautifulness. I kid. I wanted everything to be as easy or accessible as possible. So that if anything ever happened, or when I knew I was going to leave my job one day, I was not going to be there for 20 years. I wanted somebody to be able to navigate. So what I did was I simplified things. So my OneNote, as you can see on the screen, that's what you guys are actually going to get access to. So it'll have all of those little, think of it like a book, like a choose your own adventure book, only maybe a little less fun, but it's interconnected, so you can connect things together. But when it came to my trainees' files, I only had 5 folders. And whatever happened during their training should fit in one of those 5 folders. So my folders were credentialing and letters, so evaluations and GTE, which was our in-service exam, licenses and contracts, semi-annuals and milestones, travel and reimbursements, because I had to do all of that for my trainees. So if it didn't fall into one of those categories, I'm really wondering where it fell. So anything that was discussed at the CCCs that went into the semi-annuals, If I had to write a letter for them saying, hey, so-and-so is a second year trainee making this much money. Yes, they have approved vacation and are allowed to leave the country. Please let them back in the country. That went under letters. And so and that's what I did. And I made these 5 specific folders after I spent 6 months scanning in every single document for the entirety of my program's history. I was looking at what people kept, what we needed, and then what people would ask for later. So schedules, anything like that. So for evaluations and GTE, that's where I would put their rotations for the year, their block schedule, their specific block schedule that included like their elective time was with so-and-so at this place. Here's their contact information, if that's still good 5 years later. Leave it all. I've got it all in there. Having spent time in college admissions, big proponent of your naming conventions, which is just a fancy way of saying how you name files. Please make them logical and easy to follow. You know, when we download things, so many times they just have generic names or gobbledygook that doesn't mean anything. And so I found what worked for my program and for me was last name, because those were usually unique enough. Last name, the year of whatever the document was, and then the description of the document. Like, is this their license? If it's something that has an expiration date, I put the expiration date at the end so that I would know automatically, yes, this is their 2021 ACLS. But is it the one that expired in 2021, or is it the one they got in 2021? So I would just put the expiration there. And that is something that I personally, in my perfect world, would be institutionally kind of driven, is guidelines and suggestions for how those types of things are held. So that, again, if anything were to ever happen, anybody could walk in and try and figure out where you're at in your system. But then that little ribbon at the bottom is your best friend ever, because those are all the notifications that are set up in New Innovations. So if you go to administration, email notification, these are all the different types of notifications. So you can specifically set it up that certifications. I created a special certification just for Tag Me, so that when our people get Tag Me, we'll be able to actually add that to their personnel file in New Innovations. Because I'm sorry, that's important for us to have in there too. It's not just for the trainees and the faculty. But you can have, if they have their own DEA license, or if you're in a state like Missouri where they have to have a separate state DEA-based license. So ours is called a BNDD. We have to put that in there. Their ECFMG certificates, because that's required for CMS reporting. Their licenses, any memberships that they have, if you pay for it, if they pay for it, if you want to track it, you can track it in here. And this was the best thing that I ever did, because once I started putting in my trainees' information in New Innovations and turned on the notifications, I had it sent to the trainee. So 30 days before your license expires, you were notified. You're an adult. Please renew your license. Because at my institution at the time, if you had a permanent license, the institution they did not pay for that. They did not reimburse for that. You were solely responsible for that. And I'm like, and I'm an institutional employee. I'm not allowed to help you. So please remember to renew your license and send it to me when it's renewed. So that's just kind of a teaser for different options that you can have discussions at the program level, department level, institutional level, what that would look like and what might work best. I call these mid-range options just because they're kind of a little bit further along for some folks. There's no beginner, middle, expert, because the marks are always changing. So I just kind of name these what I can based on people's comfort level. So again, digital version of a paper form. I changed all of our semi-annual evaluations to be a Microsoft form so that it would track everything that we wanted, like have they used all of their vacation? How much do they still need to schedule? Have they already presented or not at these different locations? I use this in conjunction with the evaluation, what is that? The review portfolio in New Innovations that would pull up all their evaluation information, their procedure logs, all of those things. Like the easy things that were already in New Innovations, I had a report that would pull that. But for all the housekeeping outside of New Innovations things, I put that in a form, and my PD filled that out for every single one of them, which was amazing because then we just had to hit print and put it in their file and we were done. Final evaluation meetings, same kind of thing. My institution had a very specific document. Every single person had to have this exact final evaluation document. So I turned it in, I scanned it in, turned it into a PDF, and we filled it out. And they did want a wet ink signature, but we would fill it out digitally, print it, have the trainee and the PD sign it, and then scan it back in, and it was done. So that there was kind of a redundancy that since I had made it into a fillable document, we would always have that part, which even if it wasn't signed, that was better than not having anything in case something had ever happened to the just paper version. Pre-thalamus and all of that fun, interview evaluations and scoring, I made a simple form and it did the math for us and really helped us with our ranking lists because we programmed it to highlight what we specifically were looking for. And then it would help us do the math and help reduce bias because you can't control what other people graded and you don't know where the grades came from. And it kind of helped us get a better sense for what our applicant pool was looking like that year. And then we were able to have, better, more useful discussions. And again, the absence request. I've mentioned how I had Zoom and Teams embedded in my meeting invites. I also have had Zoom set up because Teams, this should be the default, where it would automatically record in the cloud, not to my computer, because I don't want to remember to have to process that and upload it later. But it would also take attendance for me. And I did that. All of our conferences were Zoom eligible. And the reason we kept Zoom after COVID was our program requirements mandated that if a trainee missed conference, they had to be able to make up the content that they missed and that it was the program's responsibility to make sure it was available. So I was just like, set it and forget it. Here, it's saved. So it would save and it would automatically upload into the shared folder that we had for conferences. And so when people were like, well, I wasn't there, you have access. Go forth, have fun. You're a grown up, you're responsible. If I could be responsible in middle school for, getting my homework done that I missed while I was out, you can do this. Here you go. Tried to make it easy. Tried. For you, Kino, this is my big thing is I made my presentation / agenda my basis for my minutes. So when I ran my PEC or my CCC, all of the data and everything that we pulled and put into the presentation was the basis for my minutes because that was the starting point of the discussion. And 9 times out of 10, because of all the legwork I had done to get to that part, most of the discussion had been had. I found that if I gave folks the opportunity to basically vent before we went into the meeting, so like collecting all the milestone reports and any specific comments that the CCC committee had on a trainee, if I could collect that beforehand, collate it, and do the data part of it, and then just present to them, this is your universal group thought on this trainee, we had much more productive discussions because they saw that, does really great with consent ×3. That means 3 separate faculty members put that down. We don't need to talk about if they're doing a good job consenting patients, okay? Like, next topic. And then with PEC, I did the same thing. Like, I pulled all the data, all the things that we would review, and then I would hit print on these PowerPoints. And then I would usually let somebody else run the PowerPoint part of the meeting because I was an active participant as well as everyone else on these committees. And I would make my minutes, any additional notes that I needed on the PowerPoint. And then, like I said, I'd just walk back in and I would just dictate it, because you can easily convert a PowerPoint into a Word document and it looks pretty neat.
Like that.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite because I do not like to duplicate my work. I don't like having to rephrase how I found something once I finally found the right way I wanted to say it. So
You sound like my twin.
I also really love using advanced functions. I call them advanced functions, but really just the lesser used functions in new innovations. So the reviews under portfolio, it'll pull your milestones in with you. It'll have your procedures. It'll pull in all of the evaluations that have been completed in new innovations on your person for the time period that you set it. It can also do other things if you have those set. So like conference attendance, you can set the percentages. So that was my personal favorite, because I was like, oh, look, your conference attendance is below 80%. Well, no, I was there. About that. Numbers don't lie. I have QR codes. They are timed. I review the film. You did not walk in that room. So please explain to me how it's wrong. And you'd be surprised how quickly tunes change when it's like, I tried, guys. I make it as easy as possible, but please don't try and upset my data, because for the most part, it's usually right. It's not infallible, but it's usually right. I loved using the journal feature for individualized learning plans. So give me an update. Where are you? How many sections of the GI had the DDSEP, which is their board review prep. I'm like, how many chapters did you do? How many questions did you get right? What did it do? Upload the document. Show me something. Like, show me that you're working. And that kept it out of my email, because I don't like to live in email, because email is not forever. And then scholarly activity and new innovations, it can be a beast to set up, but it is consistent with ACGME definitions. And that was the biggest boon that I had, was I hated trying to decipher what fell into what category under the scholarly activity. So once I set it up in new innovation, one of my faculty members had a grand rounds that they presented, I would just do it in new innovations. It took me 2 seconds, and it made running reports much easier. Another pro tip, though, in case any of you are also feeling that strain, I was very fortunate that my division was willing to give me my faculty members' annual performance reviews. Not the whole thing, because that would be wrong, but they gave me the part that the faculty member had to turn in to the division chief that had, here's all the academic stuff I did this year. Because they had to report what their efforts were and how many times they talked and who they did and what the titles were that they presented at this conference that the institution had paid for them to go to. And I was like, I'm not digging for that information. If they gave it to you, I would like it, please. I have to turn it into ACGME. And that was the magic. That was the magic that got it to work for me. So finding a way that whoever has access to that information can give it to those who actually need it, because it's like, trust me, I don't want it. I don't want the information, but I have to tell somebody else the information. So please give it to me, or I'm going to anger the doctors by continually pestering them and asking them for things that they have already provided to you. And then they might get mad at you. So yay. Also QR codes. Everybody loves those for the conference attendance, but also I heard someone talking about, the 360 evaluations, badge buddies. That's the QR code. You scan code, you can on me. Now you can do a layer. I would do those. I would actually just print a sheet in the nurses. I had a picture of the trainee, because they're like, oh, which one is this? Picture of the trainee. And I'm like, here you go. And the nurses would, on their lunch or when they got a minute, walk in and be like, oh, I had a good interaction with this one, and what they needed to do. It made the data so much and helped kind of bridge those relationships between the trainees and the support staff, because they are the rocks of the medical, it's like, this is not going to work without them. So let's make them, let's make this better because trainees are transient. They come in, they come out, but the staff are still going to be here. Like, we're still going to be here. So let's find a way to make this work better for us. I love the send to OneNote. Just like I said, create a task. I also send to OneNote. So if I have an email that has some specific information or that I need to reference during recruitment or something, I will send that to OneNote and it'll copy the email directly there so that I can reference it later. And I kind of already spilled the beans on the CCC meeting prep where I do the legwork beforehand. And honestly, because I had set up everything in New Innovations, all of our evaluations were in there. Our conferences were in there. I put in the test scores when we got them. And it's, once you put it in the first time getting it built, I'm a big believer of, I want to do more work on the front end to reap the benefits on the back end. Once I did all of that, CCC was much better. The very first one I ever did, I'd only been in the role for 2 months. And that meeting went on for 4 hours. And we only had 12 trainees and we only got through like 5 of them, maybe 6. And I was like, I'm done. I have to go home. Bye. So we made a lot of progress because we cut it down to 2 hours. Again, with the advanced. Mail merge. I absolutely love this for all sorts of different things. So I first started using mail merge to send out admittance letters in college admission, right? Not a big deal. The rest of it, though, making the newsletters, sending it in an email, creating the labels for the annual appeal letter that we would do where we were like, hi, you graduated from us. You want to donate money so that we continue to be an amazing program. We would do all of these things. So we would find ways to make the language as neutral as possible and then create a database that had the personalized language that could just very easily be pulled in. We actually just did this for our onboarding orientation where we did fit testing for 300 trainees, I think. And every single one of them had to have an individual form with their name, their department, the date, the room, and the time of where they were getting their fit testing done. And I got given that Excel sheet form, which broke my heart, and converted it into a PDF, converted it into a Word document, mail merged, print, had them all, had no issues. So it's just thinking of those things and like, what is it called? Like back planning, like, okay, if I have to be there at 7, that means I have to get up by 5:30 because I have to do my hair and my makeup and I have to do this and that. Same concept. It's just with work stuff. I am a big believer in Power Automate, but it can seem intimidating. But I am here to tell you, and I guarantee you if my coworker Bree was here, she will also tell you she has been participating in the institutional coordinator boot camp that they're doing right now, and they have discussion board posts. And so she has been talking about how we've just revamped our GMEC process where you want to add a site, you want to delete a site, you want to PD change, complement change, any of that. Obviously, all of that has to go to GMEC. That comes with a lot of documents. And so we actually, I showed her after, hey, I did this to do, PTO request. She built Microsoft forms that take in all of the information and they have branching. So if you say, this is for, is this for a new non-ACGME program or a new ACGME program? It'll take you to 2 different sets of questions. And if you go from there, it's, okay, well, is this going to be an NST program or is this a regular non-ACGME program? Those types of things. And it goes from there and it's like, okay, is this a permanent change, short change, all of these crazy things. It was wild. She built this very complicated form that is beautiful and gets all of the documents. And then on the back end, when someone submits that form, it takes all of that information and collates it into a single approval that gets sent with all the documents attached, all the information. And once you hit approve or decline, that will automatically generate an email to the PD and anybody else who is assigned to receive communications about that program. And it has their next steps. It says, your complement increase for this program was approved at this meeting of the GMEC. Here are your next steps. Boom, boom, boom. And apparently it's going over kind of wild and crazy because she was actually requested to do a presentation on how that was working for another group of institutional coordinators. So I'm very proud that that is something that we can do where it can be like that, where it's just, you're gonna, you have to do this. How are we gonna get it to where we need to be? And a year ago, Bree had not used any of these things, but she just has listened to me talk enough, and I've shown them the backside of kind of what it looks like to do these things. And then she was like, you know what, I'm really going to try this. And so we left the system that was in place while we were building and testing the new one, because it wasn't ready to go out yet. So we just launched it this year. We are going through our first full round of people going through that process. So I'm hopeful that next year she will be able to actually present. I'm really hopeful that I can get her to present at ACGME for the institutional coordinators, kind of what that looks like. Specifically for GMEC, but it can be used for any program concepts as well. I am winding down, I promise. What we have here is, I love books, obviously. Shakespeare, kind of a cool guy at times. So the question is, to automate or not? That is the question, right? So you've really got two camps. It's either it could be automated and it shouldn't be. So your could be's are things that request routing, as in, you give me information, I have to ask somebody else's information. Cool. So get it over to that person, cut out the middleman type thing. Form filling, anything that I kept a master Excel spreadsheet that was incredibly detailed about my trainees, NPI, licenses, BNDD, DEA, all of that. And then when we would have to renew something or fill in information about the trainee, that's where your mail merge. Like, give me the document. Hello, VA onboarding. I'm looking at you. Give me the document. Let me mail merge all the data that I already have that I have to reference frequently, and then go and find the areas where I actually have to do additional work. Templates like this for presentations and meetings. Formatting your emails and documents, like that's that naming convention and what it looks like so that you can easily find it. Those are all things that can be automated, standardized. Things that shouldn't be are things that are very unique and one-off tasks. If you're not going to do this routinely, or you're not going to try and, become the point person to do this for everybody, leave it alone if it's a unique one-off task. That's just kind of one of those, I'm just going to take the hit on my time and have to do that. Anything that violates PHI or PII, so PII being personally identifying information, social security numbers, we are not collecting those in forms, any of those types of things. We find better ways to do that. Processes that are owned by another. So I was always guilty of being like, my way's better. I know how to do this. Let's do this. And then it's like, but I don't have the authority or control to make that decision. And the person who doesn't want to do it. So we're not going to do it. I can use my process to make my job easier if you don't want to participate. But if you're not at a place where you can have the dialogue to like convince them and show them, then it's just like, that's fine. We'll just put it in the drawer. We'll bring it out next time. Or anything that impacts interinstitutional access. I work at WashU in the GME consortium. So we actually have Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, Barnes Jewish Hospital, and St. Louis Children's Hospital. The three do not communicate because we are on three completely separate systems. The only universal system that we all have access to is New Innovations. So we are driving everything in there is like, have you checked New Innovations? Have you checked New Innovations? So that the hospital doesn't have to ask us. We don't have to ask them. And even though we're all in the same office together, our GME teams are, it's just really made it a lot easier that they already have a place to start. And if it's not there, okay, then we need to do some digging and we can really work together. But my constant refrain is, if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work. If it doesn't work for you as a person, your role, your workload, or it's just not worth it, then don't do it. Like I like to do things just to do them sometimes, but other times I'm just like, you know what? I can do this the manual way. Okay. I learned how to find a book with a card catalog and a hope and a prayer. So I'm pretty sure I can figure out how to do something else without all the magical things. So in conclusion, this is my lovely gift to you. My resources. So this is the public OneNote that I was talking about. So this is the OneNote that I created as for my program. And I had 2 programs that I ran. It has budgets, it has ideas of information for you to collect. And there are plenty of pages in there as well that are just completely blank because, of course, the information I would have put there was very, very, very specific to my institution and my program. So it's a gift and most of it should hopefully. It also has additional templates embedded in it. So like my CCC and PEC template are embedded in the document. So you can actually download those and use those as well. And I keep these up here in case you aren't aware of the free options. I know like Adobe Acrobat, as wonderful as it is, it's a paid product. It requires a license. If you don't have it, I love PDF. You can convert via Cloud Convert. You can free convert from PDF to Word to Excel, from this type of picture format to this picture format. You can do all of these things. I love PDF was really great in a pinch before we've all figured out kind of how to work from home, where I was like, I need an e-signature and I don't have DocuSign because they haven't given me that yet. Canva, I feel like, is far more prevalent than it used to be, but it's still such a wonderful resource as a really great starting place because you can search for the templates and then tweak them and make your own. And that's a lot of fun. And then QR code monkey is a lot of fun because you can actually create your own custom QR code. So I would embed my institution's symbol in the middle of our QR code. So they look super fancy. I did not do that with this one for WashU because it looked a little strange because it's a square shield and there's a lot of squares in a QR code. So there's kind of that. But that is the end of my presentation. I would like to leave this up if anybody needs it, or I can close it out. But if you have questions, happy to take a few of them, kind of clear up anything and be a wealth of knowledge.
All right. So thank you, Laura. And you and I will probably need our own session. All right. Just because it's very helpful. I'm not sure if anybody has any other questions. I think thank you for a wonderful presentation. All right. And my team is, I think, retreated out. All right. So Laura, all the best. Great presentation, and hope to see you at ACGME 2025. That's if they get us in. All right?
Yep.
Okay, y'all. We have reached the end of what seems a very long day, but it was informative, and I think it was necessary. So every topic you saw so funny. Chelsea started off on SOPs. Laura concluded and basically bringing in SOPs. So well, thank you guys for coming, and we look forward to next year. Everybody reach home safe. Woo!